Chapter 1439. Frozen Time Rumble. At this moment, a large number of ghostly immortals swarmed over and drowned the injured Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not care about the ghostly immortals around him. His eyes were still looking at the sky. Heartache. This was the second time in his life that his heart ached. It had been a long time since he had experienced this feeling. In Lin Ling's eyes, everything turned gray. Only the white flower by the stone bridge was still as dazzling as ever. Transforming into the stone bridge and waiting for 1,000 years was not about reincarnation, but waiting for you to cross the bridge. He finally knew why the second dream could awaken from the stone bridge. It was because he, Lin Ling, had come. The second dream's obsession had been resolved and she could finally enter reincarnation. Brother Lin Ling. In the distance, Xiao Yun saw the ghostly aura engulfing Lin Ling's eyes. Her eyes were also wet. She was angry in her heart. The heavens were unfair. It's easy to kill a junior like Lin Ling. However, it's too easy to kill him like this. Let him die in the ghostly domain and his soul will never be at peace. That's what I want to see. Lin Ling, you don't dare to provoke Xia Wang Luyang because you're not qualified. At this moment, on the mountain peak in the distance, the middle-aged man smiled faintly at the scene before him. He knew that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Once his soul was captured, what awaited him would be an eternal calamity. The earth trembled and ghostly aura surged. On the ground, Lin Ling felt like he was in an alien space. His heart was extremely heavy. He could not see anything. He could only see endless darkness and a dot of light slowly disappearing. Faintly, he heard Elder Z's voice. He saw the faces of his grandfather and the rest. He saw Yu, his mother, the heavenly concubine, and an Yuer. However, those familiar things were slowly disappearing with the light. Was he going to die? When the light was swallowed by the darkness, Lin Ling felt like he was going to die. I can't die yet. The sky is covering my eyes. Open for me. The earth is blocking my path. Break for me. I just want to bring my family back. Who dares to stop me? Lin Ling roared in his heart. He couldn't die. He had braved so many storms, so how could he die here today? Boom! Endless darkness exploded as a pair of mysterious eyes appeared. It was as if they could see through the river of time and space, as if they could see through the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force crazily rose. 72 steps, 73 steps, 74 steps, 80 steps, 90 steps, 95 steps. Gradually, it reached 100 steps. Boom! In the sky, the pair of eyes that seemed to have not moved for tens of thousands of years finally blossomed with a divine light. Freeze! Everything was frozen. In the past, during the great calamity of the Rainforest Holy Land, when Lin Ling had faced Empyrean Void Star, he had also displayed this strength. But today, after his soul force reached the 100th order, this strength was completely under Lin Ling's control. Rumble. At this moment, at the edge of the stone bridge, a terrifying soul fluctuation bloomed. A pair of eyes looked down upon the entire ghost realm. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the ghost realm was filled with the howls of tens of thousands of ghosts. It was as if hell was shaking, as if they had met the master of a world. The wind stopped blowing, the ghost clouds stopped drifting, and the ghost realm came to a stop. At the edge of the stone bridge, a handsome man slowly stood up. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his weathered face looked up at the skies. Like this, he walked forward step by step. All around him, in front of him, behind him, there were horrifying ghosts and gods. But at this moment, they were all frozen in place like statues. Even the 6 paths of samsara in the skies had stopped moving. Unfortunately, that lost figure had already disappeared. I overturned the entire world in order to find your figure. I overturned the entire heavens in order to hear your song at night. I blasted open the endless void in order to open a path, to bring you home. The black-robed man muttered to himself. He had failed. His emotionless eyes looked at the ghosts and gods around him. A voice that seemed to come from the 9 nether realms floated out, "Die. Die. Rumble." The cow-headed ghost, the black impermanence, Gui Sha, Tianli, and other ghosts all had their souls explode at this moment, turning into ashes. Pa! The black-robed man walked forward step by step, and the frozen time around him quietly recovered. On the other side of the stone bridge, a large number of ghosts and gods appeared again. But at this moment, they all stopped and looked at the black-robed man in shock. At this moment, they did not dare to approach the black-robed man. This was an innate majesty. If they were fighting for the rules of the ghost realm, then that man standing there was the rule. Big Brother Lin Ling. Little Yun looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. She could not believe her eyes. The ghosts and gods that had drowned Big Brother Lin Ling were all dead. Could Big Brother Lin Ling be the reincarnation of the Ghost Emperor? As for the middle-aged man in the distance, his eyes were glued to a spot. Previously, he felt as if something strange had happened between heaven and earth. When he reacted, there were no more ghosts and gods in front of the stone bridge. As for Lin Ling, he was still alive. He was dressed in a dazzling black robe and had an ancient sword in his hand. At this moment, he looked like a real soul reaper. What made him even more terrified was that Lin Ling was looking at him and walking towards him. "How do you want to die?" A sentence floated over, causing the middle-aged man's heart to beat violently. He suddenly regretted it. He should not have attacked before, should not have sneak attacked Lin Ling. I am one of the Xia bastard 8 Yang's people, Xia Nanjiang. The middle-aged man did not know why he was afraid of Lin Ling. But at this moment, he only wanted to bring out the huge backing behind him. He did not realize that he no longer had that smug look from before. He will also die. However, a cold and emotionless voice floated over from the front. The existence of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars would also die. You. Xia Nanjiang's eyes narrowed. He was furious and wanted to say something. However, when he saw the black-robed youth approaching, he did not dare to be too arrogant. It seemed that if he continued to be arrogant, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Wait, I only attacked on a whim previously. Xia Nanjiang laughed. His laughter was extremely ugly. Lin Ling was silent. He continued to walk forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If not for this person's sneak attack, the second dream would not have entered the cycle of reincarnation. As long as Lin Ling could hold on a little longer, he would be able to bring her home. However, Xia Nanjiang attacked. Therefore, he would pay a heavy price now. Pa! Lin Ling's pace was not fast, but every step seemed to stomp on Xia Nanjiang's heart. He punched his dantian viciously, causing Xia Nanjiang to feel even more regret. He even scolded himself for being so stupid. The key this time was Huang Kuan-yen, and the opponent was only Lord Pu. Why did he provoke that youth? Finally, Lin Ling arrived in front of him, calmly standing on the peak of the mountain. Go to hell, I am a stage 5 saint. You are only a stage 1 saint. I can kill you. The pressure in Xia Nanjiang's heart grew greater and greater. In the end, he could not help but attack. Furthermore, at the moment he attacked, he still had a sliver of hope that he would be able to kill Lin Ling. He had only been frightened by Lin Ling before. Blade of Nirvana. Rumble. Chapter 1440. Beyond Reprieve. Boom. The small knife attacked. Before Xia Nanjiang could even make a move, his soul was already shaken. An invisible force passed through his great laws and engulfed his flesh and blood. It resonated with his mind, causing him to stagger backwards. His face was filled with fear. Soul power, it was a terrifying soul power. You're going to die. What else do you have? Lin Ling stepped forward and dealt a heavy blow to Xia Nanjiang. I don't believe it. Xia Nanjiang shouted furiously. Xia Wang Luyang had promised him that if he could get the flame of the netherworld, he would become one of the top nobles in the great Xianyuan domain. But was it all going to become a fantasy now? Was he going to be beyond redemption just because of an extra move? You shouldn't have ambushed me. The cold voice drifted over again. Xia Nanjiang's fighting spirit crumbled once again. His face turned red and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Xia Nanjiang was just a junior with a lower cultivation level than him. He wanted to kill him, but there was a voice in his heart that prevented him from doing so. It was as if he had met the Yellow Spring Emperor. Retreat. Xia Nanjiang gritted his teeth and fled. He had to get as far away from this terrifying youth as possible. Woo woo woo. However, just as he took a step, the large number of bull-headed ghosts, Ghost Sha and Heavenly Wrath, surrounded him. That terrifying ghost aura caused his eyes to narrow. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Lin Ling, and a terrifying thought suddenly rose in his heart. Lin Ling controlled the ghosts around him with his powerful soul power. Such a thing was terrifying, but this was the only explanation that could explain everything. This also meant that Lin Ling's soul power had reached a terrifying level. You can't escape. The voice drifted over again, causing the tens of thousands of ghosts and deities of the Yellow Springs Mountain to take a step forward. It was as if an army had descended upon Xia Nanjiang. Seeing this, Xia Nanjiang's body trembled. He could not win the battle, but could he not escape either? There was no path to heaven and no door to hell. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was just an extra move. Please forgive me. I will never appear in front of you again. Xia Nanjiang was frightened for a moment. He immediately knelt down and slapped his own face. She's already gone. What's the point of admitting your mistake? Lin Ling's voice was like thunder. It was as if he was not afraid of Xia Nanjiang escaping as he slowly walked forward. This time, with every step, a powerful spiritual force was released. Puff! Not only his soul, but even his body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. That feeling was extremely painful, as if a knife was twisting. Moreover, it was not twisting his body, but his soul. One must know that the pain of the soul was even clearer and more unbearable than the pain of the body. Bang! However, Lin Ling did not seem to know how much pain Xia Nanjiang was in as he took another step forward. Rumble. Xia Nanjiang could not even stabilize his kneeling posture, like a small boat in a storm. However, after spitting out blood, he quickly knelt down again. After all, this was the only way he could survive, and it was extremely slim. Bang! Lin Ling completely ignored Xia Nanjiang's kneeling and begging for mercy, and took another step forward. Spare me. I regret it now. I shouldn't have attacked. Xia Nanjiang's face was distorted as he constantly begged for mercy. No one could understand how much regret he had in his heart. No one could understand how much pain Lin Ling's seemingly calm steps brought to his soul. Bang! Unfortunately, the soul steps were still merciless. If that's the case, I'd rather die. Xia Nanjiang let out a ferocious roar. It was too painful, and he wanted to commit suicide. Rumble. His body exploded. A king of a generation had fallen here. It had to be known that Xia Nanjiang was stronger than Xia Wuxia, a martial artist with a higher status. However, today, he had killed himself, and it was a suicide of his own free will. His life disappeared at this moment. The 6 paths of reincarnation revolved and a soul appeared in the Yellow Springs path. It was Xia Nanjiang's soul. Fortunately, he did not need to walk the Yellow Springs path and could directly enter reincarnation. A person's life was divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Those who had a cheap life would walk the path of the Yellow Springs after death, but they would be reincarnated as animals. Those who had a good life would enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, and could even be reincarnated into a good person's family. The fate that the heavens and earth had given Xia Nanjiang was clearly very good. When his soul appeared, Xia Nanjiang still had his memories. He laughed as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, when the purgatory was over, he could reincarnate. In the future, he would still be able to command the heavens and earth. However, when his soul was absorbed by the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, an enormous soul force surged over. It was as if a hand was holding his soul and grabbing at the Yellow Springs mountain. He wanted to enter reincarnation? No. His fate was good? Then Lin Ling would be destroyed. Who's pulling me? Xia Nanjiang's soul trembled as he looked at the Yellow Springs mountain. He immediately discovered that in the vast mountain range, the indifferent youth was still looking at him. Moreover, a powerful soul force was pulling him over. No! Roar! Xia Nanjiang roared ferociously. He could not fight. He could not escape. He could not even reincarnate. He should not have provoked Lin Ling. In this life, he had killed countless people and done countless things that he regretted. However, the one he regretted the most was provoking Lin Ling. You want to reincarnate? You can only disappear from this world forever. A cold shout finally came from Lin Ling's mouth. The powerful soul force was like countless hands that tore Xia Nanjiang's soul apart piece by piece, causing him to disappear from this world forever. Xia King Luyang, save me! Xia Nanjiang's soul let out a final cry. With a deep sense of regret, he disappeared from this world forever. Phew! Phew! On the mountain peak, Lin Ling let out a light breath. His eyes looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation. The unwillingness in his eyes was even stronger. In the sky, the 6 paths of reincarnation were still spinning mercilessly. However, the woman's figure had already disappeared. It was as if she had disappeared from Lin Ling's world forever. However, Lin Ling could still vaguely see the lonely smile in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Your Majesty, there are laws in this world. You are a human. You cannot enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Elder Z seemed to know Lin Ling's thoughts and could not help but sigh. Xia King Beiyang. Lin Ling stood quietly. He clenched his right fist and roared with anger. The Yellow Springs mountain was vast and boundless. On the continuous Yellow Springs path, countless ghosts wandered aimlessly. They crossed mountains and rivers as if they were walking around the Yellow Springs mountain. However, there were a few places that no ghosts dared to approach. One of those places was the Yellow Springs Abyss. According to legend, this was the land of evil ghosts. Those who had committed heinous crimes in their lives and could not reincarnate after death would be thrown into the Yellow Springs Abyss by the bull-headed ghosts and would never be able to rest in peace. At this moment, the Yellow Springs Abyss was extremely quiet. In the abyss filled with ghost fog, painful cries could be heard from time to time, causing one to tremble in fear. The hanging bell ghosts have dispersed. This means that the Yellow Springs flame is about to erupt. Chapter 1441. Yellow Spring Flame, time is running out. If the Yellow Spring Flame still hasn't appeared in 2 hours, we should leave because the Yellow Spring Emperor is coming back. One of the purple-robed men said. Of course. The other man nodded. They were Xia Beiyang and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King. The 2 teams were now together, waiting for a rare opportunity. For this opportunity, they had spent a lot of effort, because the yellow spring flame would erupt once every 10 years. However, they didn't dare to come every time it erupted, because the yellow spring emperor was here. Fortunately, they encountered a cloudy day this time, and the yellow spring emperor left. 2 great opportunities had gathered, so they dared to come. One of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. I'm looking forward to seeing how strong it is. Xiaofan smiled as he thought of the yellow spring flame that he was about to get. Don't be careless when you get it. If you touch the yellow spring flame, you will be plagued by the yellow spring karma. Moreover, I will help you this time. You have to give me what you promised me. Shrouding Heaven Dragon King looked at Xiaofan and said. Don't worry, I will give you what I promised. As for getting the yellow spring flame, you don't have to worry about it because I am a fire elemental martial artist. No one is more familiar with flames than me. Prince Xiaofan nodded confidently. At the same time, his gaze turned cold. Although it's only a matter of time before we obtain the underworld flame, it's better to be cautious. Firstly, because of the underworld flame's eruption, the bell ghosts have scattered. However, we must not let the bells of those ghosts ring. Otherwise, the underworld emperor will immediately return and descend. Second, Lord Pu will not be satisfied. He will definitely appear. Hearing this, Shrouding Heaven Dragon King nodded. When he appears, I will stop him for you. You just need to fight for it. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from the abyss in front of them. White light bloomed. Just the light alone gave people a strong sense of pressure as if it was the flame of 10,000 ghosts. At this moment, more painful cries came from the yellow spring abyss. It was as if many ghosts were being burned alive. At this moment, Xiaofan and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King's eyes narrowed. The most crucial moment. Disperse. Xiaofan waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to disperse and be on guard. He had prepared for so long and did not want to fail at the last moment. At the same time, on the other side of the yellow spring abyss, on a mountain peak, several figures stood there coldly. Their eyes were fixed on the abyss in the distance. Black feathers appeared on the body of the man in the lead. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Is the yellow spring flame finally going to erupt? My lord, Prince Xiaofan and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King are both here. I'm afraid it won't be easy to snatch the yellow spring's flame. A powerful martial artist said from the side. Those 2 bastards. Lord Pu showed a rare look of anger. He waved his right hand and said, however, even if I can't get the flames of the netherworld, I won't let them get it so easily. Let's go. The dark crow appeared and brought him to the yellow spring's abyss. Rumble. In the yellow spring's abyss, the rumbling sounds became more frequent. White flames burst out like demons and rained down on the yellow spring's mountain, landing on the bodies of the ghosts. A strange thing happened. The white flames did not burn the ghosts. Instead, they seemed to be controlled by the white flames and flew towards the yellow spring's abyss. Of course, that was only for the ghosts. To experts like Lord Pu, they did not dare to touch those flames. They could only obtain the yellow spring's flame through special methods. Rumble. Finally, at a certain moment, the cold flames reached its peak and shook the world like a volcanic eruption. Then, it began to wilt like a flower, returning to the yellow spring's abyss. This is the time. At this moment, countless experts' eyes were filled with sharpness as they shot forward. Crow. In the sky, the giant dark crow was the fastest. It attacked in the darkness and captured the last divine flame of the yellow spring's flame before it returned to the yellow spring's abyss. Lord Pu, you really came. When the dark crow flew past in the sky, there was a sneer. 8 suns appeared and hung high in the sky. You're too slow. The dark crow was obviously faster and was getting closer to the yellow spring's flame. He's slow, but I'm not slower than you. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed. An endless purple-scaled dragon appeared and swept towards the great dark crow. Its purple light was like the light of the moon. It poured down and actually blocked the vast great dark crow for a moment. Heaven-shrouding Dragon King, you bastard! Being blocked by the huge purple-scaled dragon, Lord Pu roared. He was angry and unwilling. Although he knew that he would be stopped by heaven-shrouding Dragon King, he could not hold back his anger when the truth was right in front of him. Lord Pu, I don't want to be your enemy. Today, I'm only sparring with you. Don't worry, I'll retreat in less than an incense stick's time. The purple-scaled dragon roared with a hint of pride. An incense stick's time was enough to change the outcome because by then, the yellow spring's flame would have been taken by someone else. Lord Pu, you spent so much effort to enter the ghost realm just for this moment. However, I'm sorry to have made you wait in vain. This yellow spring's flame belongs to me, Xiaofan. At the same time, the 8 suns in the sky flew towards the yellow spring's flame. Looking at his appearance, it was only a matter of time before he obtained the yellow spring's flame. You! Lord Pu roared. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. How could he be willing to watch Xiaofan take this treasure? Ha ha ha! In the sky, Xiaofan seemed to know Lord Pu's anger. He laughed with indescribable heroism as if he had become a king in one battle. Long live the Xia King! Xiaofan subordinates shouted. As for Lord Pu's subordinates, they wanted to help but they were all stopped by heaven-shrouding Dragon King. They could only watch as Xiaofan obtained the heavenly divine flame. Even if I can't get the heavenly divine flame, I will not let you have it. Lord Pu saw that Xiaofan was getting closer and closer to the yellow spring's flame and roared again. However, he was still stopped by heaven-shrouding Dragon King. This made his expression turn gloomy. It seemed like he had failed completely this time. However, at this moment, tens of thousands of ghosts howled and rushed towards the yellow spring's abyss. There were cow-headed ghosts, evil spirits, and so on. This sudden change stunned everyone. What? Xiaofan expression changed. These ghosts seemed to have come to stop him. However, he quickly sneered, "Stop these ghosts. Go!" Xiaofan subordinates rushed over. Xiaofan smiled as he stared at the yellow spring's flame that was slowly descending. He slowly walked over. At this moment, no one was stopping him. He was determined to obtain the yellow spring's flame. Chapter 1442. How many times can a person go crazy? He slowly reached out his hand as if he was looking at the key to a powerful expert's door. At the same time, he made a complicated seal. Only this way could he collect the yellow spring's flame. However, it was clear that his goal was not so easy to achieve. At the same time, the enemy arrived. A cold voice suddenly came, "Blade of Nirvana." His voice was like thunder, shaking the heavens. A terrifying soul force attacked, causing Prince Xiaobayang's expression to change drastically. He didn't expect that someone would come to stop him at this moment. He hurriedly urged the 8 great flames around his body to block the terrifying soul force. The most terrifying thing was that the soul force was extremely powerful. If it weren't for his powerful cultivation and sharp great laws, he would have been killed in one blow. Thinking of this, Prince Xia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. However, just as he blocked the soul power, a large sword came from the horizon and fiercely slashed. One-line sky. Sword light flashed. It was a ghastly sight, causing Prince Xiaobayang's pupils to contract. The incoming person's attacks were crazy, one move after another. Then, his hands moved frequently, the flames of the 8 suns condensed, forming a circle, crazily blocking the sword. After blocking the storm-like attack, Xiaofan let out an angry voice, Who is it that stopped me? In the distance, Lord Pu's battle also stopped, and so did the others. They looked at the Yellow Springs abyss in horror. There was actually someone stopping Prince Xiaofan. Who was it? I am Lin Ling. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King majestically appeared, sweeping through the heaven and earth. It madly rushed towards Prince Xia, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling, it was actually Lin Ling. They naturally knew this young man. Not long ago, in Yin Mountain, that arrogant young man swept through the crowd. This matter was known to everyone in the 3 Xian realms. You're crazy! Prince Xia angrily roared. Lin Ling dared to stop him, he was simply courting death. This Lin Ling, if he had known earlier, he would have killed him in Yin Mountain. You dare touch my people, do you think you can live well? At this moment, on the Fire Dragon King, a black robe fluttered in the wind. The young man holding the sword angrily glared, his eyes filled with madness and brutality. If we die together. Go! Everyone felt that the young man had the conviction to die. It was as if Prince Xia had touched the young man's reverse scale. Qi! Qi! Prince Xiaofan also sucked in a breath of cold air, but more than that, he was angry. Lord Pu did not stop him, and he thought that no one could stop him. In the end, Lin Ling appeared and disrupted his plans, as if giving him a heavy slap in the face. Your soul power is very strong, but my 8 sons are not weak either, you can't kill me. Prince Xiaofan burst out with a strong killing intent. I can't kill you, but you can't get the Yellow Springs flame. However, the crazed voice that came out of Lin Ling's mouth silenced the entire Yellow Spring Mountain. Lord Pu, Shrouding Heaven Dragon King and the other experts all gasped. They looked towards the abyss of Yellow Spring and realized that the Yellow Spring flame was slowly drifting down. And this caused Prince Xia's long preparation to go down the drain. No, my Yellow Springs flame. You're courting death. Prince Xiaofan stared at the disappearing Huang Kuan-yin. His expression froze as if he had lost the most precious thing in his life. One must know that he had prepared for this moment for 10 years. Now that he had failed, it was impossible for him to get Huang Kuan-yin back. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell. This was the best way to describe Prince Xia's mood. Lin Ling, this ant, is so hateful. I'll let you experience the feeling of losing something you care about. Seeing Xiaofan's angry look, Lin Ling laughed wildly. There was madness in his laughter. Xiaofan, if you want to play, then play big. Let's see who wins. This guy. Lord Pu was also shocked. He didn't stop Prince Xia, but Lin Ling succeeded. He became the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. No, I can't give up. This is my last chance. Prince Xia roared to the sky. As if he had gone mad, he rushed towards the Yellow Springs abyss, trying to seize his last hope. 100 dragons roar. However, as soon as he moved, a world of flame dragons rushed towards him. Among them was the terrifying Flame Dragon King. Naturally, these attacks couldn't shake Xiaofan. After all, Xiaofan was a powerful Saint Realm Mastery stage master, but he was still able to stop him, causing his hair to stand on end. Thinking about how his many years of preparation had gone down the drain, and how this trip had been in vain, and how his opportunity had been disrupted by a mere junior, Xiaofan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Hong long long. Thousands of flame dragons collided with the 8 blazing suns, and without any suspense, all of the flame dragons were burned to ashes. Lin Ling, I admit that you're crazy. I regret not killing you back then, but since you won't let me off easily, how can I let you off easily? Die. 8 flame heaven burning palm. Seeing that he had failed to seize the Yellow Springs flame, Prince Xia could no longer suppress his murderous intent and sent out a palm strike. Although he didn't know why Lin Ling was attacking him, in fact, he could guess that his subordinates had provoked Lin Ling. After all, he had told his subordinates before that if they encountered Lin Ling, they were to kill him if they had the chance. He never imagined that such a decision would doom him eternally. Lin Ling, be careful. In the distance, Lord Pu shouted worriedly. Lin Ling had succeeded. He had stopped Prince Xia, but Lin Ling was too crazy, not hesitating to risk his life. If such a junior didn't die, he would definitely surpass him in the future. Come, Lin Ling, didn't think I would return alive. Above the Yellow Springs abyss, Lin Ling roared with a crazed look in his eyes. He wasn't a reckless person, but he still came because he knew that if he didn't do anything, his heart would blame himself. Because he couldn't even protect the second dream, because his promise didn't come true, and because if it wasn't for Prince Xia, the second dream would have escaped its fate. Therefore, he came, risking his life to fight. Everything was as he said. If he wanted to play, he would play big, and if he wanted to play, he would play crazy. How many times could one go crazy in life? At worst, he would die together. Hong long the giant palm came. With Lin Ling's strength, he couldn't block it at all and was immediately smashed into the Yellow Springs abyss. Die, you're just an ant, yet you dare to stop me. Die, die, die. Prince Xia still felt unsatisfied and crazily roared. Ha ha ha. However, Lin Ling, who was smashed into the Yellow Springs abyss, was still laughing loudly, as if he was mocking Prince Xia. Prince Xia gnashed his teeth. Although I didn't get the Yellow Springs flame, at least I'm still alive. Lin Ling, you're very powerful, even Lord Pu couldn't stop me. But you succeeded, but you died. You died, but I'm still alive. Is that so? Chapter 1443. Life tablet shattered. Clang. 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 You can't mess with this Lin Ling. Clang. 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 As for Prince Xiaofan, his face went from contorted to pale. He was scared and panicked. He had not expected Lin Ling's final trump card to be so crazy. He even regretted it a little. He should not have provoked Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a madman. Clang. 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 At that moment, ghostly aura surged in the sky as a gigantic face appeared. It looked angrily at Prince Xiaofan as a dense pressure swept out. The face was like the face of a great emperor, causing all the ghosts in the entire Yellow Springs mountain to kneel down. Clang. 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 In the sky, a huge palm with heavenly might slapped down fiercely, enveloping King Xia and the 8 sons. Clang. 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 Prince Xiaofan sensed that his entire body could not move. He could only see the sky crashing down. This made him let out a furious roar. All of this was too surreal. One had to know that not long ago, he thought he was the winner, so he was mocking Sir Pu. However, Lin Ling suddenly appeared and dominated everything. Not only did he fail, but he also fell here. Lin Ling was just an insignificant junior. Although his talent was not bad, how could he reach the height of Xiaofan? If Xia Beiyang and Lin Ling perished together, that would be Lin Ling's gain. Lin Ling was not someone to be trifled with. I regret it. Prince Xia Beiyang made his last sound in his life. Rumble. As the palm slammed down, a huge palm print appeared on the ground. It was at least 10 million miles wide, and was extremely terrifying. One of the top experts of Xianyuan realm had fallen here. The remaining people gasped and ran for their lives. However, the Sky Monarch's aura swept over and killed all of them. Only Lord Pu and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King managed to escape the Yellow Springs Mountain and rushed towards the Een Mountain. Clang! Who is this Lin Ling? He's crazy. Clang! 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 He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He's the proudest youth in Xianpeng province. He's also the most talented junior. Clang! 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 Lord Pu! Clang! 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 Lin Ling! Clang! 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 Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, will settle our grudge after we return to the mortal world. But I can tell you that Lin Ling's family will be my family. If anyone dares to offend them, even if it's the 3 legends of the mortal world, I'll still kill them. I hope you can spread these words to everyone who has a grudge against Lin Ling. I knew you would do it. Clang! 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 A genius of Xianpeng province. What a pity. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was crashing down crazily in the Yellow Spring abyss. In the sky, a huge and majestic face appeared, staring at Lin Ling as if it wanted to kill him. However, it disappeared in the end because the Yellow Spring Great Emperor knew that the young man was dead. Clang! What's the big deal? Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Clang! 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 However, this could not stop Lin Ling from falling into the abyss of the Yellow Springs. Once he fell, he would never be able to rest in peace. Clang! Clang! At the same time, Lin Ling. Clang! 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 After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally passed through the Yellow Spring flame and fell into the depths of the abyss. Lin Ling's eyes finally closed. Your Majesty! Clang! Clang! At the same time, in the rainforest sacred land of Xianpeng province, everyone's expression changed drastically. Ancestor Taiyan, Amo Nianchen, Amo Ping, and Yuman Yun were all staring at the name tags in their hands. A life token was a spirit artifact forged with the life force of a martial artist. Once a life token was broken, it meant that the owner had died. Many people in the Blackpeng territory had such a life token, and they used it to tell their loved ones that they were safe. Clang! That meant Lin Ling was dead. No, this is fake. He won't die. He's been through so many storms and waves. How could he die? Those who knew Lin Ling couldn't believe what they were seeing. Was the young man in the blue and white robe really dead? The entire rainforest sacred land fell into a dead silence. At the same time, in a palace of the 3 mysterious in the mortal world, there was a colorful and gorgeous garden. In the garden, a 5-year-old child was playing. Not far away, a woman was looking at the child with a smile. Embroidery appeared in her hand. She was also embroidering beautiful patterns. This woman was extremely beautiful and pure like a snow lotus. However, after she calmed down, she gave people an indescribable feeling of comfort. She was the most perfect woman in the world. Clang! 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 Chapter 1444. Reincarnation Heart Slap. The embroidery in the woman's hand fell to the ground as she looked at the life token with a pale face. Impossible, how could Brother Ling be dead? The two women looked as if they had lost the most precious thing in their lives, and their eyes were wet. Mother, why are you crying? The child who was playing obediently walked over and gently wiped the tears off the woman's face. The woman couldn't help but hug the child tightly. Second mother, what's wrong? The child still didn't know what had happened, but he looked at the other woman. The woman's beautiful eyes were already wet, but she smiled at the child, as if she wanted to see the outline of the proud young man on the child's face. This must be fake, there must be something wrong. In the end, the woman smiled and said. Her words were more like self-comforting. At this moment, in the Yellow Springs abyss, there were countless demons, and the sound of pain and slaughter could be heard from time to time. A black-robed young man was lying in a corner. The young man's face was extremely pale, as if he was dead. Then, a soul slowly floated out of his body under the attraction of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If one looked carefully, the Yellow Springs flame was burning in the soul, as if it was going to burn the soul into nothingness. But at this moment, from the black-robed young man's corpse, a ray of light flowed out and enveloped the soul, and together with the soul, it flew towards the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky. At the same time, the black-robed young man's corpse emitted a thick evil aura. He didn't seem to be a corpse anymore, as if he was just sleeping. On his chest, a fist-sized pearl was shining, releasing a terrifying evil aura. This pearl was the reincarnation heart. The reincarnation heart, could it be? At the same time, Purple Elder's horrified voice sounded. In the end, he turned into a ray of purple light and shot towards the soul. At this moment, the soul was being absorbed by the reincarnation of heaven and earth, floating towards the sky. Rumble. The 6 paths of reincarnation, the laws of heaven and earth, were still spinning at this moment. The whirlpool seemed to lead to another world. Gulyalu. An indescribable feeling of warmth came, making Lin Ling feel as if he had returned to the beginning of heaven and earth, as if he had come into the embrace of his mother. Who am I? A soft voice rang out. Lin Ling was asking himself. But at this moment, a vast amount of memories flooded into his mind. In the Gu Yen sect, the young man could not bear to be humiliated. He cultivated bitterly and relied on his perseverance to become stronger step by step. In the end, he became the person who decided the future of the Gu Yen sect. In the Fire Ancient clan, the youth carried his father's infamy. He gritted his teeth and stubbornly shouldered his father's pride, causing the ancient clansmen to have a whole new level of respect for him. Subsequently, there was a huge change in the heaven mystic fruit. The youth carried the ancient clansmen on his back and protected the ancient clansmen under the merciless heaven and earth. He even used his father's name to defeat his father's murderer, causing his name to resound throughout the heaven mystic's kingdom. The Rainforest Holy Land, the 6 Great Holy Lands, Splendid Landscape, Xianpeng Province, and even the 7 Emperors' Heaven. At this moment, every memory and every step he took appeared in Lin Ling's soul as if they were his proudest and most dazzling achievements. There were also those people that he cared about. Yu, Anuer, Yu Mun Yun, Heavenly Concubine, and many others. There were too many. If someone was here at this moment and witnessed these achievements, they would definitely be astonished. After all, anyone could see that this youth went from an ordinary existence to creating miracles and climbing to the pinnacle step by step. Furthermore, it only took 10 years. Furthermore, if it was a prodigy who was born in Xianpeng Province, they would be able to do it. However, if it was born in the tiny heaven mystic's kingdom, no one would be able to do it. I am Lin Ling. After an unknown period of time, a hoarse voice slowly drifted out. That soul spirit seemed to have remembered who he was. The soul spirit looked at the surroundings. It was as though this place was in the water, and the surroundings were void. Furthermore, there were many other souls floating around as well. 6 paths of reincarnation. As though it knew where it was, that soul spirit let out a cry of surprise. Gradually, the soul spirit in the water began to transform and slowly turned into a naked youth. This youth had a determined face and a pair of deep eyes. They were like the stars in the night sky and seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. The second dream entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. The one who made the move was Xia Bastard Bayang. After that, I disrupted Xia Bastard Bayang's plan to seize the Yellow Springs flame. Finally, I perished together with him and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. The youth muttered to himself and let out a bitter smile. After going crazy, the price was death. He might be smiling bitterly, but if he was given another choice, he would still choose to take a heavy revenge. This was better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. If Xia Bastard Bayang was here, he would definitely be extremely sullen. Lin Ling perished together with him because his subordinate offended Lin Ling. Xia Bastard Bayang died unjustly. If he knew that Lin Ling was so unyielding, he would definitely not give the order to kill Lin Ling. Gulyalu. There seemed to be no end to the water. A large number of souls floated with Lin Ling. However, only Lin Ling's soul was in the form of a human. The rest of the souls were just specks of light. Lin Ling glanced around and saw that the souls around him were the same as him. Their memories of their previous lives appeared, and every soul was reminiscing about it. This made Lin Ling shake his head. He looked at the mysterious water and the eye of time quietly appeared. Past and present life? Lin Ling frowned. The mysterious water could see through one's past and present life. I don't know what my past and present life are. Lin Ling said faintly. Then, his eyes saw his past life. It was just as he imagined. In his past life, he came from another world and was an ordinary person. It was the same in his previous life. However, after he saw the 100th life, he could not see anything after that. This surprised him. What was he before his 100th life? He looked at the souls around him again. He could see their past 100 lives, and he could also see their past. This was strange. He could see the past life of other souls, but he could only see his past life before his 100th life. Shaking his head, Lin Ling looked forward again. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. In the water, he saw a pair of eyes. Moreover, they were very familiar eyes. They were his own eyes. Could it be that I can see my past life here? Lin Ling's heart was filled with curiosity. The origin of the eyes was his obsession. Amidst the illusionary water, Lin Ling could faintly see the heavens crumbling and the earth shattering as the sun and moon intertwined. And in the vast void, a man stood there quietly. He wore red armor and had a head of flowing white hair. His facial features were as clear as a sculpture as he calmly looked ahead. Most importantly, his eyes were like the most ancient eyes of the gods. He could see the sun, the moon, and the stars in his eyes. You guys actually joined hands to kill me. I didn't expect that the person I loved the most was the one who betrayed me. The man smiled gently. Although his voice was calm, one could feel the anger and unwillingness in his heart. Chapter 1445. Reincarnation City. Finally, the man's killing intent soared to the heavens. The entire void shattered as a majestic aura bloomed. Kill him. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for trusting me too much. Killing intent soared to the heavens in all directions. The void shattered. Although the scene was seen from the water surface, Lin Ling was still shocked. What strength! He had a feeling that against that man, even experts like Lord Pu wouldn't be able to block a single attack. After that, the scene shattered. Lin Ling's heart and soul trembled. He wanted to recall what he saw earlier, but to his surprise, he discovered that he couldn't remember anything. He even forgot the appearance of that young man. He only knew that the eyes belonged to that young man. That young man's strength was extremely powerful, most probably at the World Overlord realm. He seemed to have been betrayed by someone and died in the end, entering the cycle of reincarnation. The eye also entered reincarnation and was finally obtained by Lin Ling. So the origin of the eye was so strong. It should be the Sector Lord's eye. Unfortunately, that realm was too far away from Lin Ling. Hence, Lin Ling only kept what happened before in his heart and didn't think too much about it. Your Majesty, you're awake. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. It was Elder Z's voice. Elder Z. Lin Ling was surprised. Why was Elder Z here? Your Majesty, I saw you enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Hence, I let Zifu enter your soul and follow you here. Elder Z's joyful voice sounded. Lin Ling's heart felt warm. He wanted to say something, but Elder Z said again, Your Majesty, maybe you're not dead. What? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He had already entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. How could he not be dead? It's the reincarnation heart. When you died, the reincarnation heart had a mysterious aura around your soul. Your body didn't die, it was just sleeping. Elder Z quickly said. Reincarnation heart. Lin Ling was shocked. He had actually forgotten about that evil treasure. However, resurrection after death was only a legend. Could the reincarnation heart really do that? You're still in a state of suspended animation. Your soul can return to your body, but you have to get out of this 6 paths of reincarnation. Elder Z said again. There's always a way out. Lin Ling was stunned for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh. Although he wasn't afraid of death, it would be better if he didn't die. Furthermore, Your Majesty, I have another piece of good news. The Yellow Springs flame is currently in your soul. Old Z said again. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's soul trembled. How could the Yellow Springs flame be in his soul? That's right, he fell into the Yellow Springs abyss and was burned to death by the Yellow Springs flame. However, the reincarnation heart had revived Lin Ling. This caused the Yellow Springs flame to continue burning Lin Ling's soul. Therefore, it also appeared in Lin Ling's soul. All of this was like a dream. One must know that Lord Pu, Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, Prince Xia and Beong were all trying their best to collect the Yellow Springs flame, but all of them failed. Lin Ling didn't even think of obtaining the Yellow Springs flame, and instead, the Yellow Springs flame was obtained by him. Your Majesty, although you've obtained the Yellow Springs flame, it's still one of the 10 great godly flames. You can't return to the Yellow Springs mountain right now. Otherwise, the Yellow Springs monarch will know that he can control you through the Yellow Springs flame. Elder Z said. This flame, I can only look at it but not use it? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The 10 great divine fires of heaven and earth were indeed powerful. Then, he checked his soul and immediately found that there was a white flame burning in his soul. Moreover, it was burning his soul continuously. Of course, his soul seemed to be immune to it, which caused the burning speed of the flame to be very slow. The Yellow Springs flame has the Yellow Springs karma. Those who are burned by the flame will definitely die. Even their souls won't be able to escape. However, the Yellow Springs karma can be slowly consumed. This requires Your Majesty's soul strength to be stronger. Elder Z explained. Lin Ling nodded. This was the only way. This also meant that although he had the godly flames, he couldn't go to the Yellow Springs mountain and take back his body as long as the Yellow Springs karma was not removed. Of course, once the Yellow Springs karma was consumed, Lin Ling would have a powerful godly body of heaven and earth. As a triple cultivator of essence, chi, and spirit, he would be stronger in all aspects. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. Gurgle. At this moment, all the souls began to rise, as if they were swimming out of the water. At the same time, the gray sky appeared in front of them. In front of them was a vast expanse of gray. In the distance, there was a huge city. Ghost Chi condensed into 3 large words, Reincarnation City. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He walked out of the water and looked around. He found that the souls had also begun to transform into human form and recovered their memories. Reincarnation City. Is this the land of reincarnation? It said that there are ghostly citizens here too. And the 3 Lives Emperor. The souls continued to speak. Lin Ling frowned. He looked at the sky and the eye of time appeared. The formation and birth of the ghost realm quietly appeared in front of him. Laws. Laws of heaven and earth. He saw the laws of heaven and earth of the ghost realm. The dead entered the ghost realm. Some could be reincarnated immediately, while others couldn't. They had to be ghostly citizens of Reincarnation City and wait for reincarnation. Lin Ling looked at the sky quietly. Everything was clear to him at a glance. Go, what are you doing here? At this moment, an angry roar sounded. The voice was like thunder, causing the surrounding souls to tremble. Clearly, in the ghost realm, the strength of a ghost was the soul. The voice was directed at Lin Ling. It finally woke Lin Ling up. He looked at the person indifferently. It was a burly middle-aged man who was almost 2 meters tall. His soul was extremely condensed and he wore a special armor. He looked like a ghostly soldier. You want to drink me? Lin Ling said indifferently. How dare you be so arrogant in Reincarnation City? Don't forget, no matter if you were a prince or a crown prince in your previous life, you are a ghost in Reincarnation City. The burly middle-aged man shouted angrily. What an arrogant new ghost. Teach him a lesson. At the gate of Reincarnation City in the distance, there were ghostly soldiers scattered around. At this moment, they all said coldly. Kneel down and hand over your heart of soul. Otherwise, I will destroy your soul. The burly middle-aged man took a big step forward. An even more terrifying soul fluctuation was released. Lu Yi was just a butcher in his previous life. After his death, he entered reincarnation. But because his soul was condensed, he was chosen by the emperor and was made a ghostly soldier. Lu Yi is the fiercest of all the ghostly soldiers. That new ghost is in for a hard time. The ghostly soldiers in the distance sneered. Rumble. Powerful soul power rushed over. It could tear a person's soul apart, but it was useless against Lin Ling. Instead, he said indifferently, not bad. You have a level 20 soul power. You are quite capable. Chapter 1446. Can't see through rumble. An even more terrifying soul force came crashing down, causing the ghost soldier's soul to tremble. He stared at Lin Ling, a new ghost, but his soul was actually so condensed. Lu Yi could choose to be reincarnated, but he didn't. Instead, he chose to stay in Samsara City because he could refine his soul in Samsara City. He could even reach the legendary realm of immortality. After being a ghost soldier for many years, his soul had improved greatly. However, he was still in awe. His opponent was just a new ghost. Interesting Samsara City. Lin Ling's soul had reached the 100th level, and his Eye of Time had also awakened a divine ability. Why would he be afraid of the ghost soldiers? Furthermore, he had seen the laws of heaven and earth in Samsara city. Although it looked like a ghost town, it was actually a world where the strong were respected. What determined the status of the strong was the power of the soul. What surprised Lin Ling was that there were many people cultivating the soul Tao in Samsara city. Moreover, cultivating the soul here was even faster. One must know that in the mortal realms, 3 mysterious realms, soul force was the most difficult to increase. However, this was not the case here. This caused Lin Ling's interest to rise. Kneel. Without showing any mercy, Lin Ling released fluctuations from his soul, causing Lu Yi to tremble and fall to his knees. You were just a human when you were alive. Although you became a ghost after you died, you still have a human heart. I hope you know what you are and don't show off. Otherwise, I will destroy your soul. Lin Ling bellowed and strode toward Samsara city. Impressive. It's the first time you've come to Samsara city, but you're not afraid of the ghost soldiers. This person's soul must be very powerful when he was alive. The surrounding souls began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was not afraid at all. He knew that the reincarnation city was huge. There were tens of thousands of city gates, and new ghosts would enter every city gate. Therefore, new ghosts would definitely appear to intimidate the ghost soldiers. That was why he did not hold back. You are very arrogant. You have just arrived in Samsara city and you are already so arrogant. Be careful of being targeted by the ghost generals of Samsara. They can easily kill you because their souls are at the 70th level. When Lin Ling arrived at the gates of Samsara city, the ghost soldiers shouted coldly. Do you want to kneel too? Lin Ling chuckled. His ice-cold voice rang out, causing the hearts of those ghost soldiers to tremble. They actually didn't dare to speak. Your Excellency, we want to see your karma during your lifetime and decide whether you will be reincarnated or enter Samsara city. Let me tell you, if you are reincarnated, we are very likely to let you enter the path of animals and become an animal in your next life. At this moment, a ghost soldier that was clearly the leader walked over. A mirror appeared in his hand, and he wanted to reflect Lin Ling's soul. 3 lives mirror. With just a glance, Lin Ling immediately knew what it was. Previously, he had used the Eye of Time to check the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost realm. Therefore, he knew a lot of things. He also knew that Samsara city was not the only city. There were more than 100,000 Samsara cities in the ghost realm and a large number of ghost tribes. The ghost tribe and Samsara city were enemies. However, the ghost tribe was trying to disrupt the laws of heaven and earth, meddle in the human world, and unify the ghost realm. Indeed, no matter if it was a human or a ghost, as long as they had thoughts, they would have desires and desires. This place was actually the same as the human world. It was just that the methods of cultivation were different. I want to enter Samsara city. I don't want to be reincarnated. Lin Ling said indifferently. That is not up to you. After seeing your 3 lives, heaven and earth will give birth to a powerful force. If you want to be reincarnated, you will not be able to escape. The leader shouted coldly. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. If a human was here and saw the ghost face, he would definitely be frightened out of his wits. However, Lin Ling had wandered all the way here. What had he not seen before? He had even killed the black and white impermanents. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. If he provoked them, at worst, he would cause havoc in Samsara city. In the human world, Lin Ling was not the strongest. However, in Samsara city, where souls were cultivated, Lin Ling did not fear any other ghost except for the mysterious 3 lives emperor. I will see your 100 lives. As long as you commit evil, you will be reincarnated. The leader raised the mirror. His soul power enveloped the 3 lives mirror. He wanted to see Lin Ling's past life. The other ghosts did the same. Lin Ling was a new ghost. His soul was very condensed. Who was he in his past life? Do you think you can see it whenever you want? Lin Ling smiled faintly. He unscrupulously let the 3 lives mirror cover his body. The mirror released a majestic ghost aura. However, in the hazy fog, nothing could be seen. Impossible. How can this be? The ghost soldiers were shocked. I can't even see my 100 lives. Do you think you can? Scram. Lin Ling walked forward fearlessly. The leader still held the 3 lives mirror and shone it at Lin Ling. His expression changed constantly, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. He had been a ghost soldier for many years. The mirror in his hand had shone on even sovereigns. However, it could not see the youth's past life. At the same time, an old man sat quietly in a palace within the vast and boundless Samsara city. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the tens of thousands of city gates. He could see every ghost that was about to be reincarnated or become a ghostly citizen. However, his eyes focused at this moment. Then, a mirror appeared in his hand. He stared at the handsome youth in the mirror. I can't see through it. Why can't I, the 3 lives emperor, see through it? The old man's expression changed drastically. In Samsara city, it was true that the ghost soldiers could not see through the previous life of the new ghost. However, even if they could not see through it, they could still see through everything with the real 3 life mirror. However, this time, the real 3 lives realm could not see through it. This was too strange. There are 3 mysterious forces on his body that shrouded his soul. At this moment, a burly figure walked over. This person had a dark face and broad shoulders. He wore a red robe and a jade crown. He had an indescribable majesty. Emperor Yen Luo, you can see through it. The old man gasped. He was in charge of past lives, but Emperor Yen Luo was in charge of reincarnation. Moreover, there was not only one Emperor Yen Luo in the ghost realm. There were 18 of them. I can barely see through it. He has the aura of the Yellow Spring Emperor, Yellow Spring Flame. What? Is he a ghost soldier of the Yellow Spring Emperor? Impossible. The Yellow Spring Flame does not seem to be able to burn his soul. Instead, it seems to belong to him. He just has no control over it. Emperor Yen Luo said solemnly. The Yellow Spring Emperor was also a terrifying existence. It was just that they were in charge of different areas. If this new ghost can control the Yellow Spring Flame, then all the ghosts in Samsara city will be under his control. The old man said solemnly. Chapter 1447. Yama Emperor, this ghost has an extraordinary origin. Ahem. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they were in charge of life, death, and reincarnation, they knew that they were not the only ones. There were stronger existences in this world, not to mention the distant ones. Just take the ghost realm as an example. The major ghost tribes were the ones they feared. I'm sure he's not a ghost from the ghost tribe. Let him enter Reincarnation City. Also, don't provoke him. He'll leave in the end and won't be a threat to us. Yama Emperor said indifferently. At this moment, at the gate of Samsara city, Lin Ling did not know that the great emperor who controlled Samsara was spying on him. He looked at the ghost soldier indifferently, and the ghost soldier's expression was extremely ugly. If Lin Ling's previous life had been seen through, he would have thought of a way to send this ghost into the beast path if he had any negative karma. But now, he saw nothing. You can't enter Reincarnation City. You have to enter reincarnation and enter the beast path. Roar. The ghost soldier roared with anger in his heart. Don't think that the ghost realm is so great. In my eyes, it's just so. Roar. Lin Ling sneered. He took a large step forward, and a frightening spiritual energy was released. With a rumbling sound, the ghost soldier's soul trembled, and he was sent flying. His condensed soul was somewhat scattered, and he was intimidated by Lin Ling's soul. However, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He stepped on the 3 lives mirror, and with a cracking sound, the mirror shattered. "I'm just here to find someone. Don't provoke me." Roar. With that, Lin Ling strode into Reincarnation City. Inform the Soul Gatherer, Wuxia, and the Ghost General of Reincarnation. They must send him to hell. Roar. The ghost soldier roared. The ghost realm was huge. Other than Reincarnation City, there was also the Bridge of Helplessness and the 18 levels of hell. Boom. However, at this moment, a majestic pressure came, suppressing the ghost soldier. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "Let him enter the city." Roar. All of the ghost soldiers knelt down. They could sense that this was the mysterious 3 lives emperor. Lin Ling sneered as he entered the city. He could feel the powerful soul behind him. It had to be the great emperor of Samsara City. The great emperor was a terrifying existence. He was comparable to the 7 emperors in the human world. Unfortunately, among the mortal realms 3 profound, Lin Ling's strength was not considered very strong. But in the ghost realm, he was instead an extremely terrifying existence. Therefore, he knew that even the great emperors of Samsara City would not dare to provoke him. And the reason why he was so confident was because Lin Ling had evaluated it in his heart when he looked at the ghost realm's laws. This place is like a city in the mortal world. After entering the Reincarnation City, Lin Ling released his soul power. After reaching the 100th level, his soul power became even more terrifying, covering an area of 10,000 li. There were many ghosts here, living a life similar to that of the human world. The only difference was that they didn't need to eat or drink, they just cultivated their souls every day. Moreover, the Reincarnation City was also divided into levels, ordinary and noble. It was more similar to the human world. Of course, this was normal because ghosts were actually humans when they were alive. This place has the laws of heaven and earth. The soul power here is stronger than the Purple Mansion. Lin Ling stopped and found that his soul power was slowly increasing. This made him smile. At the same time, he looked ahead. The second dream definitely won't enter the reincarnation cycle. Then, it's very likely that she's in the Reincarnation City. Lin Ling had a goal in mind for this trip. 1. To wash away the karma of the Yellow Springs flame and completely control it. 2. To find the second dream. If he could obtain the Yellow Springs flame here, his future would be limitless when he returned. He walked forward again. The voices of hawkers came from the streets. They were selling yellow paper and ingots. In the ghost realm, ingots, yellow paper, and incense were the common currency. Lin Ling was puzzled. But after thinking about it, he understood. During the Qingming festival, people used ingots, yellow paper, and incense to pay their respects. So this was the reason. Your Excellency, you're very courageous. A dead person is like an extinguished lamp. Since you've come to the Reincarnation City, you should follow the rules here. If you offend the Yama Emperor, you'll be in trouble. As Lin Ling walked forward, a burly man walked over with a smile. He seemed to be a ghost citizen of the Reincarnation City and was reminding Lin Ling. In the Reincarnation City, ghost citizens also had a lifespan. After they died, they would enter the reincarnation cycle and be completely human again. Therefore, if ghosts couldn't reincarnate at the beginning, they would be waiting here. Lin Ling looked at the burly man indifferently and smiled. You're reminding me? Every new ghost might have a powerful background in their previous life. Therefore, when they come to the Reincarnation City, they still can't forget what happened in their previous life. That's why I'm reminding you. I don't want you to offend the powerful beings in the reincarnation city and get your soul destroyed. The middle-aged man smiled and gave a kind reminder. It's because of what happened in my previous life that I came here. How can I forget my obsession just because I'm reincarnated? Lin Ling looked into the distance. The figure of the woman in black seemed to appear in his eyes. Then, he smiled and said, "And Your Excellency, stop pretending in front of me." What do you mean? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when Lin Ling finished speaking. I'm just reminding you out of kindness. You don't seem to have a good attitude. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, get lost. 2, since you're here, talk nicely. Stop pretending. Lin Ling sneered and strode forward. How could he not see through the man's background? The man was deliberately mystifying to probe him. Did he think that Lin Ling was a new ghost who didn't know anything? Where did he come from? Go. Seeing Lin Ling leave, the middle-aged man frowned. For the first time, he felt that the young man was terrifying. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. But because of this, he was even more curious. He strode forward and followed Yi Shiwen. Your Excellency's skin is so thick. Go. Lin Ling naturally sensed it and sneered. I'm just a new ghost like you. Why are you talking like that? The middle-aged man laughed and continued to follow Yi Shiwen. Get lost. Stop pretending in front of me. You're the strongest existence in Reincarnation City. Lin Ling stopped and stared at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man trembled. He thought that Lin Ling didn't know his background. But now, he was sure that Lin Ling knew. This young man's eyes were like the eyes of the Realm Lord. Even the laws of heaven and earth couldn't escape his eyes. One had to know that the ghost realm, demon realm, and human realm were all under one realm. They were also part of the laws of heaven and earth. They were all controlled by an ancient god. And that god was the Realm Lord. In other words, Great Emperor Yen Luo was just a subordinate of the Realm Lord. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's expression became more serious. He frowned and said, "How do you know that I'm Great Emperor Yen Luo?" Yes. If I said that I guessed randomly, would you believe me? Also, what's your purpose here? Lin Ling said as he looked at the other party. Chapter 1448. Feng Jian, you're afraid of the ghost race, aren't you? You're afraid that their invasion will disrupt the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth. Yes. Lin Ling saw through the other party's thoughts at a glance. This was also the reason why he was so unscrupulous, because Samsara City was not the strongest in the realm of ghosts. Then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I only came here for one purpose, to find a soul. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Of course, you also know that I am actually not dead." Yes. I'm relieved to hear that. Okay, I can help you with whatever soul you're looking for. You can go anywhere you want while you're in Reincarnation City. No one will stop you. The middle-aged man sighed. He couldn't see through Yi Futian, which was why he felt that Yi Futian was too mysterious. Fortunately, Yi Futian didn't mean any harm. Sure, but this is my first time in Reincarnation City. As the host, shouldn't you treat me to a drink? I see that Reincarnation City also sells wine. It's my first time trying ghost wine. Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. Yen Luo smiled wryly and followed. He felt like he was in a dream. Reincarnation City saw millions of ghosts every day. This young man was just a new ghost, but he, Yen Luo, personally served him. This was the first time in the ghost realm. There are laws in heaven and earth. These laws are above the laws of martial arts. In martial arts first, then Tao. In the end, the pursuit is still the Tao of heaven and earth. Yes. In the restaurant, Lin Ling looked around and murmured to himself. He suddenly understood something, as if he was more familiar with the laws of heaven and earth. Little friend, what is life and death? Yen Luo asked with a smile as he accompanied Lin Ling to drink. Lin Ling gently exhaled as he looked outside the restaurant. Everything there was like a mortal world. There were green brick houses, ghost trees, and leaves fluttering in the wind. This made Lin Ling's understanding of the world a little clearer. At this moment, his soul power had increased once again, and his state of mind had reached a higher level. From the 100th step, he quietly reached the 105th step. Life, life, this is life. Lin Ling murmured to himself. Yen Luo's eyes trembled. He seemed to have seen the laws of heaven and earth, life, old age, sickness, and death. He frowned. What is death? Death doesn't mean death. Death comes when the heart dies. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixed on the outside of the restaurant. When the falling leaves fall to the ground, that is life and death. Falling leaves don't look at the world, they look at themselves. From germination to flourishing, and finally falling leaves, that is life and death. Whether it is a human or a ghost, what matters is the process, the memories. Lin Ling smiled. His heart was incomparably clear at this moment. When he had broken through to the transcendent realm before, his state of mind had been unstable, but at this moment, his martial Tao heart had become much more stable. When the falling leaves fall to the ground, that is life and death. You don't look at heaven and earth, you look at yourself. The Yama Emperor murmured as he looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. It was as though he was looking at the Lord of a world, the one who created the laws and ruled over everything. After leaving with the Yama Emperor, Lin Ling didn't wander around casually, because he found that the previous enlightenment had dissipated the underworld karma in the depths of his soul. So, Lin Ling decided to stay in Reincarnation City. His state of mind was extremely calm at this moment, as if he had become an ordinary ghost. His sharpness had been washed away, leaving only indifference and carefree. And this state of mind gradually filled up the flaws of Lin Ling's breakthrough. In the past, Lin Ling had killed too many people to protect himself and his family. His hands were full of blood. Although it didn't affect Lin Ling, if the blood didn't disappear and wasn't refined, it would become a hidden danger sooner or later. But now, Lin Ling had begun to refine the blood of killing. This didn't mean that Lin Ling had given up killing, but that he had washed away the blood of killing and made it a more normal thing in his heart. Because killing was also one of the laws of heaven and earth. Without killing, there wouldn't be peace, and there wouldn't be life. On a street in Reincarnation City, an art shop opened today. The opening of the art shop was very ordinary, without any hustle and bustle. But the people on the street knew that the owner of the art shop was a young man. He must have had a wish when he was alive, so he opened the art shop after his death. The ghost citizens on the street weren't surprised by this. Their street was a very ordinary one, and the ghost citizens were all ordinary people when they were alive. It's time to seal the sword. At this moment, in the art shop, the young man smiled as he watched this ordinary scene. He was Lin Ling. In order to perfect his state of mind and eliminate the underworld flames at the same time, Lin Ling chose to seal the sword. Of course, Lin Ling would release his soul power every day, searching for the second dream in the vast Reincarnation City. His soul power would gradually increase during these days of sealing the sword, becoming more condensed and ancient. Even martial artists with the same level of soul power wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. This street was very ordinary, and the ghost citizens in the surroundings gradually became familiar with Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was approachable, many ghost citizens guessed that this handsome young man must have been an ordinary person when he was alive, because this young man didn't have the arrogance of a martial artist. Next to Lin Ling's art shop was a shop that sold straw hats and tattered clothes. This was because ghosts were afraid of sunlight. Although there was no sunlight in the ghost region, yang qi would spread out from time to time, which was harmful to ghosts. Of course, that was only for ordinary ghosts. It didn't affect powerful ghosts that much. Therefore, this shop's business was quite good. Uncle Lin, a very powerful ghost citizen, came to my shop before. He must have been a powerful martial artist when he was alive. The shopkeeper who sold the straw hats had a cute son who was about 5 years old. His name was Lu Hu. According to Lin Ling's knowledge, his family was implicated in a battle between martial artists and died. Now that they had found each other in Reincarnation City, they gathered together. How powerful is he? Lin Ling looked at the cute child and asked. I heard that he can fly. He's very powerful. Waved his fist as if he knew everything. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled helplessly. Why aren't you coming back to help? Did you go to Uncle Lin's shop to cause trouble again? At this time, a voice came from the shop next door. It was Lu Hu's parents. The couple who bought the straw hats were very familiar with Lin Ling, because Lin Ling would often give toys. I'm coming. Called out with dissatisfaction and walked back to the straw hat shop with his short legs. Lin Ling smiled and looked at the sky before slowly returning to the art shop. His art shop obviously didn't have much business, but Lin Ling didn't mind. What he pursued was the sublimation of the state of mind. He painted every day, and what he painted was his entire life. In the art shop, there were paintings that Lin Ling painted when he was in the ancient Yen sect, the Fire Ancient Clan, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and many more. There were also paintings of people that Lin Ling was familiar with. Uncle Lin, these sisters are so beautiful. Chapter 1449. Return to the origin. Lin Ling smiled faintly and pointed at one of the paintings. Uncle is looking for her. The person in the painting was the second dream. She's beautiful too. Hu's large eyes constantly blinked. However, when he looked at the paintings one by one, he discovered that Uncle Lin had drawn many new paintings. And these paintings were extremely beautiful. There was a dragon that stretched as far as the eye could see, a giant crow, and even a giant that resembled an ancient god. The gods and devils in the paintings were all fighting, causing to be immersed in them. Uncle Lin, how did you know how to draw these? These are legendary powerful martial artists. Said with great admiration. Just a random thought. Lin Ling said with a smile. If there were people from Xianpeng province here at this moment, they would definitely not recognize Lin Ling. This was because the current Lin Ling had washed away his sharpness and seemed extremely ordinary. However, if there were powerful warriors here, they would discover that Lin Ling had entered an extremely rare realm for warriors. This realm was called returning to the origin, returning everything to the very beginning. On the path of martial arts, the first step was to see a mountain as a mountain. This meant that one could learn whatever martial arts they saw. When one's foundation in martial arts was deep enough, one would step into a new realm. That was to see a mountain as not a mountain. At this realm, one could create their own martial arts. The mountain was no longer a mountain because one could already create their own martial arts. The martial arts left behind by the predecessors would not be of much help. However, after this realm, the higher realms would return to the path of the beginning. Sometimes, complex martial arts were actually simple martial arts. Everything returned to the origin. Your Majesty's soul force has increased so quickly during this period of time. It's already reached level 110. Purple Elder did not disturb Lin Ling, because this kind of realm was very rare. If he missed it, he would not have another chance. And for Purple Elder, this was also the day when a swordsman sealed his sword. Swordsmen went to war, and their swords cut through the world. However, there would be a day when their swords would be sealed, and when they were unsheathed again, their swords would no longer be their original swords. Samsara city is huge. Where is the second dream? In the peaceful days, Lin Ling was still searching for the second dream. His soul power was getting stronger and stronger, causing the speed of his search to be much faster. Furthermore, Lin Ling discovered that a third of Huang Quan Yan's negative karma had disappeared. However, Lin Ling did not find the soul of the second dream. Instead, he found that outside the Samsara city, those ferocious and terrifying ghosts were invading the city from time to time. The ghost race was different from the ghost citizens. They were born as ghost gods, and their origins could be traced back to the time when the world was created. Lin Ling wasn't interested in those big battles. He continued to enter the realm of cultivation. Every day, Lin Ling would paint and occasionally go to the neighbor's house for a walk. Unknowingly, Hu had also grown from a child to a 10-year-old. Although he was still naughty, he was obviously a lot more sensible. Ghosts can also grow. Everything in this world has its own rules. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he looked at the changes around him. The Lord of a realm had created the rules. The rules were indeed mysterious and mysterious. Keep this painting with you at all times. Remember. After getting to know Hu better, Lin Ling also fell in love with this good-natured little guy. Therefore, he used his soul power to paint a painting and gave it to Hu. Hu was very happy because that painting was him. Hurry up and thank Uncle Lin. Hu's parents didn't care about the painting. They thought that it was just a toy that Lin Ling gave to Hu. They didn't know that the painting contained Lin Ling's soul power. If Hu was in danger, he would be able to protect him immediately. Days passed again. Lin Ling's negative karma in his soul had disappeared by half. Lin Ling's soul power had reached level 115. However, the realm of ghosts was also filled with time. Lin Ling saw many ghosts on the streets gradually grow old. Then, they were absorbed by the samsara of heaven and earth and reincarnated. Unless one had a strong soul, ordinary souls couldn't resist the invasion of time. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was also gradually aging. He was no longer as handsome as he used to be. Wrinkles had appeared on his face. Everything about him had changed just like the ghostly citizens around him. However, only Lin Ling knew that this was because he had allowed the passage of time to change. Because he wanted to elevate his state of mind, he naturally had to be the same as the ordinary ghostly citizens. As Hu grew up, his soul became more condensed. From a child to a young man, this made Lin Ling sigh in his heart. It was as if he was watching the process of a fallen leaf sprouting and flourishing. However, Hu respected Lin Ling very much. Sometimes, he wouldn't even listen to his parents. Instead, he would listen to Lin Ling. In his heart, Lin Ling was his elder. He knew a lot of things and would often tell him some mysterious stories that made him very curious. Of course, as he grew older, Hu was no longer curious about those stories. Instead, in Samsara city, he met a woman. The two of them fell in love with each other and finally walked together. Ghost marriage. Lin Ling muttered to himself. On the day of the two's wedding, he also sent a congratulatory gift. The woman's appearance was ordinary. She was a lonely ghost. However, her personality was extremely kind. She also treated Lin Ling as her elder. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling looked older and older. His hair was white and his face was full of wrinkles. His soul also looked a lot more illusory. Of course, this was only on the surface. In these years, Lin Ling was thinking about the past. He found that his heart was calmer and his soul was more condensed. The Yellow Springs flame was only a little bit of karma left. In the entire street, Lin Ling was the oldest. He was respected by the ghost citizens on the street. When they saw him, many people called Lin Ling, Grandpa Lin. This feeling was very strange. It made Lin Ling feel that he was really old. Of course, he did seem to be the oldest ghost on the street. This was because his neighbors, the Straw Hat couple, had both entered the cycle of reincarnation. Even Hu and his wife had a son. Naturally, their son was not born. Instead, he was one of the new ghost citizens. The child was also 5 years old. He was innocent and like Hu he pestered Lin Ling every day and pulled Lin Ling's beard. Lin Ling also liked the child and allowed him to be naughty. On this day, Hu and his wife brought their son to the streets of Samsara City. "Dad, I want to buy that windmill." Little Hu was extremely naughty. Lu Hu smiled and nodded in agreement. When he was alive, the town he lived in was extremely chaotic. He rarely had the chance to go to the market. However, in the ghost realm, although it was still chaotic, at least it was much better than where he lived. Little Hu is slowly growing up. I heard that many ghost citizens entered Samsara City yesterday. There are also some girls. I don't know if you can claim some. Lu Hu's wife smiled and said. Little Hu is enough. If there is another naughty child, then Grandpa Lin's beard will be pulled out. Lu Hu immediately shook his head and looked at the clothes shop on the street. Grandpa Lin is getting older. His soul is scattered and he is afraid of Yang Qi. We have to buy some ghost clothes for him. After Mom and Dad left, Grandpa Lin will be my father. Okay. Lu Hu's wife nodded. They all treated Lin Ling as their elder. Hey, this little girl is not bad. Chapter 1450. Perfect heart of martial arts, bring him back. Then, the young man in white waved his hand. He was lucky. In his previous life, he had been a young master. Who would have thought that after he died in Samsara City, he would still be a young master? His father's soul was extremely strong and was now a terrifying existence in Samsara City. As for the woman he fancied, although her appearance was very ordinary, she had an indescribable kind temperament. This kind of ghost suited his taste. How dare you? Lu Hu's eyes widened in anger. He knew that the Samsara City was huge and there were many powerful ghosts that should not be provoked. However, the place they were in was where the ordinary ghost citizens lived. The powerful ghosts were on the other side. He did not expect to encounter a powerful ghost in such a close distance. Is there anything I don't dare to do? When I was alive, there was nothing I didn't dare to do. It's the same even after I'm dead. Take him away. The white-clothed man's eyes were filled with coldness as he shouted again. Then, several ghost soldiers walked over to take Lu Hu's wife away. Mother, you are not allowed to take my mother away. Hu also saw what had happened. He quickly ran over and hugged Lu Hu's wife. Stinking brat, destroy his soul. The white-robed young master snorted coldly. Hearing his words, many of the ghost soldiers sneered and released Lu Hu's wife. They wanted to destroy Lu Hu's soul. Soon after, they attacked one after another. Their powerful soul force could easily destroy Lu Hu's young soul. Seeing this, Lu Hu shouted anxiously. However, at this moment, an incomparably terrifying light bloomed. Soul fluctuations descended like the might of the heavens. On Hu's body, an ancient painting floated out. A sword shot out from the painting, ruthlessly slashing down. All of the ghost soldiers' souls were scattered. What is this? That white-robed young master's pupils constricted, and even his soul trembled. That sword made him tremble with fear, but the sword didn't stop. It slashed down again, cutting his soul into pieces. The entire street was dead silent. What a powerful painting. A sword actually flew out. Is that a sword formed from soul power? Even the ghost soldiers were easily killed. Moments later, the surrounding ghost citizens were shocked. Lu Hu stood there in a daze. What happened? Suddenly, he saw the painting that fell from Hu Er's body and his body trembled. That painting was given to him by Grandpa Lin when he was young. He had always liked it and kept it by his side out of respect for Grandpa Lin. He did not expect that painting would save them today. Grandpa Lin, that amiable and approachable old man. Who exactly was he? Lu Hu's heart. Let's go. Then, Lu Hu's wife, and Lu Hu's wife and children, and quickly left. At this moment, Lin Ling was wearing a gray robe as he staggered through the streets. His hair was white and his face was full of wrinkles. His eyes were simple and ancient as he quietly observed the changes in his surroundings. At this moment, he was like a dusty sword that had lost its former sharpness, but had gained a sense of steadiness and mottling. No wonder the Ghost King of the Thousand-Era Ghost Sect had to enter the cycle of reincarnation. It turns out that reincarnation is an extremely rare experience. It will definitely help one's martial arts in the future. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Reincarnation was something that could only be experienced personally. It was not something that could be explained with words. Only after experiencing it personally could one understand that wonderful feeling. Life was like the sea. During a battle, the sea would be turbulent. When it was calm, the sea would be like an ancient well without any ripples. This was like a song. It had a calm prelude, but it also had a soul-stirring climax. This was life. Whether it was a song or a sea, it would fade away with time. But even if it faded away, there would still be memories left in one's heart that could not be erased. Only with fierce battles, killing, tranquility, and normalcy could one's martial arts heart be perfected. It would also be more thorough when it returned to the origin. So that's how it is. Lin Ling chuckled softly. At this moment, his soul power was slowly increasing again. As he walked along the street, both sides of the street were filled with ghostly citizens. When they saw Lin Ling's staggering figure, they immediately laughed. Grandpa Lin. Taking a stroll again. Do you want to come to my house today? These ghost citizens liked Lin Ling very much. Lin Ling gave them a very peaceful feeling. It gave them an illusion that living on the same street as Lin Ling would make their souls more condensed. Little Yi Zi, you're a new ghost citizen. That's Grandpa Lin. You have to be respectful when you see him in the future. A ghost citizen said to the new ghost. The new ghost was a young man of about 17 or 18 years old. He was arrogant and unruly. He did not care about the old ghost at all. What was there to be respectful about? He was not a powerful martial artist. Although he felt disdain in his heart, he did not say it out loud. Look at those ghost trees. At this moment, the ghost citizens on the street noticed something strange. They saw that wherever Lin Ling walked, the ancient ghost trees' leaves would rustle. The branches seemed to be facing Lin Ling as if they were enjoying his arrival. This strange change surprised many of the ghost citizens. Only Lin Ling knew that his soul power was getting stronger and stronger. The soul waves that he emitted could make the surrounding souls feel very comfortable. They could not help but want to get closer to him and condense their own souls. The killings over the years have gradually calmed down. The Yellow Springs karma has already disappeared. It's almost impossible to see it anymore. I think the Yellow Springs karma will completely disappear in the next few days. Lin Ling said in his heart. He looked at a green ghost tree in front of him. There were many ghost citizens under the tree. They were chatting and laughing, talking about their past lives and the interesting things that happened today. This scene was like a group of ghost citizens who had been busy all day and were gathering there to relax. Grandpa Lin is here. When the ghost citizens saw Lin Ling, they immediately helped Lin Ling over respectfully. Lin Ling smiled and sat down among the crowd. He listened to the ghost citizens chatting. This made Lin Ling's heart even more peaceful. Most of the time, he listened with a smile and did not interrupt. After a long time, he slowly left. This kind of peaceful and ordinary life was basically Lin Ling's routine. Grandpa Lin, Little Tiger, quickly helped Grandpa Lin. When Lin Ling went back, Lu Hu and his wife also rushed over. Lu Hu called out to Little Tiger. "Okay." Little Tiger ran over and helped Lin Ling. Lu Hu and his wife did the same. They followed behind Lin Ling. However, they were still shocked because not long ago, Lin Ling gave him a painting that saved their family. This made them respect Lin Ling even more. "Lu Hu, I watched you grow up. You can't hide anything from me. Tell me." Lin Ling smiled and said in an extremely kind tone. Chapter 1451. Controlling the Yellow Spring Flame. I'm old. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered. It's just a painting, you can keep it. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Lu Hu and his wife wanted to say something, but they couldn't. Lu Hu was especially shocked. He didn't expect the uncle who watched him grow up to be so mysterious. Days passed quietly, and Lin Ling became even older. The painting shop was filled with paintings. Moreover, there were many different kinds of paintings. They were of ferocious-looking people who were killed by swords and flames. These paintings were obviously of people killed by Lin Ling when he was alive. This meant that Lin Ling was indifferent to killing. It was as if killing was as simple as a leaf or a painting to him. During this time, there were also powerful ghost soldiers following the reincarnation ghost general to Lin Ling's painting shop. Obviously, the death of the white-clothed young master not long ago made these experts curious about what kind of painting could be so powerful. When these experts arrived, the entire street was frightened, especially when they saw them rushing towards Grandpa Lin's painting shop. Everyone kept begging for mercy, fearing that Grandpa Lin's soul would be erased by these experts. However, what happened next shocked everyone. At that time, the reincarnation ghost general entered the painting shop alone. After a short while, his soul rushed out with a face full of fear, as if he had seen something terrifying. On the contrary, Grandpa Lin was still kind. He walked out of the painting shop and gave a painting to the reincarnation ghost general. The reincarnation ghost general put away the painting with trembling hands. After bowing carefully, he left with his ghost soldiers. This result came as a huge shock to all of the ghostly citizens. In their eyes, Grandpa Lin had become even more mysterious, and he was even more respected by everyone. Even the unruly little Yezi was respectful to Grandpa Lin because he knew how powerful the Ghost General reincarnation was. However, if even the Ghost General reincarnation was respectful to Grandpa Lin, this Grandpa Lin was definitely not simple. It's time to leave. On this day, Lin Ling muttered to himself. He looked at the painting shop that he had followed for many years and finally smiled. He walked forward. At this moment, he was even older, as if his soul was about to dissipate and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Grandpa Lin, are you leaving? Lin Ling didn't inform anyone about his departure, only Lu Hu and his wife. They looked at Lin Ling reluctantly, especially little Hu, his big eyes were wet. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the unchangeable rules of heaven and earth. It's time for me to reincarnate. It's fate that we met. I have a painting of the 6 paths of reincarnation in my painting shop. After I leave, you can burn the painting. You will meet again in the future. Lin Ling stroked little Huer's head and smiled at Lu Hu and his wife. Then, he left. At this moment, he was like a leaf that sprouted, flourished, withered, and finally returned to its roots. This leaf did not look at the world, it looked at its own life. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart of martial arts became more complete. His soul power also quietly reached the 120th level. In the long street, the lonely old man walked forward. Many people in their homes watched as Lin Ling left. They all knew that Grandpa Lin's soul had dissipated and he was reincarnated. Lu Hu and his wife also watched the old man leave. Although they didn't feel good, they didn't stop him because this was one of the rules of heaven and earth. It was also something that they had to face. Remember, after I leave, burn the painting. In the long street, Lu Hu and his wife could still hear the old man's voice. Put on. Lu Hu and his wife knelt down, and so did little Huer. They kowtowed to the departing elder, but when they raised their heads, they suddenly realized that the old man, who had already walked further and further away, had grown taller and taller at this moment. He no longer looked old, but more like an ancient god descending from the heavens, and more like an unsheathed sword. Dad, Grandpa Lin became younger. Little Huer didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but he said in surprise. Whether he became younger or reincarnated, Grandpa Lin is still our elder. Lu Hu murmured to himself. He kowtowed a few more times and rushed into the painting shop. He found the painting that turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation and burned it with ghost fire. A wisp of green smoke floated, forming mysterious runes that enveloped the 3 of them. These runes were carved with soul power, giving Lu Hu and his wife an indescribable sense of comfort. However, that feeling quickly disappeared and everything returned to normal. They didn't know what the painting Lin Ling left behind was for. But they believed that Grandpa Lin wouldn't harm them. Only after many years, when their souls dissipated and they entered the cycle of reincarnation, did they realize that they still had this memory. In the end, in the human world, because of this memory, they found each other. Just like what Lin Ling said, they were reunited again. The other ghost citizens couldn't do this because they were reborn as humans. They were reborn and didn't have any memory at all. Of course, this was a matter of the future. At this moment, Lin Ling had left. Although his soul seemed to have dissipated, it didn't mean that he was going to reincarnate. It meant that his life as a fallen leaf had ended and he was returning to himself. His heart of martial arts had reached perfection, and he was immune to all evils. One should know that the heart of martial arts was the most ethereal. Some people walked the path of killing, so they would kill for their entire life. Only by killing could their heart of martial arts be perfected. Some people walked the path of emotions, so they understood the mortal world. Lin Ling's heart of martial arts lacked tranquility and calmness. Therefore, he chose to reincarnate, so that his heart would be clear and unaffected by anything in the world. Lin Ling was still walking on the long street. The ghost wind blew across the street, and the ghost trees on both sides of the street rustled. Leaves fell and drifted in the air. The falling leaves fall on the ground. That's life and death. They don't look at the world, but at themselves. Lin Ling murmured to himself. At this moment, the yellow spring's karma in the depths of his soul finally dissipated. Rumble. At the same time, an indescribable aura was released, causing the entire reincarnation city to tremble. All the ghost citizens trembled in fear. They did not know why they were panicking, but their souls continued to tremble. It was as though they had encountered the might of the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Even the reincarnation ghost general felt an intense pressure. The flame of Yellow Springs is under his control. At this moment, in the highest palace in Reincarnation City, Yama Emperor and 3 Lives Emperor were shocked when they saw the old man walking in the city. In their eyes, this wasn't an old man, but a young man who had comprehended the origin and touched the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, he was more like a sharp sword. Only those with great perseverance and courage can enter the reincarnation cycle and comprehend the Tao of life of a fallen leaf. He is also a martial fanatic. 3 Lives Emperor murmured to himself. Chapter 1452. The end of reincarnation. In the past, there was a genius from the ancient Immortal Foundation who entered the 18 levels of hell and created the 18 killing Daos. There were also geniuses from the 3 mysteries of the mortal world who entered the cycle of reincarnation and finally comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, there were also those who failed and lost themselves in the end. The 3 lives. Great Emperor murmured. Comprehending one's own martial Tao seemed simple, but it was also very dangerous. Not everyone could comprehend it because it was also one of the laws of heaven and earth. I've found the person he's looking for. He's currently at the Life and Death Mountain outside of Reincarnation City. There's a war of the ghost race happening there. Great Emperor Yen Luo said. He had found the person Lin Ling was looking for long ago. However, he didn't want to disturb Lin Ling's comprehension, so he didn't tell Lin Ling. However, there's no need for Great Emperor Yen Luo to remind him. He'll find him soon. This person's soul force is terrifying. It feels like he's the reincarnation of an almighty expert. The 3 lives. Ghost King shook his head and said. I have the same feeling. Don't think that we're in charge of people's past lives and reincarnation. The real almighty experts are those who have jumped out of the 6 paths and don't enter the cycle of reincarnation. They're not under our control. Great Emperor Yen Luo nodded. He had seen people who jumped out of the 6 paths and didn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, Lin Ling was clearly one of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was still staggering forward in Reincarnation City. His pace wasn't fast, but in a few steps, he passed through a large number of streets. His soul force was like the firmament, surveying the entire Reincarnation City. In Reincarnation City, not every ghost citizen would be reincarnated. In other areas, the ghost citizens' soul power was strong and they cultivated the way of the soul. Therefore, the speed at which they aged was slower. Compared to Lin Ling Street of ordinary people, it was naturally faster. This was similar to the mortal world. Powerful cultivators had longer lifespans than ordinary people. Furthermore, Reincarnation City was huge and had countless ghost citizens. Thinking about it, Lin Ling's hometown was the rainforest sacred land. There were hundreds of regions in it, and each region had thousands of kingdoms. Such a huge place could hold countless people, and how many people died every day. Furthermore, the rainforest sacred land had 6 sacred lands. 6 sacred lands was just a small saint region in Xianpeng province. Plus, there were 3 mysteries of the 3 mysteries of the mortal world. Naturally, there were many ghosts that entered Reincarnation City. No wonder Lin Ling took so long. As he walked slowly along the street, Lin Ling's soul also saw familiar faces. They were all people who had died at his hands in the past. Some of these souls had been reincarnated, while others had not. When Lin Ling checked on them, they were also looking at Lin Ling. Crown Prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Of 3rd Prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Of 9 Heaven Xian Celestial Lord Su of and Luo Xueman. Of course. The moment Lin Ling's soul appeared, the souls that had been wiped out by Lin Ling in the streets, alleys, and even mansions were shocked. They saw an old man appear between heaven and earth, walking forward slowly. That old man looked ordinary, but he gave them an indescribable majesty. They even suspected that they had met Emperor Yen Luo. But the scariest thing was that the old man gave them a familiar feeling. Almost subconsciously, these ghosts thought that he was Lin Ling. What a terrifying junior. He gave me the feeling that he was a ghost, but he didn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. He didn't seem like a ghost that had reincarnated. Of course. He might not be dead and is comprehending martial Tao in Reincarnation City. Of course. Heaven Xian Celestial Lord Su Xing, 9 Heaven Xian Celestial Lord, and many other powerful enemies that had died in Lin Ling's hands were trembling with fear. Although Lin Ling was their enemy, they only felt respect when they saw Lin Ling. The grudges of the previous life are gone with the wind. After entering reincarnation, everything starts anew. We are just passers-by. Old man. Sensing the ghost's fear, an old voice came from the sky. Heaven Xian Celestial Lord Su Xing and the others' souls trembled. It was indeed Lin Ling. The path of martial Tao is like a path to the peak of heaven and earth. We failed halfway and had to start anew. But he walked further and further. Luo Xiaofan looked at the figure that disappeared in the sky. Her soul rippled. In the sky, Lin Ling was still walking forward like an old man. He had a feeling that he would soon find the second dream. At this moment, outside of Reincarnation City, on the distant Life and Death Mountain, a large number of ghost soldiers were fighting against the ghost race. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The ghost race was formed from a strand of yin energy that separated heaven and earth. It turned into 8,000 ghost races. There were the ox ghost race, the dark sparrow race, and the heavenly alligator race. They were all extremely ancient and powerful existences. Their goal was to break through the laws of heaven and earth, disrupt the order of the ghost realm, and rush into the human world. However, whether it was ghosts or humans, they all aimed to reach the peak of heaven and earth and dominate everything. As long as there was a conflict of interest, there would be a battle. If the ghost realm didn't have an existence that surpassed Great Emperor Yama guarding it, the ghost realm would have been in chaos. Not many of the three mysterious of the human world knew about all of this. Life and Death Mountain. At this moment, ghost energy was everywhere. Baleful energy, evil energy, and karmic energy were constantly spewing out from the ground. There were many ghost citizens in this mountain range. Because Reincarnation City couldn't accommodate too many ghost citizens, they all lived here. In this mountain range, there was a place that looked like a village. Many ghost citizens were looking at the sky in fear. In the distance, the war between the ghost soldiers and the ghost race was becoming more and more intense. If the ghost race were to attack, all of the ghost citizens would be devoured. The ghost realm isn't peaceful either. Looking into the distance, a black-robed lady frowned. She was the second dream. After entering the 6 paths of reincarnation, she realized that the world inside was different from what she imagined. Beside her was Xiao Yun and many other familiar faces. Among them were many saints sons of the rainforest sacred land, the second prince of the heaven mystics kingdom, and even old man Qin Shao. These were all Lin Ling's friends. After they died, they gathered together to cultivate the soul Tao. They hoped that after reincarnating, they would be even more fortunate. It seems like we have to enter Reincarnation City. With Great Emperor Yama around, the ghost race wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The second prince, Yunixuan, frowned. Then let's leave. The second dream nodded. She didn't know Yunixuan, but after a long conversation, she knew that these people were Lin Ling's friends. Hence, she chose to believe them. All right. Old man Qin Shao and the others nodded and prepared to leave. The second dream looked into the sky. There, the ghost energy formed a vortex. It was vast and mighty, and it seemed like that proud figure had appeared. It was a pity that she would have to wait for many, many years before she could see him again. This was because only when her soul was strong enough could she reincarnate with her memories. Chapter 1453. Finding the second dream, there are a lot of ghostly citizens. Devour them. Just as a large number of ghostly citizens were preparing to leave, a pair of cold eyes appeared in the murky gray sky. Immediately thereafter, a large number of horned ghostly beings arrived in an imposing manner. Ox Ghost Clan. Many ghostly citizens sucked in a breath of cold air. This ghost race was the most tyrannical and loved to devour souls alive. Over the years, countless souls had died in the mouths of these ghosts. Moreover, many people knew that this ancient ghost race was also the predecessor of the bull-headed ghost. Crow. At the same time, a baleful aura surged in the sky. Huge dark sparrows covered the sky and covered the earth. The entire sky was filled with dark sparrows. Among them, there was a young man in a white feather robe. He looked at the large number of ghosts below indifferently as if he was looking at the best delicacies. Dark Sparrow Emperor, I've taken a liking to these ghosts. Scram! An ancient voice resounded in the sky. A huge shadow with a pair of ox horns appeared. It was the ghost ox Great Emperor. I've taken a liking to all the ghosts in the Samsara city. Do they all belong to me? Great Emperor Ox Ghost, you must be dreaming. The Dark Sparrow Emperor let out a sinister voice. He stretched out his right hand and turned it into a claw. He grabbed the dozens of ghosts and swallowed them. In the eyes of these ghosts, ghostly citizens were food. This place was obviously crueler than the mortal world, because although the mortal world was also a merciless world, at least it would not devour its own kind. You're courting death. Ghost Ox Great Emperor roared angrily. However, just as he was about to attack, a large amount of ghost chi came from afar. Looking closely, the ghost chi in the sky formed a huge 9-headed lion. The lion opened its mouth, and evil wind blew, making the sky even darker. 9 Origin in Saint. Ghost Ox Great Emperor and Dark Sparrow Emperor's faces changed dramatically. Clearly, 9 Yuan in Saint was an extremely powerful existence in the ghost race. Moreover, other than the 9 Yuan in Saint, there were even more ghosts that had arrived. Their goal was the ghosts on the ground. It's over, we're all going to die. The faces of those ghosts were all pale as they trembled with fear. I'm afraid the ghosts of the Life and Death Mountain are doomed. Countless ghostly citizens in Reincarnation City were also watching, their hearts trembling. If they were not in Reincarnation City, they would not have been able to escape this calamity. Moreover, with so many great emperors of the ghost race there, even Great Emperor Yen Luo would not dare to leave the city. This batch of ghosts belongs to me. An ancient voice drifted out. It was the voice of the 9 Yuan in Saint. We have 9 great ghost tribes here. You, the great 9 Yuan in Saint, want to take everything for yourself? Ghost Ox Great Emperor roared. Ghost wind blew out of his nose. In my opinion, let's split it equally. After all, there are 100,000 reincarnation cities, and they can't accommodate too many ghosts. Many ghosts will definitely appear outside. There's no need for us to fight over these few ghosts. The young man in white said calmly. Alright, let's go to the reincarnation city in the east after devouring these ghosts. Many great emperors of the ghost clan nodded. They looked coldly at the ground as if they were looking at food. Ghost Lock Grand Array. Dark Sparrow Monarch released a terrifying soul wave that suppressed the heaven and earth, forming a mysterious ghost array that enveloped the countless ghosts below. Now, none of them can escape. As expected of Dark Sparrow Monarch. Even if Great Emperor Yen Luo comes, he won't be able to break your Ghost Lock Grand Array in a short period of time. There's enough time for us to devour these ghosts. Ghost Ox Great Emperor roared. On the ground, a large number of ghosts were trembling in fear. Some of them were even dispirited. Some of these ghosts were ordinary people when they were alive, while others were nobles. However, after they died, everything about them disappeared. They were just ordinary ghosts. Their life and death were ruled by other powerful beings. Sister, the second dream, what should we do? Xiao Yun looked at the second dream and asked. She was sucked into the 6 paths reincarnation when Lin Ling went to Prince Xia Baoyang. It seems like we can't escape this calamity. The second dream shook her head. She refused to enter reincarnation, and the heaven and earth punished her. She was going to disappear from heaven and earth forever, and her soul was going to be devoured by others. Rumble. But at this moment, a terrifying soul wave was released. The Ghost Lock Grand Array shook violently. Then, under everyone's gaze, it was stomped to pieces. What's going on? The Ghost Race Great Emperor's faces changed drastically. What a powerful soul wave. Is Great Emperor Yenluo here? However, what left them surprised was that an old man had appeared in front of them. He staggered through the world, every step he took seeming calm, but they actually carried with them boundless soul fluctuations. Step by step, he broke apart the powerful Ghost Lock Array formation. Crushed? At this moment, all the Ghost Race people were shocked. On the ground, the ghosts were also filled with anticipation. Someone came to save them? Who are you? All the Ghost Race Great Emperors looked at the old man solemnly. The old man looked ordinary, but he gave them a strong sense of pressure. It was as if the old man was the law just standing there. But the old man didn't even look at them. His eyes were fixed on the ghosts on the ground, and a smile appeared on his old face. What an arrogant old fart. I asked you a question and you didn't answer. Let me tell you, even if Great Emperor Yenluo sees me, he will have to treat me seriously. My soul power is one level higher than Great Emperor Yenluo's. It's at level 101. Ghost Ox Great Emperor roared. He took a step forward and turned into a ghost ox. He charged towards the old man in a mighty manner. Ghost Ox Great Nirvana. Ghost Ox Great Emperor is the strongest. That old man is dead for sure. His soul is going to be destroyed. Dark Sparrow Great Emperor narrowed his eyes. The old man had destroyed his grand array, which made him very unhappy. But there were many great emperors here. No matter how strong the old man was, he couldn't stop them. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. Ghost Chi, Yin Chi, Baleful Chi, and Evil Chi condensed. It was as if the ghost domain was going to collapse. Only the ancient Ghost Ox was charging madly. On the ground, countless ghosts looked at the old man. They were all nervous. But in their eyes, the old man didn't seem to notice the great emperors of the ghost race around him. He was still moving forward. Every step seemed slow, but it was indescribably domineering. Rumble. With one step, the Ghost Ox Great Emperor's soul dissipated. It was as if he was struck by lightning. The Ghost Ox Great Emperor's soul power was over 100 levels. Hearing this, the great emperors of the ghost race narrowed their eyes. One had to know that once one's soul power exceeded 70, it would be harder to cultivate. Those who reached the 100th level were all experts on the same level as Great Emperor Yenluo. But this old man's soul power was over 100 levels. Most importantly, they saw that the old man didn't even look at them. Instead, he was looking at the ground as if he was looking at his family and friends. Anger. All the great emperors were furious. How arrogant! How dare he ignore them? One had to know that even if Great Emperor Yenluo was here, he would have to treat them seriously. He wouldn't dare to ignore them. Who the hell are you? Chapter 1454. Unsheathing the Sword Paw. The old man was still moving forward, not even looking at him. As he walked, something strange happened. It was as if the sun was setting in the west and the sun was rising. The old man's back slowly straightened, and his white hair seemed to turn black. His eyes were washed away of the vicissitudes of life and mottled colors, and a sharp light was quietly revealed. Die! Die! Dark Sparrow Emperor trembled in anger. He was a ghost race great emperor, an ancient figure who created the world, but he was still ignored. Kill him! Die! The Ghost Ox Great Emperor roared furiously. He had suffered a loss before, and now he wanted to devour that person's soul. Kill! Die! Many great emperors of the Ghost Clan roared furiously, causing chilling winds to howl in the sky. The soul power and baleful chi were extremely terrifying, forming a huge vortex. Even the reincarnation city in the distance was shaking. Great Emperor Yen Luo and 3 Lives Great Emperor were watching from afar, their faces filled with shock. They naturally knew who the old man was, but they didn't expect him to become so strong in such a short time. Rumble. The world changed as the ghost race great emperors swept over. Many ghost citizens on the ground became nervous. Be careful. Die. The second dream shouted anxiously. She didn't know why, but the old man gave her a familiar feeling, causing her soul to tremble. Underworld sword. Die. At this moment, a calm voice drifted out. The old man walked down from the sky. He didn't even look at the ghost race great emperors behind him. He stretched out his right hand and a huge amount of soul power turned into a white sword, slashing forward. That sword contained a 120-level soul power and the power of one of the 10 great godly flames, underworld flames. That sword was like a fallen leaf, cutting off a leaf's life. At that moment, all the ghosts trembled in fear. It was as if they saw the underworld abyss, the most terrifying underworld flames in the world. Rumble. With one slash, thousands of ghosts were burned and the powerful great emperors were cut in half. The sword was finally out of its sheath, but it wasn't the same sword as before. It seems like his control of the underworld flames is better than Yellow Spring Great Emperor. Yama Great Emperor gasped. The underworld flames was one of the 10 great godly flames in the world. It was also the only one of the 10 great godly flames that had ghost chi. The flame was terrifying, it could burn any soul and control the soul. It was precisely because of how terrifying the flames were that even the Yellow Spring Great Emperor couldn't fully control them. However, that young man did. It was like a dream. It seems like the enlightenment he gained during this period of time has helped him. 3 Lives Great Emperor Great Emperor. This is only one of the reasons. The real reason is that the hidden power in his body helped him. That mysterious power can resist the burning of the Yellow Spring Flame, so he only needs to eliminate the karma to control the Yellow Spring Flame. Emperor Yama Great Emperor. Although they didn't know what kind of power was hidden in that person's body, they were certain that that person had already obtained the Yellow Spring's flame. Rumble. Wherever the sword slashed, the white flames turned into sword rays that swept across the ghost race, killing a large number of ghost race great monarchs. The remaining ghost race great monarchs' faces changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. Terrifying, too terrifying. That young man had mastered the strongest skill that could suppress the ghost race. On the ground, all the ghosts were trembling as they stared at the person who was walking down from the sky. They were shocked to find that the person was still not looking in front of him. The previous slash was actually a casual slash. How heroic was that? Furthermore, they discovered that it wasn't an old man. It was as if the sword that had been sealed in dust had also been unsheathed at the moment it was drawn. Its sharpness was fully revealed, and it finally transformed into a handsome young man. This shocked all of the ghostly citizens. They didn't expect the young man to be so powerful. You're here. Of course, the person who surprised her the most was none other than the second dream. She was very familiar with that person. That long hair that fluttered in the wind, that handsome face, those calm eyes, and that smile, everything about him was so familiar. Found you. Pa. The person who came was none other than Lin Ling. His footsteps finally landed on the ground, and he smiled at the second dream. You're also in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The second dream's eyes teared up. She didn't expect Lin Ling to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation for her. Yes, I said that I would bring you home. Lin Ling smiled again. His smile was calm, but his emotions were surging like waves. He had comprehended the reincarnation in the reincarnation city. Other than his martial heart becoming more complete, he also knew that in his life, he would eventually return to his roots. He didn't look at the heavens and earth, but at himself. Therefore, the process was the most important. Therefore, he became more carefree, and he cherished what he had. If he wanted to laugh, he would laugh. It was as simple as that. Who are you? In the distance, 9 Yuan Saint roared. The 9 lion heads opened their mouths wide in anger. That young man's strength was terrifying. With a single slash, the Yellow Springs flames bloomed. Could he be the Yellow Springs Great Emperor? But even the Yellow Springs Great Emperor's Yellow Springs flame was not as terrifying as that young man. However, Lin Ling didn't answer him. He was still looking at the second dream and Xiao Yun. Only the sword formed by the soul power in his right hand was gently slashed out. It was a sword strike that was as light as the clouds and gentle as the wind. It was filled with contempt, with the power to command the winds and the clouds, and with pride. Rumble. After the slash, the 9-headed lion's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel that the young man's soul power was stronger than his. Moreover, the young man had truly controlled the Yellow Springs flame. Retreat! Retreat! 9 Yuan Saint was just asking out of curiosity. Who knew that the young man wouldn't show any mercy at all? He wanted to kill him with a single slash. Most importantly, when the young man killed him, he didn't even look at him. It was as if killing him was the most normal thing in the world. Rumble. Although he retreated quickly, 5 of the 9 lion heads were still cut off. Moreover, the white flames were still burning. His soul almost dissipated. His eyes were filled with fear. He stood there, not daring to say a word. Other than him, none of the ghosts dared to say a word. They stared at the young man. In the end, they gritted their teeth and retreated. They were afraid. That young man's soul power is powerful. Of course, that's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that he has a mysterious power. It seems to be the aura of a realm lord. 9 Yuan Saint was shocked as he fled. The aura of a realm lord was an indescribable majesty. It was as if just standing there was the law of heaven and earth. They escaped. The ghosts actually escaped. On the ground, all the ghost citizens were in disbelief. In the distant reincarnation city, the ghost citizens were also in a similar situation. Today, the ghosts were restless. They had joined forces and wanted to devour all the ghosts outside reincarnation city. It was very likely that they would even rush into reincarnation city. All the ghost citizens in reincarnation city were trembling with fear. Even Great Emperor Yen Luo didn't dare to go out. He had to guard reincarnation city. Chapter 1455. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Opening the Void. Lin Ling, you are Lin Ling. On the ground, the second Prince Yunixuan and the former clan head of the great Qin Empire, Qin Shao, all looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling had actually come to Reincarnation City. Their hearts were like thunder. How many years had it been since they last saw Lin Ling? Who knew that Lin Ling had become so powerful? Qin clan head, Brother Yun. Lin Ling also looked at these familiar faces and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, he had returned to his original self. The only difference was that his martial Dao heart had an additional precious memory, and it was more complete. You are too powerful. You actually scared off the ghost race. Yunixuan and Qin clan head were extremely happy. They didn't expect to see Lin Ling after death. I was just lucky. I didn't expect to meet you guys. Lin Ling smiled as well. Old Master Qin Shao had saved him in the past and had fallen in the end. This was Lin Ling's obsession. There was also Xiaofan. During the calamity of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he had been killed by the experts of the Su Xing Divine Palace. This was also Lin Ling's regret. Today, he was able to meet these friends again. Lin Ling, do you still remember us? Yes. Other than them, the saint sons of the rainforest sacred land were all looking at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile even more brightly. He met his dead friends again in the ghost region. Do you want to go back? I will bring you back. Yes. All of Lin Ling's friends were extremely happy. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded, causing them to tremble. They could still go back. They could go back even after death. Yes. Yes. All the ghosts nodded heavily. How could they not want to go back? After all, their family and friends were still in the mortal domain. Alright, now that I have achieved my goal in the ghost region, I will bring you back. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. These people had shown kindness to Lin Ling. Today, he was going to repay them all, so that his heart of martial arts would be clearer. Sire, you're violating the laws of heaven and earth. Just then, two figures flew over from afar. It was the Yama Emperor and the Three Lives Emperor. The laws of heaven and earth are useless to me, because I am the only exception. Lin Ling indifferently looked at the two of them. Heaven and earth had its own laws. Life, old age, sickness, and death, flowers blooming and withering, this was something that no one could change. However, this did not include Lin Ling. In these peaceful years, Lin Ling had thought a lot and comprehended a lot of things. In the end, he discovered that his eyes were an existence that transcended the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, the laws were useless against him. The two emperors smiled bitterly. That's right, if the laws of heaven and earth were effective against this young man, how could he have come here? Because this young man wasn't even dead. But how are you going to leave? Emperor Yen Luo shook his head and said, if you want to leave the ghost realm, the only way is to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, you are an existence that transcends the emperor realm in the ghost realm because you are the only one that is not bound by the laws of heaven and earth. However, if you return to the mortal world, you might not be the same because the laws of heaven and earth are much stronger. At present, you can't resist those laws, so instead of leaving, it's better to be an existence that roams the world in the ghost realm. The Three Lives Great Emperor also advised. They were extremely powerful existences in the ghost realm, but above them were even stronger gods and devils, and Lin Ling was one of them. He was stronger than them. However, Lin Ling was strong in the ghost realm for two reasons. First, his soul force. Second, the Yellow Springs flame. Third, the mysterious power that was not bound by the laws of heaven and earth. However, if he returned to the mortal world, this power was not enough to resist the laws of heaven and earth, so Lin Ling could not do whatever he wanted like in the ghost realm. There is something in the mortal world that I can't let go of, so I must return. Moreover, my goal is not to ignore the laws of ghost realm, but to ignore the laws of heaven and earth. Only by returning to the mortal world can I become stronger and finally be free. Lin Ling looked at them calmly and smiled. This caused the two emperors' souls to tremble. This young man had given up on temporarily ruling over the mortal world and wanted to rule over the entire three realms. Then, they smiled bitterly. Lin Ling's goal was too far, it was not something they could imagine. As for how to leave, I naturally know. Lin Ling looked at the sky. The mysterious 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky seemed to be completely seen through by him. He saw one of the flaws in the laws of heaven and earth, and he was the only human who was not bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Break! Break! With the soul sword in his hand, Lin Ling fiercely slashed at the sky. 120 levels of soul force was released. Rumble! As the sword slashed out, the void of the ghost realm trembled. Even the 100,000 reincarnation cities trembled. Countless ghosts were frightened and panicked. Rumble. A crack appeared in the sky, but it also gave birth to a terrifying law of heaven that could turn any living being into ashes. Of course, this did not include Lin Ling, because in the face of the laws of heaven and earth, Lin Ling was the only one who was not bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Ling's firm voice sounded again. He gathered all of his soul force and with the power of his eyes hidden in his body, he slashed out fiercely. Rumble. A crack finally appeared in the sky. He really did it. The two emperors were shocked. They were even more certain that Lin Ling had the power of a realm lord hidden in him. Unfortunately, this power was not strong enough to rule over the three realms. Of course, although it was not strong, it had the natural aura of a realm lord, which was why he was not afraid of the laws of Ghost Realm. Is he leaving? Seeing the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, the second dream and the others were excited. Lin Ling could really do it. Only one breath's time, quick. Lin Ling's soul was a little scattered. Obviously, it was not easy to do this. If not for the powerful aura of his eyes, his soul force alone would not be enough to open the void. Then, a purple palace appeared in his soul. It shone brightly and sucked in the souls of the second dream and the others. After doing all this, Lin Ling stepped into the void. The trip to the ghost realm was over. I am looking forward to seeing how strong he will be when he fully awakens and controls that power. Emperor Yama stared at the departing figure and mumbled to himself. It was as if he could see the birth of a realm lord. Rumble. At the moment when the void cracked open, the vast ghost realm also shook. Many ancient ghost race great venerables released their killing intent. Someone can actually open the void. That crack in the void must not be allowed to recover. We can use this loophole to enter the human realm. That junior from before had the aura of a realm lord. If we enter the human realm, we must find him and take his human realm treasures. The great venerables of the ghost clan were formless and colorless, and they swept out unpredictably. They knew that Lin Ling had a treasure that did not fear the laws of heaven and earth, but Lin Ling was not very strong. If great venerables like them attacked, they could still kill him. Ghost Realm Masters, do you want to touch the human realm? However, there were stronger existences in the Ghost Realm Reincarnation City that suppressed the Ghost Realm Masters. Chapter 1456. The return. However, even though there was a stronger existence suppressing the Ghost Clan's great sovereign, the void crack was still slowly opening. Of course, it would take some time for it to succeed. Lin Ling didn't even notice that there were powerful existences of the Ghost Clan trying to invade the human world through the void he had opened. Right now, he was passing down his inheritance through the void. Not long after, the 6 paths of reincarnation above the Yellow Springs mountain began to tremble. The 4 old men guarding the ghost realm immediately sensed the disturbance. Their expressions changed drastically. Could it be that a powerful ghost clan's great sovereign had invaded? They quickly rushed into the ghost realm. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. At this moment, a black figure slowly appeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation and walked down from the sky. At that moment, the souls that were still walking in the Yellow Spring Mountain trembled. They stared at the handsome young man in the sky with awe in their blank eyes. I'm back. Staring at the Yellow Spring Mountain, Lin Ling chuckled. This trip to the ghost realm was full of twists and turns. Even he couldn't imagine what had happened. However, the final result was very good. Lin Ling not only obtained the Yellow Spring Flame, but also greatly improved his soul power. Moreover, the Eye of Time was no longer so unfamiliar to him. Moreover, he found the second dream. I don't know how much time has passed. How is the human realm? I don't know if I missed the final assessment of the referral quota. Lin Ling frowned. He took a step forward and shot toward the yellow spring abyss. It's you. You didn't die and came out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. At that moment, the Yellow Springs mountain began to tremble. The ancient mountain range actually transformed into an indomitable giant that looked at Lin Ling in shock. The Yellow Spring Emperor. Lin Ling also looked at the giant. Naturally, he knew who it was. Junior, why aren't you dead? The Yellow Spring Emperor also remembered Lin Ling. If he remembered correctly, this junior should have died in the Yellow Spring Abyss. It's none of your business. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't show much respect to the giant. You're courting death. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor was enraged. Even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars couldn't block his palm. Lin Ling looked even weaker than those people. How could he block it? If I had a physical body, I wouldn't be a match for you. But I'm a spiritual body, you can't do anything to me. Moreover, I also have the Yellow Springs flame. Lin Ling continued to float forward. The terrifying Yellow Spring flame bloomed from the depths of his soul, as if it wanted to burn the entire Ghost Region's Yellow Spring Mountain. You control the Yellow Springs flame? How is this possible? What is going on? The ancient Yellow Spring giant screamed in fear. At this moment, he could not see through the young man. However, the young man was right. If the young man had a physical body, the young man would be like an ant to him. However, if the young man was in the form of a soul, the giant realized that the young man's soul was very powerful. It was not weaker than his. A soul body was obviously not something he could easily kill. I'm going to take back my body and leave this place. You can stop me, but the result is obvious. Because you can't kill my soul body, you've made an enemy of me. How about it? Do you want to fight or do you want to shake hands peacefully? Lin Ling's soul stopped in front of the Yellow Spring giant and looked at him indifferently. If Lord Pu was here, he would be so shocked that he would vomit blood. Because the Yellow Spring Great Emperor had returned, they could only run away. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. He even dared to negotiate with the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. Alright, I agree. After all, you're one of the possessors of the Yellow Springs flame. Moreover, I can't kill your soul. Rather than that, why don't we be friends? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor said indifferently. He was not a fool. This young man must be a terrifying existence since he could return from the reincarnation city. Although he was still very weak, he couldn't kill him. Therefore, it was better to shake hands and hand him over to a friend. Thank you. I want to go to the Yellow Spring Abyss. Lin Ling smiled as if he knew that the other party would compromise. Then, he flew towards the Yellow Spring Abyss. Your Excellency, must you have a physical body? Isn't it better to rely on your soul? You'll be stronger. If you have a physical body, you'll be more of a burden. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor looked at Lin Ling and reminded him. I'm a triple cultivator of essence, qi and spirit. A physical body is indispensable. Although my strength will be weakened when my soul returns to my physical body, I'll be stronger with a physical body in the future. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Then, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. What a terrifying junior. Could it be that he's not afraid of the laws? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor said in shock. Then, he turned into the Yellow Spring Mountain again. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying straight down from the Yellow Spring Abyss. He was no longer afraid of encountering Yellow Spring Yen along the way. After a while, that familiar body finally appeared in front of him. Lin Ling's calm heart couldn't help but feel excited. He could go back now that he had a physical body. Your Majesty, the trip to the Ghost Realm was a turning point in your life. Elder Z's voice finally floated out. At this moment, he was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have an existence that surpassed the Violet Palace realm. If there were no accidents, he would become a realm lord in the future. Yes, especially that reincarnation. It gave me many memories and made me more familiar with the laws of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, I only touched the surface. Lin Ling smiled. Then, he turned into a ray of light and shot into his physical body. Then, that familiar feeling finally spread throughout his body. In the Yellow Spring Abyss, a sleeping black-robed youth finally opened his eyes. At that moment, the evil spirits in the Yellow Spring Abyss groaned in pain as if they had seen a terrifying existence. However, the youth didn't care about them. He looked at the sky and finally, a smile appeared on his face. Human realm, I'm back. Then, the black-robed youth took a step and shot into the sky. At this moment, he couldn't wait to go back. Your Majesty, your soul can control the Yellow Spring Flame, but your physical body can't. The Yellow Spring Flame is one of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. If your physical body uses this divine flame, it will be burned to ashes. Elder Z reminded when Lin Ling left the Yellow Spring Abyss. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. In fact, he could control the Yellow Spring Flame, but he wasn't familiar with the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. He didn't even have the time to figure out what powerful divine abilities they had. Now that he heard Elder Z's words, he frowned. It seemed that the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth couldn't be used just because one had obtained them. It also depended on one's own strength. I'll slowly study this matter when I return to the human realm. Lin Ling didn't think too much and left the Yellow Spring Abyss. Then, he arrived at the Yellow Spring Mountain and flew towards the Een Mountain without stopping. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the Yellow Spring Emperor said indifferently, I wonder how strong that junior will be the next time we meet. He had great expectations for Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling's future would be extremely terrifying. Rumble. Chapter 1457. The guardians of Hell's Gate. Staring at the 4 figures, Lin Ling stopped and floated back to the ground. And from afar, 4 ancient silhouettes soared through the air, causing Lin Ling to stare at them calmly. Out of the 4, 3 of them were the 3 ancient guardians of the Ghost Face Pass. As for the last one, Lin Ling didn't recognize him, but he knew that his status shouldn't be low. But why would the 4 of them, who were supposed to be the guardians of the Ghost Face Pass, appear here? Similarly, the 4 old men also looked at Lin Ling with surprise in their eyes. It's you. One of the old women stared at Lin Ling. She had the deepest impression of Lin Ling. This junior had come to Ghost Face Pass before, but because his cultivation didn't meet the requirements, he was stopped by them. However, not long after, that junior came again with a cultivation of Saint Transcendent's realm. Most importantly, she sensed that this junior was a rare cultivator who cultivated essence, energy, and spirit. And now, she sensed that this junior had reached the saint realm. Xiao. The 4 old men all stopped and landed in front of Lin Ling. What's your name? Did you come from Yellow Spring Mountain? The old woman asked in surprise. The 4 of them came here because they sensed the void fluctuations in the 6 paths of reincarnation, so they thought that the ancient existences of Ghost Domain were about to invade, but they didn't expect to see such a little guy on their way here. My name is Lin Ling, I came from Yellow Spring Mountain. Lin Ling said bluntly. You're not dead? Among the 4, a burly old man frowned and asked in disbelief. I'm right in front of you, if I'm dead, Senior should be able to sense it. Lin Ling said indifferently, without much fear. He had spent his whole life practicing martial arts, and after entering reincarnation, he was able to comprehend the life of fallen leaves. His heart was calm without any fluctuations. The 4 old men's expressions changed. As far as they knew, a great battle had happened in Yellow Spring Mountain. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor had returned and killed many top experts, but this first Heaven Saint Realm Jr. was still alive. This was too strange. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling carefully and found that Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well, unmoved by the world. The light in his eyes gave them the feeling that they were the juniors in front of Lin Ling. This feeling was indescribable, but it was so real. "Your Earth-grade saint physique?" one of the old men asked indifferently. "That's not the case. My physical body is strong, it's already a yellow-grade immortal physique. It has a certain chance of resisting the power of the 5 elements, wind, lightning, fire, and baleful energy." Lin Ling answered truthfully. Aside from his fiend god overlord body, he was also hiding the Yellow Springs flame, so he also displayed a bit of his talent. He knew that if he didn't find an explanation, these experts wouldn't believe that he, Lin Ling, could return from the Yellow Springs mountain. Moreover, Lin Ling was indeed strong in the ghost realm, but that was because his soul was strong, surpassing many ghosts. However, in the human world, Lin Ling was not the strongest. A certain chance of resisting the power of the 5 elements, wind, lightning, fire, and baleful aura. And this kind of innate immortal physique? This is too rare. The moment Lin Ling's words fell, the 4 old men all sucked in a breath of cold air. So. Lin Ling calmly said. Currently, he was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. His mortal body, cultivation, and soul force were his weakest in terms of potential. This was the reason why he was able to display such talent. So. The 4 old men's pupils constricted again as they carefully looked at Lin Ling. They realized that Lin Ling wasn't deliberately boasting, but seemed to be telling the truth. A Saint Realm Saint physique is not very rare for the 3 legends of the human world. However, to be able to resist so many types of power, this is very rare. He can be considered a Saint Realm genius. It shouldn't be difficult to recommend him to the 3 legends. Let's see how his martial arts are. After all, many people have great talent but ordinary martial arts. This kind of young man is not worthy of our attention. The 4 old men whispered. One of them took out a crystal gem and said to Lin Ling, "This gem is the sun, moon, and stars. Hold the stone. If the stone emits orange light, then we will give you a great opportunity." The sun, moon, and stars stone. Lin Ling sensed that the 4 old men had no ill intentions towards him. He immediately took the stone and held it in his hand. The moment he held it, Lin Ling entered a very strange world. There were many people practicing martial arts. It seemed complicated, but in fact, it was the most basic move of martial arts cultivation. Straight punch, horizontal kick, uppercut, and downward move. With just a glance, Lin Ling understood. Then, in the world, the people practicing martial arts began to change. The martial arts already had the taste of the great mysteries of heaven and earth, extremely tyrannical. So it's a test of comprehension. Lin Ling immediately understood. That level of martial arts was not difficult for him. The sun, moon, and stars began to emit red light. This red light represented Lin Ling's comprehension of martial arts. Not bad. His saint physique is not bad, and his comprehension of martial arts is not weak. However, this only means that he is a genius. If he wants to become a disciple of one of the 3 great legends of the mortal world, he is still a little lacking. 2 old men said indifferently. However, just as they finished speaking, the sun, moon, and stars stone emitted a yellow light, making the 4 old men smile. It seemed that it was not just not bad, but very good. Emitting a yellow light meant that Lin Ling had comprehended a great law. A first-layer saint who had comprehended a heavenly pattern martial arts great law, and his comprehension was not bad. This was very rare. It's not difficult to get a recommendation. The old woman said. "CI. However, the sun, moon, and stars' stone's light changed again, finally turning orange. At this moment, the four old men's eyes narrowed. Orange, this meant that Lin Ling's comprehension of the Great Law had reached the large success stage, or even the peak. It was even possible that he had reached the Transcendent realm. This also meant that with Lin Ling's potential, his comprehension of martial arts would eventually reach the Transcendent realm. With this kind of martial arts talent, it would not be difficult to become a disciple of a legend. The sun, moon, and stars stone represents the three colors of red, yellow, and orange. Your cultivation realm is not high, but you can reach orange. Your comprehension of martial arts in the future will not be low. In addition, your talent is not low. You can become a disciple. The old woman smiled. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling must have some strength to be able to return from the Yellow Springs mountain. Now that she had verified it, it was indeed so. This stone seems to have more than 3 colors. Chapter 1458. Emperor Purple Gold Medallion. The 4th color shouldn't be too difficult, right? Lin Ling muttered to himself as he looked at the stone in his hand. Little friend, you should be content with what you have. You should know that your current martial arts talent is already very good, but the 4th color is not something you can step into, because it has already surpassed the realm of ordinary martial arts. Alright, I said it before. It's good that you know. You don't need to ask us, because we also don't know what the 4th color is. The 4 old men's faces were a little ugly. Lin Ling could sense the 4 colors of the sun, moon, and stars. This was already very good, but Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually said that the 4th color was not difficult to know. One had to know that even they didn't know what the 4th color was. Therefore, when Lin Ling said this, they suddenly felt that they couldn't put their faces down. The 4th color is purple. As soon as their voices fell, Lin Ling raised his head and said. He felt that the sun, moon, and stars were actually very simple, and he didn't understand why the 4 old men felt that it was very difficult. As soon as his words fell, the sun, moon, and stars in Lin Ling's hand bloomed with a purple light. The 4 old men were all dumbfounded and shocked. Lin Ling actually made the sun, moon, and stars emit the legendary purple color. Moreover, they stared at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling didn't want to prove how powerful he was or how strong his talent was. Instead, he revealed a normal expression, as if to say that the 4th color wasn't very difficult, as if it was as simple as drinking water. How could you possibly make the 4th color? The 4 old men said stupidly. The 4th color is the martial arts at the beginning. Lin Ling felt that this was very normal. The most complicated martial arts were actually the simplest martial arts, and they were also the martial arts at the beginning of the illusion. Moreover, he felt that the 4th color was even simpler than the previous 3 colors, which was why he said it wasn't very difficult. Your martial arts comprehension has reached the realm of returning to the origin. Yes. The 4 old men looked at Lin Ling in shock. After hearing Lin Ling's words, they finally understood why they couldn't make the 4th color. It was because they had experienced red, yellow, and orange, so they subconsciously thought that the 4th color would be more complicated and profound. They had forgotten the simple martial arts when they held the sun, moon, and star stone for the first time. And this was also returning to the origin. Of course, this was easy to say, but it was still very difficult for them to do it. This was because this was a type of comprehension of martial arts, a comprehension of the world, and the 4th color was also a comprehension of the Grand Tao of the world. The Grand Tao of heaven and earth was obviously above the heavenly rune martial arts. However, a young man at the 1st layer of the Saint realm had such talent. If he could raise his cultivation level, it would mean that his strength would be extremely powerful. What a terrifying monstrous talent. Thinking, the 4 old men said Lin Ling. How could they know that Lin Ling had comprehended the realm of returning to the origin when he entered Reincarnation City? Moreover, he was the only exception in the ghost realm, so he was naturally more familiar with the heaven and earth's Tao. I have a purple jade token here. If you meet the 3 legends of the mortal world, you can directly use it and become their disciple. The old woman put away the golden jade token and replaced it with a purple one. I don't need to go through any tests. Lin Ling frowned, extremely surprised. In fact, the 4 elders were even more surprised than he was. Their previous test was because Lin Ling had come out of Yellow Springs Mountain. They were curious, so they casually tested him. Who knew that they would encounter such a terrifying monster? Lin Ling, the reason why I gave you the purple token is because the mortal world is in danger. The ghost realm and devil realm's ancient great sovereigns are restless and will invade the mortal world at any time. Therefore, the 3 legends of the mortal world want to nurture a large number of geniuses to resist the invasion of gods and devils in the future. Explained the old woman. She knew that Lin Ling was surprised, so she explained. Don't think that the ghost realm is a safe place, it's just a small part of the ghost realm. If you succeed in reincarnation, there are terrifying ghost clans there. They devour souls and humans. Therefore, I hope that you can sense danger and know how strong the ghost clans are, said the other one solemnly. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Ghost clans? Sorry, he had already killed a lot of them. Thank you, masters, said Lin Ling politely. I have a 9 worlds Ganoderma, I obtained it in the outside of worlds. It's fate that we met today, so I'll give it to you, said the old woman smiling. She gave him a jade box. Lin Ling took it and smiled gratefully. He really needed resources to practice cultivation. Alright, leave the ghost realm and go back to the human world. Yungu, the celestial stage, the 7 emperors of the world, and the 3 legendary cultivators of Champion University. If you meet them, just tell them that you have a purple emperor talisman and they'll take care of you, said the old woman. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Alright, I'm off. Then, he flashed away and rose up in the air. At the same time, he thought, I thought that I was disqualified because I missed the final exam. Who would have thought that I would be so lucky? Lin Ling was very sure that the human emperor's purple gold medallion was real because the 3 great ancients who guarded the gates of hell represented the entire human world. Therefore, there was no need for them to lie to him. Since he had not lost his qualifications, he would not implicate Lady Water Mist. He knew very well that 3 months had passed, and his disappearance would definitely cause Lady Water Mist to be punished. That talisman isn't as simple as being an imperial disciple, said the 4 old men, smiling indifferently when they saw Lin Ling leave. If the sun and moon star stone had shown orange lights, they would have given Lin Ling a golden talisman, which meant that he was an imperial disciple. But if it had shown purple lights, it meant that he wasn't an imperial disciple. Lin Ling didn't know about any of this. As he moved forward, he gradually approached the ghost domain's ghost face pass. This made him sigh in his heart. He had benefited greatly from this trip to the ghost domain, but he had also witnessed even more powerful existences in the world. For example, the ghost domain, and the struggle for supremacy in Yin Mountain, and so on. He now knew that Xianpeng province wasn't the best place in the human world, and the 3 Xian cultivators were the same. The world was gigantic, it seemed like there was no end. Pa! After a long time, Lin Ling came out of the Black Palace. The qi of the human world filled the air. It wasn't the ghost qi anymore, it was the real qi of the human world. I'll go home and have a look. Lin Ling didn't stay for too long and left immediately. Xianpeng province was still the same as before. But half a year ago, there was a sensational news. The news was that Lin Ling had fallen. Chapter 1459. The challenge to Lin Ling. Many people looked up to and worshipped such a battle record. However, the path of the strong was always filled with trials and tribulations. Lin Ling had just risen and many people were imagining his limitless future, but he had fallen. Many people didn't even know where he had fallen. It could only be said that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. As for Lin Ling's death, the one who received the greatest blow was Lady Water Mist. This was because Lin Ling had not been present when she had recommended the human emperors. As a result, her recommendation had been taken away from her. It was even as if she had cheated the 7 human emperors. She was ridiculed. Of course, not many people cared about this matter in Xianpeng province. Xianpeng province didn't have much, but there were many monstrous geniuses. If someone fell today, someone else would rise in the future. This was the law of heaven and earth. Many people even mocked him coldly. After all, people were selfish. No one wanted others to surpass them and stand above them. Lin Ling had been too outstanding in the past. He had dared to fight Hong Tiandi and challenge Golden Armor King. Many people thought that he couldn't see through himself. Now that he had fallen, everyone thought that he was a monstrous genius who had passed his prime. In Xianyuan and Xianhuang, there were even fewer people who knew about Lin Ling. Even in the battle for hegemony in Yin Mountain, many people knew that there was a rising powerhouse in Xianpeng province. However, most people didn't know about Lin Ling, nor did they know that it was Lin Ling. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land seemed to have an oppressive atmosphere. Everyone's face was heavy. Even after half a year, they still couldn't accept that their legend, Lin Ling, had fallen. After all, the young man in the past was unyielding. He had gone through great storms and led them to become stronger and protect their home. But today, he had left forever? Without Lin Ling, what pride did the 6 sacred regions have? Without Lin Ling, how would others bully the 6 sacred regions? After all, adding insult to injury and stepping on the head of a former monstrous genius was probably something that many people would be happy to do. Indeed, everyone kicks a man when he is down. Moreover, Lin Ling had been so dazzling in the past. Now that he had fallen, others naturally wouldn't kick him when he was down. Lin Ling, what glory and pride! A man should be arrogant in the world. We all admire him. Today, I'm here to learn from Senior Lin Ling's glory. In the sky above the rainforest sacred ground, more than 10 figures appeared. They were all in their 20s, and there were both males and females. They all looked extremely noble. Of course, this was indeed the case. They were the geniuses of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars Hong residents. Hong Zetian. He was also one of the most powerful geniuses in the Hong mansion. However, Hong Tiandi and his brother were in the Hong mansion, so his glory was overshadowed. Moreover, he heard that Lin Ling wanted to challenge Hong Tiandi. In the end, he failed and fell. Now, he naturally came to humiliate this Lin Ling who overestimated himself. When these people arrived, a large number of people in the rainforest sacred land looked solemn. Old ancestor Tai Yan, Yuman Yun, Qin Shaolan, and the others all came out to greet them. Among them were the genius masters of the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Fiery Right Court Palace. They had all stepped into the Transcendent realm, but compared to the people in the sky, they were still weaker. Who are you? On the ground, Yuman Yun said indifferently. Then, with a wave of her right hand, the 1,000-sound 10,000-star array of the rainforest sacred land began to operate. This spirit array is not bad. It has absolute lethality against transcendence. I didn't expect Lin Ling's hometown to have such a treasure. In the sky, Hong Zetian looked indifferently at the spirit array. Senior brother, I'll do it. It's just a trivial spirit array. Can it stop our Hong Mansion's people? One of the young men walked out disdainfully. His hands moved frequently, and a spear stabbed down fiercely. At that moment it was as if a thunderbolt had struck. He actually had a terrifying yellow-grade third-grade talent. Hong Long Long. The huge spear seemed to pierce through the ground and smashed into the ground. The spirit array collapsed. The spirit array could only stop transcendence, so it obviously had little effect on them. Hong Mansion. The four pillars Hong Mansion's people? On the ground below, Yu Mun Yun and the others' faces turned solemn. They didn't expect that the four pillars Hong Mansion's people would come to their small place. We're here to find Lin Ling. We want to learn from each other. Tell Lin Ling to get the hell out here. In the sky, a proud voice floated out from Hong Zetian's mouth, causing the faces of everyone in the rainforest Holy Land to turn ugly. Lin Ling had already fallen. Who didn't know that? That person deliberately came to find Lin Ling. Obviously, he was asking the obvious with the intention of humiliating him. Sorry, Lin Ling is no longer here, so we can't learn from each other. Yu Mun Yun gritted her teeth and said indifferently. Lin Ling, how proud was he? In the past, he dared to challenge my Hong Mansion's senior brother Hong Tian Di. Why is he like a coward today? Huh. Huh, he's always been a coward. Huh. Get the hell out here, or I'll make your people suffer. Of course, I'll also take away Lin Ling's wife. Huh. In the sky, those young men were laughing. They did it deliberately. Lin Ling was dead, but how could they let Lin Ling off so easily? Because Lin Ling dared to challenge Hong Tian Di in the past and killed Hong Tian Ting. Today, they came to humiliate him. Lin Ling, trash, get the hell out here. Go. Hong Zetian roared again. Sir Venerable is not here. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Go. On the ground, Mu Mu from the starry sky left court palace stepped out and looked at Hong Zetian fearlessly. You're just a transcendent. You're too weak to be my opponent. Lin Ling is barely qualified, but is Lin Ling a coward? We came to challenge him, but he actually let a woman stand up for him. Hong Zetian asked despite knowing the answer, as if he thought Lin Ling was still alive and mocked him proudly. Bastard! Go! Everyone from the rainforest Holy Land clenched their fists. When Sir Venerable was here, they didn't dare to be arrogant. Now that Sir Venerable was dead, they hit him when he was down. I'll fight you, Lin Ling's wife, Yu Mun Yun. Go! At this moment, an ancient aura spread out from the ground. Yu Mun Yun used the 72 demons of heaven, Great Illusion White Dragon King. I'll also fight you. Yes. At the same time, Qin Xiaolan used the ancient flame devil. This was given to her by Lin Ling before he left. Of course, because she was weak, she couldn't control it well. Other than the ancient flame devil, the Wuxia king had also arrived, causing the young men in the sky to squint their eyes. This Lin Ling was really generous. The women around him all had the body of a demon god, which meant that they also had the body of a first-grade yellow-class immortal. Because the ancient flame devil and Wuxia king were both at the peak of the transcendent realm, they were indeed not weak. Of course, the most terrifying one was the Great Illusion White Dragon King, which was also ranked high among the 72 demons of heaven. Not bad, a demon god. In Xianpeng province, it's an extremely powerful existence. Unfortunately, you're facing the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Hong clan, the strongest existence in the world. Kneel down. Hong Zetian shouted coldly. A huge saint seed descended and a heavenly martial art was released. It turned into a huge palm and slammed down fiercely. Rumble. Chapter 1460. I'm back. Meng Yun. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others shouted anxiously. Their hearts were heavy. The geniuses of the Hong Manor were indeed powerful. As for the people from the rainforest Holy Land, they clenched their fists tightly, especially those from the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Blazing Right Court Palace. They wished they could become stronger to protect their homeland. Humph. That's all you got? Hong Zetian walked down from the sky. The great laws of martial arts suppressed everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. Lin Ling, where's that trash? Come out and fight me. His voice was filled with disdain as it floated out of his mouth once again. Today, he had come to humiliate Lin Ling's hometown. When he returned, he could tell the people in the Hong clan and make them envious. Sir, do you want to die? Lord Pu has ordered that anyone who dares to behave atrociously in the rainforest Holy Land will be killed without mercy. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out, causing the faces of the geniuses in the Hong manor to change drastically. Lord Pu. One of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. They couldn't afford to offend someone with such strength. Under everyone's gaze, an old man slowly walked out. His cultivation had reached the 4th heaven saint realm. His strength was so great that no one dared to underestimate him. My lord, Lin Ling challenged my senior brother Hong Tiendi in the Hong manor. Today, we're here to invite him to a battle. Hong Tianzi pondered for a moment and said immediately. The old man frowned. He had received an order that forbade anyone from killing Lin Ling's family. However, the other party's excuse was very good. They were here to invite Lin Ling to a battle. In addition, Lin Ling had indeed agreed to a battle with Hong Tiendi. Therefore, he couldn't refute. Lin Ling is already dead. The old man said indifferently. My lord, did you see it with your own eyes? In addition, Lin Ling's challenge to Hong Tiendi is challenging the entire Hong manor. Unless he admits defeat personally, we don't think he's dead. Therefore, this battle is unavoidable. Hong Tianzi stepped out and his aura gradually became stronger. Although the old man represented the Xiantian dynasty and could not be offended, they also represented the Hong residents. Therefore, as long as they could find an excuse, they would not be afraid of the old man. That's right, and I think that Lin Ling isn't dead. He just doesn't dare to fight, so he pretended to be dead. Trash. The other geniuses from the Hong mansion said coldly. Don't go too far. The people of the rainforest Holy Land roared in anger. If he's not trash, why doesn't he dare to come out and fight? Hong Zetian sneered. He scolded Lin Ling as trash in front of everyone. He knew that these people regarded Lin Ling as their faith, and now, he was going to destroy that faith. If you don't come out, then I can only challenge you one by one. Let's see how many women Lin Ling has that can fight for him. Hong Zetian bellowed once again, his gaze fixed on the old man. Lord Pu said that we can't provoke the rainforest sacred land, but he didn't say that we can't challenge them, right? You. The old man's face also turned ugly. What an arrogant junior. He actually dared to find a loophole in Lord Pu's words. If you have anything to say it to Lord Hong of the Hong mansion. Hong Zetian ignored the old man and took a big step forward, releasing a powerful aura that seemed to want everyone in the rainforest sacred land to kneel down. At the same time, he shouted, Lin Ling, come out and fight. Are you going to be a coward in front of me? Do you want to fight me so badly? At this moment, a calm voice floated in the sky. That familiar voice was still so arrogant and unruly. When everyone in the rainforest sacred land heard it, their bodies trembled violently. They looked up at the sky and saw a black-robed young man striding over. He carried an ancient sword on his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face was still so familiar, but his eyes were different. The sharpness was still there, but there was an indescribable vicissitude in them. Boom! The hearts of everyone in the rainforest sacred land exploded. He's back. He really didn't die. I knew it. He definitely won't die. On the ground, Yuman Yun, Xiaofan, and the others all had tears in their eyes. This scene was like a dream, but everything was so real. How is that possible? Lin Ling was personally told by Lord Pu that he died in the ghost realm. He's still alive. The old man from the Xiantian dynasty also gasped and stared at Lin Ling. He suddenly realized that Lin Ling was mysterious. It was as if nothing in the world could stop him, not even death. I'm back. At this moment, the one who arrived was Lin Ling. He looked at his family and friends indifferently and finally said softly. This sentence also told everyone that he, Lin Ling, had returned from the reincarnation cycle. Lin Ling. Lord Supremacy. At this moment, the entire rainforest sacred land burst into cheers. Their faith was indeed immortal. Isn't he dead? Why is he still alive? The geniuses of the Hong residents frowned. They naturally knew that Lin Ling was dead. Today, they came to humiliate Lin Ling's family and friends, and even kill them to vent their anger. Who knew that Lin Ling was not dead, but Lin Ling actually came back alive? At this moment, the geniuses of the Hong residents stared at the black-robed young man. Their hearts trembled. They didn't know why, but the young man was like the sky, giving them a strong pressure. This pressure was so strong that even when facing the Hong Tiendi, they didn't feel it. The feeling he gives me is like a dusty sword, but also like a sword that's been unsheathed. It's like a sword that's been through thousands of battles. Hong Zetian also muttered to himself. He had heard of Lin Ling's name, but this was the first time he saw Lin Ling. You want to fight me? Lin Ling's gaze fell on Hong Tianzi. His words were soft, but Hong Tianzi's body trembled. He didn't know why, but there was a voice in his heart that said, I don't dare. However, when the voice sensed that Lin Ling was only a first heaven saint, Hong Tianzi relaxed. No matter how mysterious Lin Ling's aura was, his realm was still there. Hong Tianzi was a second heaven saint with a fourth-grade yellow rank immortal body. Therefore, he didn't fear Lin Ling at all. That's right. I heard that you want to fight senior brother Hong Tiendi, so I sent him an invitation. Of course, it seems like you don't need to go because you'll only be courting death. Why don't you die in my hands today? Hong Zetian laughed proudly. Is this why you're here? Lin Ling said indifferently. That's right. Now, I'll fight you on behalf of Hong Tiendi. However, to be fair, you must let Lord Pu's men leave first. Hong Zetian snorted. Why? Lin Ling's eyes were still calm, as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. However, there was a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. Of course, if Lord Pu's men help you during the fight, then I'll be at a disadvantage. Moreover, at the critical moment of the fight, if there's an expert to stop you, then this fight will be in vain. So, let him leave first. Hong Zetian shouted angrily. Lin Ling didn't know the rules. If he defeated Lin Ling, or was about to defeat Lin Ling, what if the old man helped him? This fight wouldn't be fair at all. Chapter 1461. Are you done? No need, you don't have the qualifications to ask others for help. Lin Ling took a step forward, distorting the space and easily appeared in front of Hong Zetian. Ancient God Overlord punched out. You sneak attacked me. Hong Zetian's face froze, but soon he sneered in his heart. He found that Lin Ling didn't use any heavenly pattern martial art, but just used an ordinary punch. This was simply courting death. After all, the difference of one realm was like heaven and earth. Of course, Lin Ling didn't use any heavenly pattern martial art, and he guessed that Lin Ling didn't have any. If you only have this little strength, then you should choose to kill yourself. Why bother challenging senior brother Hong Tiendi? Hong Zetian roared. Hong Zetian let out a low shout, and a heavenly pattern martial art was released. Black clouds rolled, forming an ancient swamp. Hong Zhang's Buddha hand. Hong Zetian roared. He heavily punched out, and a terrifying power bloomed in the sky. Almost at the same time, Hong Zetian couldn't control his body and flew out. His eyes were filled with shock. Lin Ling's fist didn't seem to have any heavenly pattern martial art, but its power was extremely tyrannical. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't chase after him. He indifferently looked at his opponent. Hong residents, Hong Tianting died before, and now another trash has appeared? Trash. 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 Hong Zetian's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling killed Hong Tianting, and now he dared to call him trash. You are dead, Hong Shui Buddha hand. Hong Zetian roared. Ancient heavenly generals began to appear behind Hong Zetian. This was the bloodline symbol of Hong dynasty, and he didn't choose to retreat. He pounced on Lin Ling, and the power of his bloodline crazily bloomed, forming a giant palm to suppress Lin Ling. With this palm, he wanted Lin Ling to fall here. And this martial art was half a step to great success. Rumble. Both of them collided again, but neither of them retreated, and floated in the sky. You dare to challenge Hong Tiandi? I just used Hong Shui Buddha hand, I haven't even used Hong Wang Buddha hand, and you want to resist with all your strength. Next, what qualifications do you have to fight again? Hong Zetian coldly looked at Lin Ling. At this moment, his confidence was extremely strong. 9 universe power. Trash. Lin Ling continued to fight with his fists. His expression was cold and unperturbed. Boom! At the point where the fist and palm collided, a terrifying power erupted. Furthermore, there was no power of the sacred sea, only the power of the physical body. Rumble. Hong Zetian's face stiffened. He had only been like this because of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had unleashed a terrifying power that sent his body flying backward. It was as if he had been slapped dizzy. In the distance, the geniuses from the Hong mansion were dumbfounded. Although Hong Zetian was not as powerful as Hong Tiandi in the Hong mansion, he was still the strongest person under Hong Tiandi. He practiced the strongest ancient martial arts of the Hong dynasty. The general, commander, and king domains were all extremely powerful. But now, he was sent flying by Lin Ling. You're dead, Hong Wang Buddha hand. Roar. Hong Zetian roared. His terrifying immortal physique finally bloomed. He was no longer the heavenly army marshal, but the ancient Hong Wang bloodline, allowing his illusory Hong Wang to descend. Hong Wang, looking down at the world, looking up to the sky. Rumble. Under the sky, countless huge palms slammed towards Lin Ling. The aura of a king was extremely thick. Hong Wang bloodline. The old man from the profound Sky dynasty narrowed his eyes. The Hong mansion being able to become one of the most powerful forces under the 7 emperors' heavens was a testament to its strength. He then turned to look at Lin Ling. Not long ago, in the Yuan Ci mountain villa, Lin Ling's cultivation had been at the Transcendent realm. Now that he had finally broken through to the Saint realm, he wondered how he would face this massive king's palm. Rumble. The rainforest sacred land was also in turmoil at this moment. Countless eyes were on the black-robed youth. Some were nervous, but some were expectant. Everyone was sure that Lin Ling would not lose, but they wanted to see how Lin Ling would face the terrifying palms. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling was still standing, as if he did not know how powerful Hong Wang's bloodline was. Boom! In the end, the majestic palms landed on Lin Ling's body, causing a storm to sweep out. As expected, senior brother Hong Tiandi doesn't need to do anything. I can already defeat Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, does he have the qualifications to be recommended? Trash. Hong Zetian suddenly laughed. He was very happy and proud. After defeating Lin Ling, his name would shake Xianpeng province. Moreover, the younger generation of Hong Manor would all worship him. You only have this much strength. Ah. However, just as he was feeling excited, the storm of world energy in front of him dispersed. The black-robed youth stood there, looking at him indifferently. How can you be fine? Ah. Hong Zetian's eyes were wide open. His Hong Wang's bloodline had been activated. Hong Wang could cover the sky with one hand, and even a third-layer saint would be killed by him. However, Lin Ling was only a first-layer saint, yet he blocked his palm. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling did not use any martial arts and easily blocked his palm. How could he know that Lin Ling had the great law of space? When Hong Zetian's Hong Wang's giant palm landed on Lin Ling, it had already lost 50% of its power. The remaining power landed on Lin Ling's body, but it was obviously not enough to damage Lin Ling's body. Most importantly, he was only a second-layer saint. In Yin Mountain, he had defeated countless saints. With this little strength, you still have the qualifications to proudly challenge me. Boom! Lin Ling's eyes were calm, but there was an indifferent light in them. He lightly punched out, unstoppable. Boom! Rumble! With one punch, Hong Zetian spat out blood. His body flew backward, and cracking sounds could be heard. A large number of his bones were broken. How ironic was this scene! Lin Ling did not even try to block Hong Zetian's punch. He just stood there like a pine tree, but Lin Ling's punch sent Hong Zetian flying like a stray dog. And Hong Zetian dared to challenge Lin Ling with such strength? Amazing! Wow! The people of the Rainforest Holy Land had no idea what the strength of a Saint Realm Master was, but when they saw Lin Ling easily crush Hong Zetian, they all shouted excitedly. Even Senior Pu's subordinate, the old man's eyes trembled. After Lin Ling reached the Saint Realm, his strength was even more powerful than before. Pa. At this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of Hong Zetian in the next moment. He looked at his opponent indifferently, his eyes as calm as an ancient well, as if defeating Hong Zetian was not something to be proud of. I admit defeat. Yes. Hong Zetian's face was pale. At this moment, he had no choice but to lower his head. He was shocked. Lin Ling was only a Saint Realm Master, so how could he be so strong? However, when he thought of Hong Tiandi, his heart filled with confidence. I admit that you are stronger than me, but you are definitely not Senior Brother Hong Tiandi's opponent. Moreover, Senior Brother Hong Tiandi has already received a recommendation and is preparing to take the assessment to become a mortal emperor's disciple. As for you, Lin Ling, you did not meet the 7 emperors last time and lost your recommendation. You can't compare to Senior Brother Hong Tiandi, you are dead. Yes. Finished. Yes. Chapter 1462. Reunion. I'm done. I'm going to leave now. Hong Zetian lowered his head, not daring to meet Lin Ling's eyes. Emperor Hong Tian, I promised him a battle in the past. Naturally, I will fight. As for you, since you're here, why leave? Humph, Lin Ling said softly, causing Hong Zetian to tremble. What do you want to do? Humph, kill you. Humph, a cold voice drifted out. At this moment, the sword was finally unsheathed. Swoosh. A sword came from the west, and Hong Zetian's head flew up. The geniuses of the Hong residents in the distance were all trembling in fear. Hong Zetian was dead. All of you will die too. Humph, however, Lin Ling's gaze was fixed on them. Clearly, he had no intention of letting them go. Wait, we only followed Senior Brother Hong Zetian here. Those people panicked and were afraid. Their faces were all pale. Those who followed him here but casually suppressed my people. Those who wanted to kill me even more. All of you, die. Humph! The sword slashed out again. It was as if it could cut through the heavens. After the slash, Lin Ling slowly put the sword back on his back. Without looking at the sky, he strode towards the ground. To him, Luo Ye's lifetime of comprehension of the reincarnation cycle and slaughter were like the laws of heaven and earth. They could not shake his martial heart at all. In the sky, the eyes of those geniuses narrowed. Their strength was in the range of Stage 1 and Stage 2 of the Saint Realm. But when the sword slashed down, no one could block it. Total annihilation. A majestic power bloomed in the sky, and blood rained down. They're all dead. The old man from the Xiantian dynasty sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he looked at the young man who had already landed on the ground. His heart trembled. He suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling had returned. The miracles and achievements of the past had once again erupted like a storm today. At this moment, Lin Ling, Ancestor Taiyan, and the others were talking one by one. They also roughly explained what had happened during this period of time. Everyone was naturally extremely excited, especially Yu Yun and Qin Xiaolan. They directly hugged Lin Ling, and their tears soaked Lin Ling's clothes. Lin Ling cherished these people and knew what they were worried about. After a long time, he looked at the old man. Moreover, through the previous conversation, he also knew who the old man was. Thank you. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said. I was only following Lord Pu's orders, but now that Lord Lin Ling has returned, I can also return to report. Moreover, if Lord Pu knows that you are still alive, he will definitely be incomparably happy. The old man respectfully bowed, not daring to underestimate Lin Ling. All right, tell Lord Pu that I'll pay him a visit if I have the chance. Lin Ling smiled. Lord Pu had helped him many times. Lin Ling would naturally repay this favor. Since Lord Lin Ling has returned, you should hurry to the Black and White Dao Palace. I heard that your disappearance last time caused Lord Shui Wu to offend the 7 emperors. It seems that she is currently being punished by the Black and White Dao Palace. The old man said. Then, he looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lord Lin Ling caused a superstorm in Xianpeng province. You are the new generation's peerless genius. Therefore, I look forward to seeing Lord Lin Ling's pride again and reclaiming the recommendation slot. All right. All right. Lin Ling nodded and watched the old man leave. He frowned. Last time, Lord Pu had told him that the recommendation would be in 3 months. However, Lin Ling had missed it. This must have created a very bad situation that affected Lord Shui Wu. Right now, Lord Shui Wu's situation must be very bad. Lin Ling had to go and help. Of course, before that, he still had to accompany his family. After all, after reincarnating, he cherished everything he had even more. That night, the rainforest sacred land was unprecedentedly lively. Moreover, news of Lin Ling's return spread to the 100 domains and the other 5 sacred lands. Everyone was extremely excited. After all, Lin Ling was their faith. That night, Lin Ling also brought out the second prince, Old Master Qin, and many saints from the Purple Mansion. This caused even more laughter in the rainforest sacred land. Many people were excited. Could Lord Lin Ling have gone to hell? He actually brought all these dead people back. In a garden, Yu Yun, Qin Xiaolan, and the others were all there. They looked at the soul of the woman in black and then laughed. That soul was the second dream. At this moment, the second dream felt like she was still in a dream. She had actually returned. One had to know that now that she had returned, it would be difficult for her to enter reincarnation. Her fate was also over. She couldn't help but look at the black-robed young man. Her heart was filled with excitement. She had never thought that her former enemy would be her savior today. Sister, the second dream, Lin Ling is the most loyal person. You saved him in the past. Today, he would bring you back even if he had to go to hell. And he did it. Yes. Yu Man Yun and the others didn't ostracize the second dream. Instead, they held the second dream's hand and said. Xiaoyun was also among them. She looked around at Yu Man Yun and the others and couldn't help but laugh. Although she couldn't reincarnate, she liked these people very much. She would rather turn into a ghost to be with them. Of course, there was also brother Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at this scene with a smile. The obsession in his heart had been resolved. The second dream had finally been brought back by him. The second dream, you actually still have a chance to be reincarnated because Xiaoyun saw that your other soul has been reincarnated. She is called the Fire Spirit Princess. If you meet again one day, your souls will fuse and become one. Lin Ling said. The second dream had been with Xiaoyun for a long time, so she already knew about this. She immediately nodded gratefully. However, she felt a little inferior. After all, she had almost killed Lin Ling in the past. However, Lin Ling and his family didn't blame her. This made her feel a strong sense of guilt. Lin Ling naturally knew this, so he gave the second dream more space and let her talk more with Yu Man Yun and the others. After a long time, the second dream, this reclusive girl, should be able to open up her heart. After that, Lin Ling left the garden. Huh, Lin Ling, you're really something. You have so many wives. There's even a female ghost right now. Ancestor Tai Yen was so happy that he drank a few more cups because Lin Ling had returned. At this moment, when he saw Lin Ling, he immediately walked over and laughed. Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. Lin Ling immediately shook his head helplessly. You should bring Yu and the others back. When Grandpa thought you were dead, Grandpa kept dreaming. It was as if I saw your son. Then Grandpa woke up. Ancestor Tai Yen said with a sigh. During the time when Lin Ling had died, he felt like a day was like a year. Don't worry, I'll find Yu and the others. Okay. Lin Ling accompanied Ancestor Tai Yen as they walked forward. He looked at the sky indifferently. He didn't know where Yu and the others were. Also, his son. Did he really have a son? Thinking of this, Lin Ling bitterly smiled and shook his head. Then, he followed Ancestor Tai Yen to the hall and drank with his family and friends. When night fell, Lin Ling returned to his room and entered his zifu. Your Majesty, congratulations on returning to the human world. Elder Z, you've worked hard these days. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed to Elder Z, causing Elder Z to be overwhelmed by the favor. Chapter 1463. Black and White Dao Palace. Your Majesty, although the Yellow Springs flame is currently under your control, your physical body cannot withstand the power of the Yellow Springs flame. If you use it, I'm afraid it will burn your physical body. Elder Z still bowed respectfully. Indeed, the Yellow Springs flame is very mysterious. Before, when I used the Yellow Springs flame to intimidate ghosts, but in fact, the Yellow Springs flame isn't that simple. Speaking of the Yellow Springs flame, Lin Ling's interest was piqued and he sat up. The Yellow Springs flame was one of the 10 godly flames in the world. Its power wasn't simple. Currently, Lin Ling could control it, but he didn't know how to use it. Of course, if his godly demon overlord body was stronger, it wouldn't be difficult. My soul power has reached the 120th level, killing a cultivator of the 5th layer of the Saint Realm isn't difficult. But my cultivation level is still a bit low, and my godly demon overlord body has reached the 4th layer, so it's getting harder and harder. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Currently, he was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. His soul power was extremely strong. The Blade of Nirvana could instantly kill a powerhouse of several levels. Moreover, it had the power of the flames of the underworld. In addition, Lin Ling's eyes had unlocked a new ability. It could be said that soul power was Lin Ling's trump card. As for fire cultivation, even though he had the Yellow Springs flame, it was difficult to control, so Lin Ling still relied on the tyrannical Song Sword. The godly demon overlord body was the weakest of the three, but it could still easily defeat cultivators of the initial saint realm. However, a 10th level Huang-ranked celestial body could easily defeat ordinary cultivators, but against the disciples of the Seven Emperors world, Lin Ling guessed that it was still lacking. For example, if the other party's celestial body was of a higher level than Lin Ling's, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. The three legends of the mortal world, the Seven Emperors world, Yungu Celestial Platform, and Champion University obviously didn't lack such strong cultivators. Right now, Lady Water Mist has been implicated by me. Tomorrow, I should go to the Black-White Dao Palace to take a look. But, thinking about it, it's only the referral quota that's causing trouble. Now that I have the Human Emperor's purple gold medallion, it shouldn't be difficult for me to become a disciple. Then, Lady Water Mist should be fine. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he started cultivating. He consumed the 9 worlds Lingji that the 3 ancient ones had given him back in the ghost region, and once again awakened the small world within his body. He had heard from Elder Z that the 9 world Lingji could improve one's physical body and cultivation. Even though it was far weaker than the heavenly violence pearl, it was still better than treasures like the ghost face grass. While raising his physical body's cultivation, Lin Ling was also comprehending the martial Tao of fire. Currently, without using the Tyrant Song Sword, his heavenly pattern martial Tao was at the large success stage. But this time, his comprehension had actually reached the pinnacle stage. The reason why it was so smooth was because of Fallen Leaf's life in Samsara City. It had allowed Lin Ling's comprehension ability to increase once again. The next day, Lin Ling left the Purple Mansion and headed for the Black and White Dao Palace. Moreover, he didn't change out of his black robe because he knew that there would be a battle in the Black and White Dao Palace. Just as he walked out of the courtyard, he saw purple coming from the east. The rising sun shone warmly on Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. This feeling was very comfortable. He thought of the scene in Samsara City. The life of Fallen Leaf, the germination, the prosperity, and the return to the roots. Everything was so long, but it seemed to have passed in an instant. This memory couldn't be erased. The flaws in my realm left behind after my breakthrough in the past are now complete. Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this time, excited voices came from all around. Lin Ling looked over and was speechless when he saw that his grandfather and the others had been drinking all night. It seemed that even after his resurrection, the excitement in their hearts hadn't disappeared. Shaking his head, Lin Ling slowly walked forward. Suddenly, under an ancient tree, 2 figures stood there quietly. They were as quiet as the night. Their gazes were fixed on the rising sun in the distance. Neither of them spoke, but both of them were smiling faintly. It was the Second Dream and Xiao Yun. Lin Ling only just remembered that the Second Dream and Xiao Yun were souls. Moreover, their souls weren't strong and couldn't see the sun. It feels good to be back again, right? After thinking for a while, Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. Lin Ling. Big brother Lin Ling. The Second Dream and Xiao Yun both looked at Lin Ling. The Second Dream smiled. I never thought that I would be able to return to the mortal world. Moreover, I have so many friends. Second Dream was very excited. She didn't have any friends or family in her previous life, but she had them here. Everyone didn't dislike her and treated her like family. This made her feel very grateful, but at the same time, she also felt a deep sense of inferiority. She didn't deserve Lin Ling to treat her so well. Lin Ling shrugged. This isn't like you. In the past, you were a proud daughter of heaven, full of ambition. Now, you're a pretty girl from a humble family. It's all because of you. The second dream rolled her eyes at Lin Ling and smiled. This is the first time I've seen you smile. Although you've smiled before, it was very fake. This time, it's from the bottom of your heart. I have to say, you look very good when you smile. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then, he said in surprise. The second dream was originally a beauty that could topple the world. In the rainforest sacred land, she was loved by many young men. However, the second dream was ambitious and ruthless, so ordinary people didn't dare to approach her. Is that so? Then I'll smile more in the future. The second dream tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. Her smile was even more beautiful. It had the mystery of the night and the tranquility of the stars. Lin Ling couldn't help but be attracted to it. He blushed and waved his hand. My grandfather and mother don't dislike you. They treat you very well, so you don't have to feel inferior. As long as you're with me, as long as you're my family and friends, we'll always be united like a family. Yes. The second dream was stunned for a moment and nodded heavily. Yes, she had returned from her reincarnation. Everything was different now. She was no longer alone. Therefore, she wanted to try her luck with others and enjoy everything she had now. Thank you. Yes. The second dream looked at the free and easy back of the young man and said softly in her heart. No matter how many lifetimes she had lived, she had always been betrayed and abandoned. Therefore, she had always treated others as pawns. But now, for the first time, she felt that she was willing to give up hundreds and thousands of lifetimes for someone. After leaving the mansion, Lin Ling headed to the transportation array. Everywhere he passed, large numbers of people respectfully bowed to Lin Ling, Lord Venerable. Yes. Everyone's worship came from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He hated this kind of troublesome etiquette. Afterwards, he went to check out the Starry Sky Palace and the Flame Palace. After leaving behind a large amount of ghost face grass, he left. The transportation array led directly to Splendid Mountain and River. After a long time, Lin Ling walked out of the array and flew towards the Black-White Dao Palace. Lin Ling. That's Lin Ling. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Yes. Chapter 1464. Down the mountain, you're a ghost. Heavens, we actually ran into a ghost in broad daylight. Two of the youths cried out in alarm. He brothers, what nonsense are you spouting? The Black-White Dao Palace is one of the 4 pillars. How could there be ghosts and monsters nearby that would dare to approach? A clear voice rang out. It was Lord Shui Wu's chief disciple, Li Ling Xian. Lin Ling was also startled. He hadn't expected to run into someone he knew, so he hurriedly flew over. It really is Lin Ling. Could it be that he's a fake? Yes. He's definitely a fake. Otherwise, he's definitely a ghost. Yes. The 2 youths cried out in alarm, causing Lin Ling to look over. They looked somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he recalled that these 2 were the He brothers. Back in the Origin Magnetic Mountain Villa, they had made a bet with Lin Ling. The bet was that they would become Lord Shui Wu's disciple if they got close. Now that he saw them together with Li Ling Xian, it seemed that the bet had come true. Thinking about how the He brothers were originally Lord Mountain Mist's disciples, but had now become Lord Shui Wu's disciples, Lin Ling found it funny. A moment later, Lin Ling stopped in front of the 3. You're a fake Lin Ling? Or a ghost? Yes. The He brothers had an innate fear of Lin Ling. At this moment, they took a step back, not too certain. Do you want me to beat you up? Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently. The He brothers' pupils shrank, and they said simultaneously, he really is Lin Ling. Yes. They were instantly certain. Only Lin Ling would be so calm, looking at them as if they were clowns. Thus, with just one sentence from Lin Ling, they were certain. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ling, you've returned as a ghost? But please don't come looking for us. We've already followed the bet and become Lord Shui Wu's disciples. And when Lord Shui Wu is in trouble, we didn't hit her when she was down. We're still with her. Yes. Although the He brothers were certain that the person in front of them was Lin Ling, they felt even more reverence. Scram! Lin Ling smiled, and with one punch each, he easily knocked the two of them down from the sky. A moment later, the He brothers flew up with bruised noses and swollen faces. It's not a ghost, it's the power of the physical body. Senior brother Lin Ling, you didn't die. They were incomparably certain, because the previous punch had proven everything. Lin Ling ignored them and looked at Li Lingxian. Li Lingxian was still in shock. Lin Ling didn't die. Due to some complicated reasons, although my life tablet was broken, I didn't die. I'll explain these things when I have time. Lin Ling stared at Li Lingxian. How is Lady Water Mist doing? Li Lingxian finally accepted that Lin Ling was not dead. Then, she let out a sigh of relief. She did not know why, but after seeing Lin Ling, she felt a sense of calmness in her heart. It was as if even if the sky collapsed, this junior brother who was younger than her would solve everything. Then, she told him about Lady Water Mist's current situation. As expected, Lin Ling missed the opportunity to recommend the human emperor. This caused Lady Water Mist to act as if she had toyed with the human emperor. Hence, Lady Water Mist was stripped of her position as Palace Lord. Lord Mountain Mist even wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lady Water Mist. As expected, it's Lady Water Mist. Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. Lord Mountain Mist had been eyeing her covetously. Naturally, he would seize the opportunity to suppress Lady Water Mist. Then, he asked, I didn't recommend the human emperor. Did the 7 emperors cancel my recommendation? No, they didn't. Everyone just saw that the 7 emperors were unhappy. Li Lingxian recalled. Then let's go back now. Lin Ling nodded and led Li Lingxian and the others away. The He brothers were excited. They had always worshipped the other person who had been recommended, Zhang Ren. But after the trip to the Magnetism Mountain Villa, they worshipped Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling had returned, they had a feeling that Lin Ling would definitely be able to resolve everything. Of course, compared to their blind worship, Li Lingxian was much calmer. She had no idea how Lin Ling would resolve all of this. At this moment, the Black-White Dao Palace was still bustling with noise and excitement. On the long flight of stairs, there was an endless stream of disciples entering and exiting. This time, Lady Water Mist has offended the 7 emperors. It will be difficult for her to escape this calamity. Yeah, that Lin Ling said that he would recommend the human emperor, but he disappeared at the critical moment. This is the same as looking down on the human emperor. To look down on the human emperor in Xianpeng province, Lin Ling is really bold. However, even Lin Ling is dead. The sad one is Lady Water Mist. I heard that in a few days, Lord Mountain Mist is going to execute Lady Water Mist. Voices rang out from time to time on the long flight of stairs. At this moment, 4 figures appeared at the bottom of the stairs. They then walked up the stairs towards the entrance, causing the pupils of the disciples to constrict. Lin Ling, he's not dead? Everyone's hearts were in shock. This is too strange, too strange. But he's not dead. Now that he's returned, he won't be able to escape death. Yeah, he's the only one in Xianpeng province who dares to look down on the human emperor. So, if I were him, I would have hidden far away long ago. Many people discussed amongst themselves. Then, they followed Lin Ling, wanting to see what Lin Ling wanted to do. The news that Lin Ling was not dead quickly spread. "Stop, you're Lin Ling. How dare you come back?" Not long after, a large number of figures appeared at the entrance of the mountain. They were Lord Mountain Mist's disciples. Previously, they had received news that Lin Ling had returned. Now, they wanted to see where Lin Ling got the courage to come back. As expected, Lin Ling came back to die. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads and said, without Lady Water Mist's support, Lin Ling would not be able to make any big waves. However, the appearance of the large number of figures did not move Lin Ling's expression at all. It was as if he did not know what crime he had committed. Instead, he said to the He brothers, "The two of you were not weak when you were with Lord Mountain Mist. Can those people win?" The He brothers were stunned for a moment, then nodded. Under Lord Mountain Mist's guidance, their strength was only weaker than Zhang Ren's. "Then, all of you, down the mountain," Lin Ling said indifferently. The surrounding people's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had committed a grave mistake half a year ago. Now, he should be admitting his mistake. Who knew that he would be so arrogant the moment he returned? What, down the mountain? The He brothers sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they believed in Lin Ling, they still found it unbelievable. "Are you waiting for me to make a move?" Lin Ling said indifferently, as if he still did not know that he was a sinner. "All right, let's go all out." The He brothers gritted their teeth. Although the price of making a move was a death sentence, they had no other choice now. Most importantly, they believed in Lin Ling. "He brothers, you dare? Let me tell you, if you return to Lord Mountain Mist's guidance now, you still have a chance to live. If you insist on going your own way, no one can save you." The disciples blocking the entrance of the mountain shouted angrily. They were all furious. Scram! The He brothers were indeed going all out. Their strength exploded. Rumble. Chapter 1465. Du Gorge. He's still as arrogant as before. But compared to before, he seems a bit different. Although he's arrogant, there's a hint of calmness. He's not as young and inexperienced as before. Yeah, when I look at him, it's like I'm looking at Lord Shui Wu. The people on the steps were all shocked. They stared at the black-robed figure, as if they were looking at that arrogant youth from half a year ago. "He's dead, he's dead. Hurry and inform Lord Shan Wu." The disciples who had been beaten down all shouted angrily. Lin Ling had really dared to attack. "Where is Lord Shui Wu? Take me to him." At this time, Lin Ling had already entered the Black-White Dao Palace. He calmly spoke. "He's trapped in Du Gorge. I heard that Lord Shan Wu plans to execute Lord Shui Wu tomorrow. That's why we wanted to leave the Black-White Dao Palace and find Lord Shui Wu's old friends to help us." Li Lingxian frowned, her heart filled with worry. This Lord Shan Wu really knows how to take advantage of opportunities to suppress people. Lin Ling calmly said, then nodded. "Let's go. Take me to Du Gorge." But, Lord Shan Wu said that without his orders, aside from the guards, no one is allowed to approach that place. Not even the elders are allowed. Li Lingxian said again. Does he have the qualifications? Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He coldly said, "Lead the way." "Okay. Lin Ling, you have to save Master." Li Lingxian hurriedly led the way. Right now, she could only place her hopes on Lin Ling. The four of them headed towards Du Gorge. The surrounding disciples followed. They all sucked in a cold breath. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, it seemed as if he wanted to save Lord Shui Wu. There's going to be a good show to watch. Will Lin Ling succeed? It'll be difficult. Senior apprentice brother Zhang Ren is guarding that place. Many people were filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how things would turn out. Crossing Calamity Gorge. This was the most severe punishment ground of the Black-White Dao Palace. There were ancient runes here that drew in divine thunder from the heavens and earth. As long as one violated the laws of the Black-White Dao Palace, they would be imprisoned here. This was the same as a prison for death. Above the ancient gorge, there was a figure hanging from a hard gray stone wall. His 4 limbs were bound by chains of thunder. His face was pale, his eyes filled with anger. Below, more than a dozen figures sat around a stone table, drinking wine. Occasionally, they would look at Lord Shui Wu with a mocking smile. They were Lord Shui Wu's trusted aides. Tomorrow, Lord Shan Wu would have the final say in the Black-White Dao Palace. They would be able to strut around. Poor Lord Shan Wu. He trusted Lin Ling, but in the end, Lin Ling perished. Now, Lord Shan Wu is implicated by Lin Ling. That's right. If Lin Ling had recommended the human emperor, his future would have been limitless. What a pity. Lin Ling. He's just trash. Although I admit that he's strong, he clearly doesn't have the qualifications to become a disciple of the human emperor. In addition, I suspect that his death wasn't an accident. Rather, he was afraid of seeing the human emperor, so he committed suicide. This Lin Ling really doesn't have the courage. Someone immediately laughed. A has-been genius isn't a genius. According to my guess, half a year has passed. Even if Lin Ling didn't die, his strength shouldn't have increased by much. He's not a match for senior brother Zhang Ren. One of them took a sip of wine, then looked at the silent youth beside him. That youth was Zhang Ren. At this moment, Zhang Ren's expression was calm. He didn't care about his junior brother's flattery. But when he thought of that arrogant figure of the past, his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Half a year ago, he had lost to Lin Ling in the Yuan-Ci mountain villa. However, half a year later, he had bitterly cultivated and stepped into the second stage of the entering saint realm. The most terrifying thing was that his heavenly pattern martial arts had reached the large success stage. His cultivation and martial arts had improved. This was extremely rare even in Xianpeng province. Therefore, if Lin Ling hadn't died, he would have crippled Lin Ling. He died early. Otherwise, he would have regretted meeting me. In Xianpeng province, fallen geniuses are has-been geniuses. They aren't worth mentioning. Zhang Ren said indifferently after taking a sip of wine. As expected of senior brother Zhang Ren. The disciples all knew that Zhang Ren's strength had improved, and they all worshipped him. That's right. If Lin Ling hadn't died, senior brother Zhang Ren wouldn't have to do anything. I would have made him kneel in front of you. Another youth shouted proudly. Obviously, his strength had increased greatly in half a year, and he had stepped into the saint realm. He was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling. Is that so? Then I'm not dead. Let me kneel and see. However, just as that voice fell, a calm voice came from the crossing Adversity Gorge, causing all the people drinking to look over. Their eyes instantly narrowed. Lin Ling. It was actually Lin Ling. He hadn't died? Everyone was shocked, but soon, they all laughed. Lin Ling hadn't died, and he actually dared to come. Lin Ling, how dare you? You're clearly not dead, but you didn't recommend the human emperor. You're looking down on the human emperor, and you're framing our Black-White Dao Palace. One of the disciples immediately stood up and shouted. Moreover, is this a place where you can come? Hurry up and go to Sir Shan Wu to accept your punishment. The others also shouted angrily. Zhang Ren was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but laugh. The heavens had been kind to him. His strength had increased, and Lin Ling had actually returned alive. He finally had a chance to wash away that shame. Lin Ling ignored everyone's angry shouts. He looked at the rock wall, and an indescribable anger rose in his heart. At this moment, Sir Shui Wu was hanging there, and he no longer had the majestic aura of the past. His long hair was messy, and his clothes were tattered. Obviously, he had suffered heavy injuries. With Sir Shui Wu's strength, it was obviously difficult for Sir Shan Wu to injure him. He must have used some kind of trick. You've worked hard during this time. Lin Ling murmured, his eyes revealing a sharp light. He then slowly pulled out his sword and walked towards the rock wall step by step. Sir Shan Wu said that no one is allowed to save Sir Shui Wu. Lin Ling is violating the rules. He knows that he's not allowed to save him, but he still wants to save him. Do you see senior brother Zhang Ren? He won't let Lin Ling get what he wants. Chapter 1466. Has been genius, not bad. In just half a year, your cultivation has entered the Saint Realm. No wonder you are so arrogant. However, a true genius can improve more than this in half a year. At this moment, a calm voice drifted over. The crowd saw that the speaker was senior brother Zhang Ren. Sure enough, senior brother Zhang Ren had absolute confidence in defeating Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to move forward. How bold! Senior brother Zhang Ren is talking to you. You should reply to him immediately. Who told you to move forward? A has-been genius is no longer a genius. You are no longer on the recommendation list. Where did your arrogance come from? Beside Zhang Ren, several young men stopped drinking and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. If it was before, they would have revered Lin Ling, but now they were not afraid of anything. First, Lin Ling must die because without Lady Shui Wu's support, Lin Ling was nothing. Second, Lin Ling had despised the mortal emperor and committed a heinous crime. Therefore, anyone could kill Lin Ling. Not only would he be innocent, but he would also have performed a meritorious service. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped and looked at these people indifferently. He did not walk towards the rock wall but instead walked towards the stone table. The crowd was stunned. What was Lin Ling going to do? The young men who were drinking were also stunned, but soon they sneered. They were also curious about what Lin Ling was going to do. Right now, they were simply unscrupulous. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. Then, he poured the wine on the head of the most talkative young man. The wine flowed down the young man's head, causing him to be stunned. Finally, the veins on his forehead popped out. The crowd in the distance was stunned. Lin Ling was obviously about to die, but they did not expect Lin Ling to still be so arrogant. However, many people soon sneered. Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant without Lady Shui Wu's support. There would be a good show to watch. At least before Lord Shan Wu arrived, Lin Ling would definitely die a horrible death. The young man closed his eyes when the wine splashed on his face. He used his hand to rudely wipe his face, wiping the wine dry. Then, he stood up angrily. Just as he was about to speak, a cold voice floated over, carrying a questioning tone. You spilled wine on my junior brother's head? Everyone looked at the young man who spoke and revealed a brilliant smile. It was senior brother Zhang Ren. You have a problem with that? Lin Ling's cold eyes narrowed. His footsteps didn't stop as he arrived in front of Zhang Ren. He picked up the wine on the table and poured it on Zhang Ren's head as well. This unforeseen event caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Senior brother Zhang Ren had already reached the second layer of the Saint Realm. Moreover, he had improved his heavenly rune martial arts. Where did Lin Ling get his confidence from? At this moment, Zhang Ren's whole body was emitting a cold chill, but he didn't immediately erupt. He wanted to know who gave Lin Ling the courage to do this without Lady Water Mist's support. I really don't understand where your courage comes from. Do you think you're still in the Yuan Ci Mountain Villa? Do you think that with your 10th grade yellow rank talent, you can still dominate the Black-White Dao Palace? I can tell you that you're already a has-been genius. In half a year, you've become trash. Zhang Ren seemed to be talking to himself. Lin Ling didn't reply. Instead, he picked up the wine jug from the table and opened the lid. He raised his hand again, and the wine splashed on Zhang Ren's face once more. I also don't understand. You're just a defeated opponent. Where does your confidence and arrogance come from? Is it because Lord Shan Wu is backing you up? This guy. Seeing Lin Ling pour wine on Zhang Ren's head again, the distant crowd finally sucked in a breath of cold air. The current situation was too clear. Although Lin Ling hadn't died, since he dared to return to the Black-White Dao Palace, he would undoubtedly die. However, Lin Ling was still so arrogant. You're courting death. Zhang Ren's face finally darkened, carrying with it a malevolent and terrifying look. Without any hesitation, the immortal heart appeared. This was the eternal heart. It constantly rumbled, as if it could shake the heavens and earth. Moreover, it was even larger than before, causing the distant crowd's hearts to violently jump. They could feel that their senior apprentice brother Zhang Ren's strength had greatly increased. This is going to be a good show. This time, Lin Ling is definitely not a match for senior apprentice brother Zhang Ren. Many people began to shout out. They were looking forward to senior apprentice brother Zhang Ren's thunderous momentum, ruthlessly defeating Lin Ling and washing away the humiliation from last time. However, what they expected didn't happen. The ancient heart beat in the air, as if it carried with it the charm of the heavens and earth. But, it didn't affect Lin Ling at all. Instead, an incomparably terrifying flame law swept out, accompanied by the roars of 100 dragons. In that instant, the crowd discovered that the eternal heart had stopped beating, as if it were in awe of something. The eternal heart stopped beating? Everyone's expression froze. One had to know that senior apprentice brother Zhang Ren's strength had greatly increased, and his heavenly pattern martial arts had reached the large success stage. Moreover, although Lin Ling's talent was higher, his realm and martial arts were inferior to his senior apprentice brother Zhang Ren's. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression didn't change, but Zhang Ren's face paled. Lin Ling was standing in front of him, but his aura had changed, making him feel as if it was the law of the heavens and earth. This made him roar in his heart. How could this be? One had to know that in this half a year, he had bitterly cultivated, and his strength had doubled. But when he met Lin Ling again, Lin Ling still easily defeated him. You called me a has-been genius, but in this half a year, your strength didn't seem to have increased by much. Lin Ling coldly said. Boom! The 100 dragons on his body roared, burning the eternal heart in the sky. Under countless gazes, the eternal heart was actually burned to nothingness. Now, Lin Ling was at the pinnacle of heavenly pattern martial arts. Defeating his opponent was extremely easy. Ah! Zhang Ren let out a miserable cry. The eternal heart was burned, causing him to spit out blood. His body flew backwards, smashing into the ground and rolling in pain. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces turned even paler. Was this still a has-been genius? Lin Ling was still as arrogant and powerful as before. You guys are the same. Although Lord Shui Wu isn't your master, he's still your senior. Now that he's in trouble, it's fine if you don't help him, but instead, you're hitting him when he's down. I really don't understand. Do you guys still have any sense of shame? Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out, causing the faces of those drinking youths to stiffen. Their bodies actually trembled, and they no longer had the high spirits from before. In this half a year, their strength had increased, but they could see that Lin Ling's strength had increased even more terrifyingly. Rumble. At the same time, raging flames erupted from Lin Ling's body. Countless flame dragons roared, shaking the heavens and earth. The youths guarding this place were all sent flying, smashing into the distance and spitting out blood. When they looked at Lin Ling again, their eyes were filled with reverence. "I'm going to save Lord Shui Wu. Try and stop me." Lin Ling ignored them and strode towards the cliff. As for the youths on the ground, their faces were pale, and no one dared to speak. The distant crowd was silent. Although Lin Ling had lost his recommendation, he was still the #1 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. Has-been genius? That was just self-deceiving. How dare you? At this moment, a mighty aura arrived like the might of the heavens, causing the crowd to reveal excitement. Lord Shanwu had finally arrived. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would face Lord Shanwu. Chapter 1467. A counterattack in the skies. A large number of figures floated about. These were the top pillars of the Black-White Dao Palace. The one in the lead wore a black and white robe. His thin face was covered with cold eyes as he stared down at the youth below, a trace of surprise in his eyes. Lin Ling hadn't died. He was naturally Lord Mountain Mist. Beside him were the elders of the Black-White Dao Palace. They also had looks of surprise on their faces. Lord Mountain Mist is here. Lin Ling is dead for sure. Many disciples of the Crossing Adversity Gorge sneered. As for Li Ling Xian and the He brothers, their faces were extremely solemn. Lin Ling was very strong, but compared to someone on Lord Mountain Mist's level, he was still much weaker. Lin Ling didn't die. That's great. Yes, his talent isn't weak. In the Black-White Dao Palace, there are very few people who can surpass him. Several elders immediately began to laugh. In the past, during the trip to the Magnetite Mountain Villa, Lin Ling had been praised by the disciple of the 7 emperors, Gendosa. Elders, don't forget that he is no longer on the recommendation list. Moreover, he has looked down on the 7 emperors. He has committed a heinous crime. But at this time, Lord Mountain Mist's voice rang out, causing the elders' eyes to narrow. They didn't say anything. Before, they had been happy that Lin Ling hadn't died, but they had forgotten that Lin Ling had indeed committed a heinous crime by not recommending the human emperors. Recommending the 7 emperors is a glorious matter, but someone dares to look down on the 7 emperors and frame our Black-White Dao Palace. Such a person still dares to return. I can't help but admire Lin Ling's courage. In my opinion, Lin Ling should be immediately killed. That's right. The elders who were close to Lord Shanwu shouted coldly at that moment. This caused the entire Du-Yi Gorge to be filled with angry shouts, disdain, and cold laughter. It was as if all the disciples wanted to suppress Lin Ling. Elders, do you all think so? This happens to coincide with my thoughts. Although Lin Ling was recommended in the past, no one can save him for looking down on the 7 emperors. Since that's the case, let's execute him on the spot. Lord Shanwu sneered in his heart. He had finally caught Lin Ling's weakness. How could Lin Ling not die this time? Moreover, not only was Lin Ling going to die, even Lady Shui Wu would be executed today. I agree. Although this child has done meritorious deeds in the past, he is lawless. Today, he has committed an even greater crime. Many elders spoke out. Of course, some elders objected in their hearts, but at this moment, they had no right to speak. The current Black-White Dao Palace was under Lord Mountain Mist's control. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't seem to know that his death was imminent. Instead, he looked indifferently at Lord Mountain Mist. Lord Mountain Mist met Lin Ling's gaze. He sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he sighed and said, "Lin Ling, your future should have been limitless. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant. You even dared to look down on the 7 emperors. I can't help you now. In order to appease everyone and give the 7 emperors a reply, you must die." He sighed as if he felt pity for Lin Ling. Even he couldn't bear for a genius of a generation to fall here. Of course, those familiar with this scene knew that this sigh was just on the surface. Lin Ling still didn't speak. His expression was calm. "Capture Lin Ling and kill him along with Lady Shui Wu." Lord Mountain Mist's murderous voice finally exploded. "Hold it." But at this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke, causing the murderous crossing gorge to calm down. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. What did Lin Ling want to say now? Was he going to beg for mercy? "You said that my absence on the day of the human emperor's recommendation was the same as looking down on the 7 emperors, causing me to lose the recommendation spot. So you want to kill me? Is that so?" Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, causing many to narrow their eyes. Wasn't that the reason? It had to be known that the 7 emperors were the legends of Xianpeng province. Thus, all the major powers had to respect them. Looking down on the 7 emperors, wasn't that enough death? That's right. If you were still a recommendation spot, the Black-White Dao Palace wouldn't have touched you. In fact, your status would only be below mine. But you look down on the 7 emperors, so you've already lost your recommendation spot. You are nothing now. Lord Mountain Mist said indifferently. Then I'd like to ask, did the 7 emperors tell you that I've lost my recommendation spot, or did someone from the 7 emperors personally say that I've lost my recommendation spot? Lin Ling asked curiously, as if he didn't know anything. But this question left Lord Mountain Mist speechless. This was because how powerful were the 7 emperors? How could they personally say that Lin Ling's recommendation spot had been taken away from him? To the 7 emperors, Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant. Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications for the 7 emperors to speak up for him. It seems that none of the 7 emperors have said anything. Then how are you so sure that I've lost my recommendation spot? And how are you so sure that the 7 emperors think that I've looked down on them, so they've vented their anger on me? Lin Ling asked again. The Du-Yi Gorge was silent. No one could answer this question. Half a year ago, the 8 recommendation spots had been gathered. They had been checked one by the 7 emperors. In the end, they were determined to have the qualifications to become the disciples of the human emperors, but they needed to undergo a final assessment. Lin Ling was absent. This was clearly looking down on the 7 emperors. Anyone with a brain could guess this. However, this was still a guess. The 7 emperors' people didn't actually say that Lin Ling had done anything wrong. This was like theft. Everyone knew who the thief was, and the outcome was obvious. But the thief didn't say anything, so what crime did the thief have? What qualifications did the others have to say anything? This time, everyone's hearts were stirred. They couldn't refute it, they couldn't refute it. Lord Mountain Mist, you said that I've looked down on the 7 emperors, so you want to kill me. But now, the 7 emperors haven't said anything. Do you think you're one of the 7 emperors? Lord Mountain Mist, you've got guts. The 7 emperors of the world is one of the 3 legends of the human world. They represent the strongest martial artists of the human world. And you, a mere palace lord, think you're one of the 7 emperors. You think you have the qualifications to rule over everything. Lin Ling took a step forward. His previously silent aura quietly changed. At this moment, he was showing his edge. You. Lord Mountain Mist's face instantly turned ugly. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so sharp. He bit back at him at the crucial moment. Then tell me, why are you so sure that I've lost the recommendation spot? And why are you so sure that I've looked down on the 7 emperors? But I admit that I've looked down on you. Do you think you're one of the 7 emperors? If I look down on you, it's the same as looking down on the 7 emperors? Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He took another step forward. Like a sword, like thunder, he questioned Lord Mountain Mist. The entire Du-E mountain was silent. They couldn't refute it. They couldn't represent the 7 emperors, and they didn't have the qualifications. Even if they knew that Lin Ling had indeed looked down on the 7 emperors, if the 7 emperors' people didn't say anything, then they had even less right to say anything. Chapter 1468. Prison Guardian Mammoth King, the truth cannot be changed. However, you also said that they are magnanimous people who don't remember the wrongs of a lowly person. But you don't seem to be as magnanimous as them. Using yourself as the human emperor to condemn me, you even found an excuse to suppress Lord Shui Wu. I don't know who gave you the guts. Lin Ling smiled leisurely and said calmly. I didn't. Lord Shan Wu roared once more. Previously, he had wanted to condemn Lin Ling, but now he was defending himself. Seeing this scene, those who had been waiting to watch a good show were all stunned. How could the ending be like this? Lord Shan Wu seemed to have become the sinner. Enough. Regardless of whether or not the 7 emperors have condemned you, you have lost your recommendation. This is something that cannot be changed. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. A youth walked out from beside Lord Shan Wu. This person's long hair fluttered in the wind, and he had an unruly and wild aura. His cultivation was extremely powerful, at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. Most importantly, he seemed to be speaking on behalf of Lord Shan Wu. Lin Ling had never seen this person before. He didn't seem to be from the Black-White Dao Palace. Who are you? Do you have the qualifications to speak about the matters of the Black-White Dao Palace? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. He saw that after this youth walked out, Lord Shan Wu seemed to have regained his confidence, as if he had a trump card that could reverse the situation. I don't have the qualifications. Sorry, I am Shan Xiangtai. I am currently the other person with the recommendation quota of the Black-White Dao Palace. I am the one who stole your recommendation quota. The youth arrogantly said, causing many people's expressions to change. This person was actually the other person with the recommendation quota? This meant that Lin Ling's recommendation quota had been taken away from him. It had been taken by that person. I come from Xianhuang Dayu. Although I am not from the Black-White Dao Palace, Lord Shan Wu couldn't bear to see my talent go to waste, so he gave me the recommendation quota. Shan Xiangtai knew that he wasn't from the Black-White Dao Palace, so he spoke of his background. According to what I know, you, Lin Ling, were not originally from the Black-White Dao Palace, but didn't you still get a recommendation quota? So when I stole your recommendation quota, you shouldn't have anything to say. Now that you don't even have a recommendation quota, what qualifications do you have to speak? Shan Xiangtai took a step forward, and his words rumbled out like thunder. His powerful strength caused many people's eardrums to hurt. Of course, this didn't include Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and lightly said, so it's a piece of trash from the profound emperor domain. You were bullied by everyone there and couldn't survive, so you came to Xianpeng province to be proud? Lord Shan Wu was truly a disgrace. He had allowed an outsider to interfere in his own family's matters. It was better not to be the palace lord. Trash? Shan Xiangtai pulled a long face. In Xianhuang Dayu, he was a peerless genius. Unfortunately, he didn't know anyone from Champion University. Luckily, he had met Master Shan Wu, who had given him an opportunity to become one of the 7 emperors' disciples. But Lin Ling had called him a piece of trash. He had been bullied in Xianhuang Dayu, so he had run away and come to Xianpeng province. The most important thing was that Master Shan Wu had also lost face. You have a glib tongue, but you can't get a recommendation quota. Since you're a former genius, I'll kill you on behalf of Master Shan Wu. Boom! Shan Xiangtai took a step forwards and released an ancient and majestic qi. An ancient mammoth appeared behind him. It was a shocking sight. Trash, what qualifications do you have to be a recommendation quota? Boom! The mammoth sounded dignified and majestic. A gigantic qi oppressed the ground. Ancient destructive prison mammoth. Boom! Master Shan Wu smiled coldly. Lin Ling wanted to prove that he was still a recommendation quota, so Shan Xiangtai could oppress him. He wanted to show Lin Ling that he wasn't a recommendation quota anymore. He had no right to speak. What a terrifying qi! What level is that celestial body? Boom! The crowd was having difficulty breathing. Shan Xiangtai was a recommendation quota, he was terrifyingly strong. First Xian level. Yes. In the distance, Zhang Ren said coldly. He had known about Shan Xiangtai for a long time. He only had a deep respect for Shan Xiangtai. This was because when they first met, Lord Shan Wu had asked him to fight with Shan Xiangtai. In the end, he had been ruthlessly defeated with just one move. The reason was because of the first Xian level celestial body. The Xian level was extremely rare. It had the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and could easily suppress warriors of the same level. Lin Ling was only a 10th grade yellow level. How could he stop Shan Xiangtai's arrogant steps? Shan Xiangtai, kill Lin Ling. Yes. Zhang Ren shouted. He had lost to Lin Ling again, but now he could see Lin Ling die in front of his eyes. Rumble. At this moment, an overwhelming might gushed forth, causing Lin Ling to feel as though he was looking at the invincible Mammoth King. The Mammoth King seemed to be able to crush the earth with a single stomp. Clearly, the Mammoth King was the most terrifying of all the ancient mammoths. Lin Ling, under my mammoth ancient mammoth, you still have the face to mention a recommendation quota. Boom! Above the sky, a majestic voice drifted down, as if wanting Lin Ling to kneel down. Thousands of types of power came crashing down in a mighty manner. Rumble. Just by relying on the aura, many people in the distance vomited blood. Their talents weren't weak, and they even had first Xian level celestial bodies, but they still couldn't withstand the pressure. Rumble. The earth shook, and all kinds of power of heaven and earth rolled, forming waves that suppressed everything. Hell-suppressing Mammoth King, the king of all the ancient mammoths, can suppress all the demons of heaven and earth, fire demons, water demons, and everything. It can even suppress lightning, wind, fury, killing, sword, and so on. Master Shan Wu said indifferently. His words made many people's faces change. As everyone knew, immortal bodies had all kinds of powers. Some were good at fire, some were good at lightning. For example, fire against fire, and the one with a higher grade immortal body would definitely win. However, the hell-suppressing Mammoth King could activate all kinds of powers. This meant that no matter how strong Lin Ling's fire talent was, he would still be suppressed. If Lin Ling had the power of lightning, it would be the same. This was an all-around suppression without any blind spots. Lin Ling couldn't block it. Indeed, other than the power of the 5 elements, my Mammoth King can activate baleful aura and evil aura. It can even suppress ghosts. Above the sky, the arrogant voice floated out again. The Mammoth King let out a roar, emitting an even stronger baleful aura. Omnipotent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the only evaluation they had of the Mammoth King. After all, he was good at the power of the 5 elements, wind, lightning, fire, and even baleful aura. He was simply invincible. Baleful aura is only one of them. The most terrifying thing about the Mammoth King is the heavenly vortex King will fire. This fire is a rare Xian level 1st grade fire. Rumble. Chapter 1469. Using the immortal fire, he's dead. Lin Ling still has the face to think that he's a recommendation. He can't compare to Shan Xiangtai at all. Just like Shan Xiangtai said, trash, he's not qualified to be a recommendation. Many people shouted. This was the first time they saw a mystic grade 1 immortal body. They thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. On the ground, various forces of heaven and earth were rolling, drowning Lin Ling. Only Li Lingxian and the others were pale. So many great laws of heaven and earth were suppressing at the same time, and there was even a mystic grade 1 flame. How could Lin Ling withstand it? Unfortunately, they did not know that although Lin Ling's talent was only at the 10th grade Huang rank, his defense was the strongest. He was not afraid of the 5 elemental forces, wind, lightning, and fire. As for the baleful aura, it was needless to say. He had refined the heavenly violence pearl, so unless it was a 5th grade Xian rank immortal physique, no one could hurt him. As for the strongest mystic grade 1 flame, although Lin Ling couldn't control the Yellow Springs flame, it still had its own dignity. That was one of the 10 godly fires of heaven and earth. Why would it be afraid of a mystic grade flame? However, no one knew about this. Lin Ling, is that all you've got? Do you think you have the right to challenge Lord Shanwu? In front of me, the Mammoth King, you shall turn into ashes. Shan Xiangtai shouted arrogantly. However, before he could finish his sentence, the image of the ancient god emperor descended from the ground. Amidst the various terrifying powers, it gradually solidified from its initial illusory state. What are you doing? Moreover, the cold and indifferent voice that came from the depths of hell drifted out, as if asking Shan Xiangtai if he was serious. At this moment, everyone's pupils constricted. In their eyes, Lin Ling slowly walked out from the various forces of heaven and earth. He was wearing a black robe, holding an ancient sword in his hand. He was so clear and so proud. And his walking out was undoubtedly a slap to everyone's face. The hell-crushing Mammoth Emperor controlled the rules of the heavens and earth, allowing him to suppress any peerless genius, but now, Lin Ling had walked out alive. How can this be? He only has a 10th grade yellow tier immortal body, and Shan Xiangtai has a 1st grade profound tier immortal body. Shan Xiangtai actually can't suppress Lin Ling? In the distance, Zhang Ren sucked in a breath of cold air. Was the difference between him and Lin Ling so big? One had to know that he couldn't even block one of Shan Xiangtai's attacks, but Lin Ling was completely fine facing Shan Xiangtai's full power. It seems that I have underestimated you, but that's all you've got. 5 element suppression. At that moment, Shan Xiangtai's expression was extremely hideous. He felt as though he had been humiliated. Rumble. Behind Lin Ling, the ancient Mammoth King roared. It raised its huge legs high and then stomped down heavily. A terrifying power engulfed Lin Ling. It was the 5 elemental laws. He, Shan Xiangtai, wanted to see how Lin Ling was going to block it. I've said it before. You can't survive in Xianhuang Daiyu, so you came to my Xianpeng province to behave atrociously? You're just a piece of trash. However, on the ground, Lin Ling took a step forward. The image of an emperor appeared behind him, as though he was looking down on the world. A sword danced in Lin Ling's hand as he ruthlessly slashed down. Rumble. The 5 elemental laws were severed, and the surrounding people were so shocked that their jaws dropped. The power of wind, lightning, and fire. Evil Qi. Shan Xiangtai's expression turned even uglier. He couldn't believe it. He had an immortal body, one of the laws of heaven and earth. How could he not suppress Lin Ling? Rumble. An even more powerful energy swept out. If it was a Saint Realm 4th stage cultivator, they would be suppressed to death. How big is this world? You're just a 1st grade profound tier talent, but you think you're the best in the world. You're pathetic. On the ground, Lin Ling advanced like an emperor. His sword was majestic, and it came from the west. Rumble. All the energy was severed again. That sword also told everyone that Lin Ling had an absolute defense. He was not afraid of anything. I don't believe you're stronger than me. Go to hell, Whirlpool King will fire. In the sky, Shan Xiangtai was fuming with anger. The Mammoth King's most terrifying energy finally erupted. Rumble. The flames of heaven and earth bloomed, turning into a Whirlpool King wheel that rolled towards Lin Ling like a river of history. Immortal fire, this is immortal fire. Lord Shan Wu muttered to himself. Immortal fire was above all other flames in the world. Earth fire and heaven fire were no match for immortal fire. This time, it would definitely burn Lin Ling to death. Rumble. Once the Whirlpool King wheel appeared, the multicolored flames were like a blazing sun. Many people couldn't open their eyes, and they even felt like their bodies were about to be burned into nothingness. Playing with fire in front of me? You're not qualified. However, when everyone looked at Lin Ling, they realized that not only was Lin Ling not afraid, he even said indifferently. That sentence made everyone's heart tremble violently. What a proud young man. He actually said that a first-grade profound-tier immortal fire was not qualified to play with him. Rumble. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and collided with the multicolored Whirlpool King wheel. What surprised everyone was that the terrifying immortal fire actually began to dim after meeting Lin Ling. Moreover, the immortal fire seemed to have met a godly fire. It actually turned around in fear and rolled towards Shan Xiangtai in the end. How can my fire be controlled by you? It was the first time Shan Xiangtai encountered such a situation. His fire was actually controlled by someone else. He was caught off guard and was immediately hit by the multicolored Flame King wheel. He smashed onto the ground and spat out blood. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. Shan Xiangtai's strength and talent were obvious to all. Even in Xianhuang Dayu, he was an extremely powerful existence. However, in front of Lin Ling, his Mammoth King's strength was completely useless. He was even injured by his own fire. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. He, Shan Xiangtai, was not qualified to play with fire in front of Lin Ling. Go back to your Xianhuang Dayu, trash. On the ground, Lin Ling said indifferently. This Shan Xiangtai's talent was indeed not bad. Unfortunately, if he hadn't gone to the ghost realm, he would have been able to crush Lin Ling. But now, he was too far away. How dare he be arrogant in front of his absolute defense? At this moment, the crowd felt as if they were struck by lightning. They couldn't believe everything that was happening in front of them. Was this still a has-been genius? Shan Xiangtai stared fixedly at Lin Ling. After hearing the word trash, he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted completely. The previous collision made him realize that he wasn't qualified to compete with Lin Ling for the referral quota. How can this be? How can Shan Xiangtai lose when there is a difference of one level between his immortal physique? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Impossible. Chapter 1470. Cleaning up the trash, not bad, Lin Ling, you're finally back, and your strength has also increased. Laughter. At this moment, a smiling voice was heard in the sky. Many people looked over and found that it was Yuan Daosher, a disciple of Ren Huang. Lord Shan Wu's expression turned ugly. Lin Ling had returned. If he wasn't as strong as Lin Ling, then Gendosa definitely wouldn't have stood out to speak. This was because Lin Ling had missed the opportunity to recommend the 7 emperors. This was his fault, but since Lin Ling was getting stronger, then Gendosa definitely wouldn't give up on Lin Ling. After all, in this world, strength was everything. Although he had missed the opportunity, if he was strong enough, others would still give him a chance. Since you're back, and the test to become a human emperor's disciple is about to begin, then Lin Ling, you should go and take the test. Yes. Indeed, Gendosa's arrival had given Lin Ling a chance. On the ground, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He wasn't too surprised by the current situation. Previously, when he was in the ghost realm, he had learned from the three great ancients that the purpose of the Seven Emperors' world was to nurture top experts. Therefore, although Lin Ling had missed the opportunity, as long as he was strong enough, the Seven Emperors wouldn't miss him. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Yes. Lin Ling bowed. How could this be? He became a candidate again. Yes. In the distance, Zhang Ren's expression was extremely ugly. Lin Ling was above his head again. As for Lord Mountain Mist, he was grinding his teeth so hard that they creaked. He had nearly succeeded in dominating the Black-White Dao Palace, but after Lin Ling had returned with an earth-shattering momentum, he had once again taken control of everything. He, Lord Mountain Mist, hadn't been able to obtain anything. Lin Ling, how despicable. 3 days later, Lin Ling, come to Emperor Vane Mountain. Gendosa didn't pay any attention to Lord Mountain Mist. He smiled and was about to leave when Lin Ling suddenly said, Brother Yuan, Lord Mountain Mist is heavily injured. Do you have any medicine to treat her injuries? Gendosa glanced at Lady Shui Wu who was on the cliff far away and nodded with a smile. The human Emperor Jade Du pill has the power to repair the Saint Sea. The main ingredient comes from the half-saint's essence. For Lady Shui Wu's injuries, even old wounds can be healed. What? Half-saint's essence? When they heard about the human emperor's Jade Du pill, many people weren't moved. But when they heard about the half-saint's essence, their expressions changed. The half-saint's essence was rumored to come from the chaotic lands of the outer realm. It was absolutely beneficial to a martial artist's cultivation. It could greatly enhance one's soul, cultivation, and body. Only the 7 emperors had it. The reason why they knew about this treasure was because the expert who presided over the assessment had said that it was one of the rewards of the assessment. And now, Gendosa was using such a precious treasure to treat Lady Shui Wu's injuries. From another perspective, Gendosa clearly thought highly of Lin Ling, even more so than last time. Jealousy. Many people started to feel jealous. Zhang Ren was also recommended, but he wasn't so lucky. He was beaten up by Lin Ling until he vomited blood, and now Gendosa didn't even look at him. They didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the suppression of a mystic level 1 immortal body. Gendosa was excited at that time. He knew that Lin Ling's strength had increased again. It was certain that Lin Ling would become a human emperor's disciple. In the future, Lin Ling's status would be the same as Gendosa's, or even higher. So how could Gendosa not do a favor to Lin Ling? I'm going to save Lady Shui Wu. Is there anyone stopping me? At this moment, Lin Ling had already walked towards the rock wall and said calmly. Bastard! Lord Shan Wu shouted in his heart. He knew that Lin Ling's words were actually directed at him. He told him that he, Lord Shan Wu, forbade anyone from saving Lady Shui Wu. Now, he was going to save Lady Shui Wu right under his nose. How arrogant! Many people knew what Lin Ling meant. They looked at Lord Shan Wu, wanting to see what Lord Shan Wu would do. However, they were all disappointed. At that moment, Lord Shan Wu did not do anything. He did not dare. Lin Ling is even stronger than Lady Shui Wu. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. After Lin Ling came back, he really dominated everything. He could already force the top fighters of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Lin Ling smiled coldly. After saving Lady Shui Wu, he handed her over to Gendosa. At the same time, his indifferent gaze fell on Zhang Ren and he walked over step by step. You, What are you trying to do? Zhang Ren's face turned ugly. He sensed that Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Lord Shanwu also shouted in a low voice. Zhang Ren was his disciple. Lin Ling dared to touch Zhang Ren in front of so many people? You said before that trash doesn't have the right to be a referral and must die. I agree with that. Lin Ling didn't stop. The Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand and he slashed down fiercely. You! Zhang Ren's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling really wanted to kill him. Moreover, he wanted to kill him fearlessly. Even if he was a referral, he would still kill him. He wanted to stop Lin Ling, but unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to do so. In the end, he was killed by a single slash. Dead, senior apprentice brother Zhang Ren died just like that. Staring at the dead Zhang Ren, many people's hearts trembled. A referral from the Black-White Dao Palace had died in front of their eyes. This was like a dream. Not too long ago, when Lin Ling had arrived, Zhang Ren had wanted to stop Lin Ling and take the chance to kill him. But now, he couldn't even block a single slash from Lin Ling's sword. This also meant that this outdated genius hadn't perished. Instead, he was killing Zhang Ren like killing a dog. Lin Ling, you are courting death. Lord Shanwu roared. He had actually seen Lin Ling kill his disciple with his own eyes. He wished he could kill Lin Ling right now. However, Lin Ling slowly withdrew his sword and lightly said, I was only helping Lord Shanwu clean up some trash. For trash to be a referral is simply disgraceful. With that, Lin Ling turned and left. He didn't fear Lord Shanwu at all. Lord Shanwu was so angry that his body trembled. But, he didn't dare to kill Lin Ling. This was because Gendosa was there, he couldn't kill him. No one could touch Lin Ling. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Ling left. That black robe was incomparably dazzling in everyone's hearts. How is Lord Shanwu doing? Let's go and take a look. The elders behind Lord Shanwu all had different complexions. They all left Lord Shanwu and followed Lord Shanwu. They weren't fools. Everyone could see that Lin Ling had risen up like the most dazzling star. In the future, the Black-White Dao Palace would be his world. If they didn't stand in good alignment now, then they would inevitably be cleaned up in the future. Lin Ling is truly worthy of being a referral from Lord Shanwu. How fierce! I already knew that even if a true dragon hides in the water, there will come a day when it will soar into the sky. Look, senior apprentice brother Lin Ling has done it. Many disciples' complexions changed. They hurriedly stood in good alignment. Chapter 1471. The final assessment, let's go. Lord Mountainmist's heart was about to explode. But, he simply didn't have the strength to change anything. In the end, he flicked his sleeves and left. Lord Mountainmist has been angered into leaving. The He brothers watched as Lord Mountainmist and the others left and began to dance with joy. This was truly worthy of being their idol. After returning, he had dominated everything. Li Lingxian also felt as if she were in a dream. In the past, when Lord Watermist supported Lin Ling, she had been the first to object. She never imagined that today, Lin Ling would appear at the Black-White Dao Palace and even Lord Watermist would be rescued by Lin Ling. Of course, she also knew that all of this was because of Lin Ling's strength. If Lin Ling didn't have this strength, Gendosa probably wouldn't have given him another chance. But, the formidable strength that Lin Ling had displayed had caused Gendosa to make another gamble. However, Gendosa had truly made a gamble. Lin Ling's talent and potential were both extremely great. He didn't want Lin Ling's talent to be buried. Thus, he withstood the enormous pressure and supported Lin Ling. He believed that Lin Ling wouldn't disappoint him in the following disciple assessment. At this time, Lin Ling was calmly standing in Lord Watermist's room. He looked at Lord Watermist lying on the bed, his expression solemn. Lord Watermist had helped him many times. In the past, the reason he had been able to kill Empyrean Voidstar was because of Lord Watermist's support. This kindness was as heavy as Mount Tai. If Lin Ling had a chance to repay it, he definitely wouldn't miss it. Luckily, his Saint C hasn't suffered too much damage. He just needs to slowly recuperate. Yes. At this time, Gendosa helped Lord Watermist consume the human Emperor Jade Dew pill. Then, he looked up at Lin Ling and smiled, causing Lin Ling to nod. At the same time, Lord Watermist slowly woke up. His face was pale, but he looked at Lin Ling with excitement. Thank you. If not for you, I fear that I would have died today. Yes. Lord Watermist, don't thank me so much. What you need to do is rest. Lin Ling smiled. Lord Watermist nodded, his heart filled with gratitude. He had helped Lin Ling in the past. First, Lin Ling's potential was limitless. Secondly, he had heard about Venerable C Calming, so he knew that this young man was a loyal and righteous person who was worth befriending. Now, he couldn't help but rejoice over his actions that day. Moreover, he had never thought that Lin Ling would one day be able to save him, a powerhouse of the 4 pillars, 8 pillars. To Lord Watermist. You. 2. To the Lords to S. 2. To it. Lin Ling sighed and nodded. In the Lord's domain, he had been hunted down by Wuxia. Then he had gone to Een Mountain to fight for hegemony. Then he had gone to Yellow Springs Mountain to experience the cycle of reincarnation. At the same time, he had witnessed the powerful ghost gods of the ghost domain. He had benefited greatly. At least he knew that this world was much bigger than he had imagined. There were also many more experts. Last time you missed the opportunity to be recommended. This time, I will do my best to protect you. However, in the final assessment, I hope you can turn the tide and become a mortal emperor's disciple. Gendosa continued, of course, because you missed the previous opportunity, there is only one assessment left. You must obtain a better result. I am not in charge of the assessment, so I can't help you at that time. Lin Ling was puzzled. What is the final assessment? Who is the examiner? The final exam will be decided by the heavens. As for the examinees, they're also Ren Huang's disciples, but their status is higher than mine. They're at the 4th layer of the Saint Realm and they're ranked quite high in the Central Xian ranking. Gendosa explained. 4th layer of the Saint Realm? Lin Ling smiled. At this level, unless the other party's talent was very strong, he would not put them in his eyes. As for the identity of a mortal emperor's disciple, he did not care. Back in the Een Mountain, he had beaten up 2 legends' disciples. In Xianyuan, Xianhuang Dayu's notoriety had spread far and wide. This person is called Nan Huai Ren. His reputation in the 7 Emperor Mountain is not low. I heard that he has a good relationship with Hong Tiandi. You seem to have a grudge with Hong Tiandi, so you must be careful in the final assessment. Gendosa was worried. The final assessment was very important. If Lin Ling failed, he would lose the opportunity to become a mortal emperor's disciple. Then, his fate would be very miserable. Not to mention other things, even Lord Shan Wu could easily kill him. Lin Ling also knew this, but he was not worried. He took out the jade pendant given to him by the 3 great elders and said, "Brother Yuan, have you seen this jade pendant?" "Yes." Gendosa was puzzled. He stared at the jade pendant in Lin Ling's hand and shook his head. "I have heard of the mortal emperor's golden pendant. It is said that whoever obtains it will directly become a mortal emperor's disciple. But I have not seen this jade pendant." "Yes." Lin Ling frowned. The three great elders had said that if he saw the three legends, he should show this jade pendant. There would be someone to entertain him. But now, Gendosa did not recognize this jade pendant. I don't know who Lin Ling is, but that doesn't mean this medallion is useless. After all, I'm only an ordinary disciple under the 7 emperors. Above that are celestial emperors and immortal emperors. These are the more powerful titles among the disciples of the 7 emperors, and their status is higher than mine. That's why I don't know who he is. Yes. Gendosa said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded. The two of them talked for a while and then separated. That night, Lin Ling cultivated in his Zifu to consolidate his realm. While Lin Ling was waiting, the other referrals were also waiting. They had participated in other tests before and were only one step away from becoming a mortal emperor's disciple. Hong Tiandi, Lin Ling is not dead. He is back. Yes. Hong Tiandi, one of the referrals, received the news from Lord Shan Wu. This news stunned him for a long time. Finally, he could not help but laugh. Not dead, great. If Lin Ling died like this, it would be too easy for him. He wanted to see that Lin Ling was not dead. Moreover, Gendosa supported Lin Ling and let Lin Ling participate in the final test. You seem to have a good relationship with Lord Nanhuiren. You have to say a few good words to stop Lin Ling from participating in the final test. Lord Shan Wu's voice sounded again. Stop him? Why should I stop him? If he wants to participate, then let him participate. Yes. Unexpectedly, Hong Tiandi did not refuse. In the final test, I want to become a mortal emperor's disciple. However, such a grand event needs some supporting characters. Lin Ling, not bad. Let him be my supporting character. Yes. Hong Tiandi was very confident. He had been waiting for this day. Chapter 1472. Di Vane Mountain. 3 days passed quietly. The entire Xianpeng province was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people knew that today was the day the 7 emperors were recruiting disciples. Out of the 8 recommendations, one of them would become an emperor's disciple. Being an emperor's disciple was a supreme position. Trillions of people in Xianpeng province wanted to become an emperor's disciple, but there were only a few who were qualified. Having an immortal body was the most important requirement. Only 1 out of 100 million martial artists had an immortal body. Furthermore, not all immortal bodies could become an emperor's disciple. One had to have a higher grade immortal body. Even a first-grade yellow-class martial artist wasn't qualified to be arrogant, and that was only the most basic requirement. The more demanding tests included the heart of martial arts, the comprehension of heavenly pattern martial arts, and so on. Difficult, extremely difficult. Therefore, if one could become an emperor's disciple, they would undoubtedly be an existence that couldn't be underestimated. Di Vane Mountain. At the ancient peaks, a large number of people had gathered. There were experts from Xianpeng province, the 4 pillars, the 8 pillars, the Carefree and Langia 10 halls, and even the Xianyuan, Xianhuang, and Xianyuan experts. There were many, many. Xian Hall, Black-White Dao Palace, and Great Sword Pavilion's recommendations are Zhangran, Shan Xiangtai, Lai Qing, and Zhan Jianhe. Kuan Hall, Xiantian Dynasty and Hong Manor's recommendations are Hong Tiandi and Hong Quan, as well as Lord Pu's subordinates, Beishan Yuan and Ouyang Xuani. Out of the 8, 4 will become emperor's disciples. On the mountain peaks, many people were whispering to each other. In fact, those 8 people had participated in the assessment before. They were peerless and unparalleled in their generation. They had all obtained good results. Today was the final assessment to determine which 4 people would become the Renhuang's disciples. In the first 2 tests, Hong Tiandi had the best results. He currently has 70 points. If he can get 30 points, he will become one of the most dazzling emperor's disciples in history. But it's hard to say for the final test. Maybe the other 7 will amaze everyone and get 100 points. Everyone was still talking. There were 3 tests, and the 4 with the highest scores would pass and become emperor's disciples. But I heard that Lin Ling is back. No way, isn't he dead? Why did he come back? But what's the use of him coming back? He missed the first 2 tests and was absent from the recommendation of the human emperor. He has already lost his qualifications. That's what they say, but I heard that the Black-White Dao Palace's Zhang Ren was killed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling seized Zhang Ren's recommendation spot and plans to compete for it. He's only competing now. Can he still win? Under the voices of the crowd, a few people who had been recommended finally arrived. They all descended from the sky. They weren't very old, the men were indifferent, and the women were beautiful. They didn't care about the voices around them and stood indifferently at the foot of the Emperor Vane Mountain, fully displaying the demeanor of an emperor. At the same time, many more people landed in the distance. When the crowd looked over, they discovered that these people were from the Black-White Dao Palace. Lin Ling really didn't die. Look, that black-robed young man is him. He's so handsome. In the past, he rose up with the momentum of a storm. I wonder if he'll have another chance today. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The entire Emperor Vane Mountain was in an uproar. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling. That little guy didn't die. That's great. On a mountain peak in the distance, Lord Pu also stared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. Before, he had heard that Lin Ling didn't die. He thought it was just a rumor, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he could finally relax. Thinking of the scene at the Yellow Springs Mountain, his smile became even wider. What a terrifying little guy. He was so young and his cultivation base wasn't high, but he was able to make Xia Beiyang, one of the 5 heavenly kings, fall. This was something that even he couldn't do. But now that he's here, it will be difficult to compete for the human emperor's disciple spot. Lord Pu frowned. The same thing happened on the other mountain peaks. The Golden Armor King of the Lengia 10 Palaces and the Unfettered Prince of the Unfettered 10 Palaces were all looking at Lin Ling with serious expressions. Among them, the Unfettered Prince frowned slightly. It's him. In the past, when he was in the Star-Plucking Violet Palace, he had met Lin Ling once. At that time, he knew that Lin Ling was the same as him. They were both people who came from the heavens and earth. However, at that time, Lin Ling was still very insignificant. Who knew that in just a few years, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to him? In the Star-Plucking Violet Palace, the treasures he obtained must be more valuable than mine. The Unfettered Prince said faintly. He then smiled. It would be interesting if Lin Ling could rise up. Otherwise, it would be too lonely for him to be a person who came from the heavens and earth. Obviously, he also came from another place. Lin Ling, you're finally here. You're really lucky. But it's good that you're here. I happen to be lacking a supporting character. Hong Tiandi also stared at the voice from afar. He placed his hands behind his back and revealed a contemptuous smile. Everyone's attention was on Lin Ling. However, at this moment, Lin Ling didn't seem to know that he was the center of attention. His expression was calm as he walked forward slowly. Beside him was Shan Xiangtai. Now that he had become a supporting character, his expression was extremely ugly. Lin Ling, it's impossible for you to become the human emperor's disciple. You've missed 2 assessments. Even if you beat everyone in the last assessment, you won't be able to surpass us in terms of points. Shan Xiangtai said coldly. You're just a loser. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he calmly walked forward. His nonchalant attitude infuriated Shan Xiangtai. At this moment, the 8 candidates appeared at the foot of the Emperor Vane Mountain. The 8 of them looked at each other, but most of them were looking at Lin Ling. Lai Qing smiled at Lin Ling. That smile was like a spring breeze, without any ruthless killing intent. As for Zhang Jianhe, he was staring at Lin Ling. His heart was beating violently. The last time he lost to Lin Ling in the Yuan Ci mountain villa, Lin Ling had become his inner demon. Lin Ling, let the battle between you and me begin. In the silence, Hong Tiandi's voice was the first to float out. Today, he wanted Lin Ling to regret it forever. Last time, Lin Ling defeated Hong Tiandi. Today, they finally meet. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. However, Hong Tiandi has the bloodline of the Hong dynasty, one of the 4 great ancient countries. He hasn't awakened his bloodline for half a year, and his immortal physique has been upgraded to an unprecedented level. Lin Ling is said to be only a 10th grade yellow rank. He shouldn't be Hong Tiandi's opponent. Lin Ling, bah, he was only powerful half a year ago. Half a year later, he might not even be as good as us. All kinds of voices came from all around. However, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear them. He looked at Hong Tiandi with a faint smile. This battle, then, shall begin now. His gaze collided with Hong Tiandi's in midair. Intense sparks erupted, and many people were looking forward to it. Wait until you become the human emperor's disciple. Although I want to defeat you, I will never defeat a nameless person. Hong Tiandi smiled and walked forward indifferently. Chapter 1473. Path to Heaven. Why is there a change in the recommendation list? Are you trying to deceive the human emperor? At this moment, an ancient voice came from the majestic Emperor Vane Mountain. It was as if countless celestial emperors in Xiandi had fallen from the mountain range, giving off a strong pressure. Then, an old man floated in the sky above the mountain range, looking down at the crowd like a celestial emperor. He was the host of this examination, Nan Huiran. This person was the disciple of the 7 emperors. His status and strength were extremely high, and no one dared to provoke him. Senior brother Nan Huiran, the recommendation list for the Black-White Dao Palace, Zhang Yanni, died outside. Therefore, the previous recommendation list has been replaced by Lin Ling. At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was Gendosa. Nonsense, how can the recommendation list be replaced? Junior brother Yuan, what are you doing? A reprimanding voice came from the sky. In front of countless people, the old man scolded Gendosa, as if Gendosa was his disciple. This action was undoubtedly excessive. After all, both of them were the hosts of the examination. Even if Nan Huiran had more authority, he still did not have the qualifications to reprimand Gendosa. At this moment, Gendosa's heart was filled with anger, but he suppressed it. This Lin Ling was one of the recommendations, but there was an accident. Therefore, the human emperor was not recommended. However, the 7 emperors' heaven has given the order to find peerless geniuses with outstanding talent. Therefore, although Lin Ling missed the opportunity, I still think he has the qualifications. So it's him. Good, he's young, but he's very arrogant. He actually dared to miss the examination. This kind of person is lawless and doesn't follow the rules. What qualifications does he have to be a disciple of the human emperor? Nan Huiran shouted angrily. His gaze seemed to pierce through the clouds and landed on Lin Ling, as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered. Nan Huiran wanted to see through him? He did not have the qualifications. Lin Ling did not fear his gaze at all. He let him look at him without showing any respect. Nan Huiran's face turned ugly. This Lin Ling was very calm. He was not afraid of him. He was about to speak, but at this moment, Gendosa's voice came, Senior brother Nan, the time is almost here. Since Lin Ling has rushed, let him take the examination. If we miss the time, neither of us will be punished. Nan Huiran let out a cold snort. Indeed, there was no need to waste time on Lin Ling. Lin Ling had just started the assessment and he probably wouldn't get any results. As for the crime of contempt for being absent, he would slowly settle it after the assessment. Nan Huiran looked at the sky and burned the red sandalwood incense. Then, he took out a jade book and opened it gently. At the same time, a large number of words finally appeared in the sky. Rumble. Golden stairs appeared in the sky. It was as if it led to another world. 9 colored clouds floated around it. It was very sacred. It has been 100 years since the path to heaven appeared. The disciples who went to heaven in the past now have the titles of Celestial Emperor and Xian. Good, good, good. The path to heaven means to ascend to the heavens. It is no longer a test of the immortal body and martial arts. It is a test of the understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Nan Huiran looked at the sky and said lightly. The people around the mountain were shocked. What a powerful method. It formed a flight of stairs in the sky to reach the top. Look, there is a palace at the top of the sky. Is it the palace of the human emperor? Someone pointed at the sky. There was a dazzling golden palace. No one knew what the end of the path to heaven was, but it was a test of the understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. This made people puzzled because it was a test of the heart of martial arts. It was not rare, but it was a test of the understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. No one knew. Martial arts, martial arts, martial arts. When you reach my height, you will understand. Now, let's begin the path to heaven. Zhang Jianhe, you go first. Nan Huiran said lightly with a superior attitude. It was as if others did not understand the heavens. Only he understood the heavens. Below, Lin Ling smiled faintly. The laws of heaven and earth? Martial arts? Others did not know, but after experiencing the reincarnation of fallen leaves, how could he not know? In fact, it was a test of the heart of martial arts. It was just that the heart of martial arts was stronger than the ordinary heart of martial arts. Zhang Jianhe, he scored a total of 40 points in the previous 2 tests. If he wants to become a disciple of the human emperor, he must score more points. Someone stared at Zhang Jianhe. Zhang Jianhe frowned. He was not familiar with the test of the path to heaven. But now that it was his turn, he could only bite the bullet and go up. Rumble. As he stepped out, the path to heaven bloomed with endless light. The crowd looked carefully and found that there were 1,000 steps in the path to heaven. 1 step, 1 point. If you reach the top and step into the sky, you will get 100 points. Nan Huiran knew what the crowd had found out and said lightly. The final test seems to be easy. Many people were secretly looking forward to it. Rumble. However, at this time, in the sky, when Zhang Jianhe reached the 5th step, his body suddenly trembled. He waved his sword around and finally spat out blood and fell from the sky. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. 5 steps, 5 points. Plus the previous 40 points, a total of 45 points. Looks like he is going to be eliminated. Nan Huiran sneered and said, I forgot to tell you that the path to heaven also has a great danger. What? Many people gasped. Zhang Jianhe was waving his sword around before, it seemed that he was entangled by the path to heaven and earth. He's going too far. He's the leader of the group, the path to the heavens is dangerous, but he didn't say anything. Only after Zhang Jianhe fell did he say anything. How treacherous. Thought the crowd, but they didn't dare say anything. Next, Lai Qing. Nan Huiran said again. Lai Qing carried her sword on her back and stepped onto the path to heaven. She looked dignified and walked step by step. However, her result was better than Zhang Jianhe. When she reached the 10th step, she finally fell with a pale face. 10 points, plus your previous 60 points, you have 70 points now. This result is not bad. Nan Huiran's voice floated out. Next, the number of referrals ascended one after another. Of course, most of the people's results fell after reaching the 10th step. Time passed slowly, and finally, it was Hong Tiandi's turn. Hong Tiandi's current result was 70 points. If he could get more points in the path to heaven, he would not only become a human sovereign's disciple, but also shine brightly. The path to heaven seems to be testing your understanding of the path of heaven and earth, but in fact, it is testing your heart of martial arts. Only those who have a perfect heart of martial arts can go higher. So, remember not to be affected by the path of heaven and earth. At this time, Nan Huiran's voice floated out, which made many people's pupils dilate. Before the other referrals, Nan Huiran did not say a word, but during Hong Tiandi's assessment, he actually reminded him of the most important thing. Yes, it was a test of the heart of martial arts, but what affected the heart of martial arts was not an illusion, but the path of heaven and earth. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.